Brief general introduction to the Babylonian Talmud. On this, the appearance of our latest literary undertaking, we deem a few explanatory remarks necessary. The brief outline of the origin of the Talmud that follows may suggest the thought that we have departed from the usual manner of dealing with the questions here discussed, the more so since we have, for the sake of brevity, refrained from citing the authorities on which our statements are based. We wish, therefore, to declare here that we do not venture to make a single statement without the support of authorities well known in Hebrew literature. Our method is to select such views as seem to us the best authenticated in the historical progress of Judaism. As we have taken our choice from the numerous works on our subject, the student is entitled to adopt or to reject the views that we represent. Most of the Misnath date from a very early period, and originated with the students of the Jewish academies which existed since the days of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, Tukran. 17:9. The rabbinical students of ancient times noted the essence of the academical teachings in brief form, and, as a rule, in the idiom in which it was spoken to them, so that they could afterward easily commit it to memory. They have sometimes, however, added comments and extensive explanations in the form of notes, so that the mass of their learning, embraced in course of time, according to some authorities, as many as 600 divisions. The source of the Misnath was the customs and regulations. p. 16. Practiced by the authorities in their administration of religious and civil affairs, such as the Sabbath, prayers, cleanliness, considered actually godliness, permitted and forbidden foods, and controversies arising concerning slavery. Indebtedness and corporal punishment are subjects of academical discussion, conducted with the aim of perfecting them into national statutes enforceable in all Jewish communities alike. In course of time, however, when those Misnath were noted down from earlier existing copies, many additions were made. Finally Rabbi Yehuda the Prince, generally called Rabbi, concluded to collect all the Misnath in his college for proper arrangement. From these he selected 6 divisions, called according to the subject they deal with, viz., seeds, feasts, women, damages, sacrifices, and purifications, and he proclaimed them holy for all Israel. Of the Misnath so treated by Rabbi, some were left entirely intact, and were reproduced in their original form. To others he parenthetically added brief comments of his own, and there are still others that he changed in form completely, because already in his day old customs had changed and taken new forms. Such of them as he desired to make final and indisputable national laws he incorporated into the Mishnah without mentioning the names of their authors. Where, however, he could formulate no definite decision himself, or where they were well known to the public, he gave full information of their authors as well as the names of those opposed to their conclusions, without any decision on his part. In still others he mentioned no names, but contented himself with saying Aram, that is, anonymous teachers say, not wishing to specify their authority for certain reasons. Rabbi did not seek the compliance and agreement of all his contemporaries in his arrangement of the Mishnah, and many differed from his conclusions and even arranged Misnath in accordance with their own views. Being, however, a man of great prominence, influence, and wealth, Rabbi succeeded in quelling opposition and in making his conclusions as acceptable as the Mosaic law itself, and his great pupils, seeing that his intentions, p. 17, were only to prevent dissensions and his only aim the public weal, supported him nobly, until his teachings were accepted as the law of the nation. Many Misnath were rejected and destroyed by Rabbi, but, not being in possession of all those he wished to destroy, he went in search of them to colleges outside of his jurisdiction. There, however, he met with great opposition. Some of the Misnath were hidden beyond his reach, others were secretly preserved and arranged within the very limits of his domain and promptly brought to light after his death. but Rabbi's pupils did not dignify them with the name Mishnah, implying next to Mosaic law, one but called them Tosef Toth, meaning additions of a later period, or merely additional, not principal, matter. Some of them were also named Borathoth, outsiders, that is, secondary, not academical matter. They spread, however, very rapidly after Rabbi's death, and to such an extent as to threaten the Mishnah of Rabbi with entire extinction. Such would actually have been the result, had not the pupils of Rabbi organized again colleges whose aim was to perpetuate the Mishnah of Rabbi, which they also accomplished. Colleges of that character were those of Rabban Samuel in Babylon and Rabbi Janai and Rabbi Johanan in Palestine. These colleges made strenuous efforts to explain and harmonize the Mishnah of Rabbi with the teachings of the Borathoth, generally regarded as those of Rabbi Haya and Rabbi Oshia, who were greatly admired by the public. At times the Mishnah of Rabbi was abbreviated and replenished with the text of the Borathoth, or explained with an opposing opinion, so as to harmonize it with the latter or suit the new conditions and consequent changes of the custom that originally caused the conclusion of the Mishnah. Where, however, they found no other way to suit their purpose, they inserted a new Mishnah of their own composition into the text of Rabbi. 2. p18. The teachers mentioned in the Mishnah of Rabbi or in the Borathoth and Tosefta were called Tanaim, singular Tana, signifying instructors, professors. The teachings of the colleges, covering a period of some centuries, which also found adherents and became the traditional law, were called Gemara, signifying conclusion. The intention was to harmonize Mishnah and Borathoth, and, in most cases, to arrive at a final decision as to the theory of the law, as Rabbi the proper interpretation or Johanan prohibited compliance with the halakha unless it is mandatory. These Gemara teachers were called Amorim, interpreters, that is, they interpreted to the public the difficult passages in the Mishnah. Being classified as interpreters only, they had no authority to deviate from the spirit of the Mishnah unless supported by another Tana opposing the Mishnah, in which case they could follow the opinion of the Tana with whom they agreed. Rabina and Arashi, who lived at the end of the 5th century, 3rd century of Amorim, began to arrange the Gemara, but without success, and commenced a second time to arrange it. Unfortunately they died before accomplishing their task, and the Gemara had to undergo the chances of transmission from hand to hand until the appearance upon the scene of Rabbeinu Jose, president of the last Zaburic college in Pumbeditha, who foresaw that his college was destined to be the last, owing to the growing persecution of the Jews from the days of fire use. He also feared that the Amoraic manuscripts would be lost in the coming dark days or materially altered, so he summoned all his contemporary associates and hastily closed up the Talmud, prohibiting any further additions. This enforced haste caused not only an improper arrangement and many numerous repetitions and additions, but also led to the Talmudizing of articles directly traceable to bitter and relentless opponents of the Talmud. The time, Rabbeinu Jose conducted his college only 17 years, being too short for a proper and critical review of. p19. Each and every subject, many theories were surreptitiously added by its enemies, with the purpose of making it detestable to its adherents. Of such character is the expression, that of Arashi is a fabrication, which is repeated numerous times throughout the Talmud and which could by no means have originated with the Amorim, which as a rule were very guarded in their expressions and would never have dreamed of applying it or similar expressions to such Talmudical authorities as Arashi and Mar, his son, much less to the patriarchs or the prophets. This closing up of the Talmud did not, however, prevent the importation of foreign matter into it, and many such have crept in through the agency of the Rabbanan Sabrai and the Geonim of every later generation. The chief aim of the authors of the Gemara being to perpetuate the Mishnah as the sole source of the Jewish religious and civil code after the Mosaic laws themselves, they not only directed all their energy to the discussion and perfecting of its deductions, but treated its very words and letters as inspired and as holy as the Bible itself, forming at times conclusions from a superfluous word or letter. Oftentimes, when they found the Mishnah differing with an established custom in their days, they resorted to subtle inquiry and minute discussion, until they succeeded in establishing harmony between the differing points. All these efforts were directed to refute and disprove the assertions of the different sects who opposed the oral law and who were inclined to adhere to the written law solely. Therefore the rabbis of the Gemara said Minolan? Where from its source? Or Manahanamili? Which means whence is all this deduced? In the treatment of a subject not plainly specified in the Bible, and also the exclamatory remark Beshida. It is self-evident, as regards subjects plainly enumerated in the scriptures which do not admit of any other interpretation. Of the same origin is the question Lermei I Helkitha? For what purpose was this halakha stated? With reference to an obsolete custom. So much for the general history of the Talmud.
Introduction to Tract Sabbath. With this tract we commence the translation of the section of the Talmud called Mode, Festivals, containing the following tracts: Sabbath, Irabin, Rosh Hashanah, Yuma, Shekalim, Sukkah, Megillah, Danith, Pesachim, Betzah, Hagiga, and Mode Katan. All these tracts are entirely devoted to precepts pertaining to the observance of the festivals and Sabbath, such as the performance of the different ritual ceremonies on feast days, the manner of sanctifying the Sabbath, and the ordinances relating to mourning for the dead both on Sabbath and weekdays. The commandments on which these precepts are founded, or from which they are derived, are contained in various portions of the Pentateuch. The fourth commandment of the Decalogue in Acts, Exod 20:8-11 and Dut. v. 12:15, the seventh day shall ye keep holy. In various other parts of the Pentateuch the due observance of the Sabbath is repeatedly ordained, in some instances merely mentioning the day as one to be kept inviolate and holy, and in others employing greater emphasis, referring to the history of creation, and establishing the observance as a sign of the covenant between the Lord and Israel. Such texts are Exod 13, 12, 16, 15, 31, 13, 17, 34, 21, 35, 1, 3, Lev 19, 29, 23, 32, Num 15, 9, etc. While the general principle is thus frequently inculcated, its special application, however, and specific enactments as to what constitutes a violation of the Sabbath, are nowhere fully carried out in the Pentateuch, and thus but few texts of the scriptures serve as a direct basis for the minute and numerous enactments of the rabbinical law. The Mishnah enumerates 39 Abhathor principal acts. p. 22. Of labor, the performance of any one of which constitutes a violation of the Sabbath. Every other kind of work becomes illegal only if it can be classified under one or any of these principal acts of labor. Thus, for instance, under the principal act of plowing, every analogous kind of work, such as digging, delving, weeding, dunging, etc., must be classified. In addition to these 39 principal acts and their accessories and derivatives, there are other acts which are especially prohibited by the rabbinical law as tending to violate the Sabbath rest, shpath. For the violation itself various degrees of culpability are established, and various degrees of punishment awarded. All these subjects relating to the due observance of the Sabbath, and pointing out its violation in every possible way, form the contents of the treatise Sabbath. In order properly to understand the Mishnah, and to avoid tedious repetitions, it is necessary to commence with the explanation of certain general principles and technical expressions predominating in the text. Wherever throughout the Mishnah the expression guilty, culpable, hayab, or free, patcher, is used, the meaning of the former, guilty, is that the transgressor acting unintentionally must bring the sin offering prescribed in the law. Of the second expression, free, that the accused is absolved from punishment. If through the performance of an unprohibited act some other, prohibited, occupation is inadvertently entered upon, it constitutes no offense, providing the latter is not done intentionally nor the lawful occupation entered upon with the covert purpose of making it serve as a subterfuge to do that which is prohibited. In the degrees of violation the nature of the occupation must be considered, as various kinds of labor may be required to perform and complete one act, and thus the offender may become amenable to several penalties. On the other hand, the rule is laid down that such occupations as only destroy, but do not serve an end in view, do not involve culpability, in the rigorous sense of the word, nor yet does work which is but imperfectly or incompletely performed involve culpability. The prohibition to carry or convey any object from one place. p. 23. To another, which in chap. I, section 1, of this treatise is called Yetsath, Shath, which means transfer on the Sabbath, and forms the 39th of the principal acts of labor, requires particular attention and explanation from the complexity of cases to which it gives rise. All space was by the Tanaim divided into 4 distinct kinds of premises, explained in the Gemara of this chapter. When in the text of the Mishnah the question is about carrying and conveying from one place to another, it does not apply to the free place, as that is subject to no jurisdiction. Moreover, the open air above private property has no legal limitation, whereas that over public property or unclaimed ground, Carmelith, only belongs thereto to the height of 10 spans, see explanation of the Gemara. The carrying or conveying from one kind of premises to another does not constitute a complete or perfect act, unless the same person who takes a thing from the place it occupies deposits it in another place. The tracts Sabbath and Erubin will contain the laws for the observance of rest on Sabbath, and these laws can be divided into 2 separate parts. Firstly, the part prohibiting labor on the Sabbath day, at the same time defining what is to be termed labor and what does not constitute an act of labor, and secondly, the part ordaining how the day is to be sanctified and distinguished from a weekday in the manner of eating, drinking, dress, lighting of candles in honor of the Sabbath, and incidentally the lighting of candles in honor of the festival of Hanukkah, the Maccabees. It has been proven that the 7th day kept holy by the Jews was also in ancient times the general day of rest among other nations, and was usually spent by the people of those days in much the same way as it is spent now, wherever local laws do not restrict buying and selling, namely, in the forenoon prayers were recited and the necessities of life for the day were bought, while p. 24. The afternoon was devoted to pleasure-seeking, merrymaking, visiting, and so forth. The Jews living prior to the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, and even during the latter's regime, were wont to spend the Sabbath in the same manner as their pagan neighbors. It was this fact that caused the sages of Nehemiah's time to fear that should the Jews, who were always in the minority as compared with other nations, continue this method of keeping the Sabbath and join in the merrymaking and pleasures of their neighbors, mingling freely with their sons and daughters, assimilation was almost inevitable, especially as the Jewish race was scattered over all the known world and was nowhere in very large numbers. The sages then devised means to keep the Jew from mingling with the Gentile and from participating in the pleasures and carousals of his neighbors. This can be seen from Nehemiah 13. 126. In those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, etc. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab, etc. Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Thus we see that Nehemiah began by prohibiting traffic and the carrying of burdens on the Sabbath, Ibid. 13:19, and ended by prohibiting intermarriage with foreign women. About this time also another prophet, the second Isaiah, who, though not possessing the temporal power of Nehemiah, was gifted with that persuasive eloquence that appealed to the heart, preached against indulging in pleasures on the Sabbath day. He says, Isaiah, Levi 13:14, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, meaning if thou keep away from drinking places, dancing houses, etc., on the Sabbath, and follow not the custom of other nations, and call the Sabbath a delight, meaning the rest on the Sabbath shall constitute thy pleasure, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words. Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. The inference is very p25 plain. The prophet wishes to impress the Jew with the fact that the Lord will reward those with the heritage of Jacob who have kept away from mingling with the pleasures of other nations. Read Ibid. Levi, especially verses 10, 11, and 12. After the establishment of a permanent government among the Jews, however, it was found that the exhortations of the prophets after the manner of Isaiah were of no avail. The people still continued seeking pleasures on the Sabbath, after the manner of other nations, and were still wont to enjoy the pastimes of their neighbors. The enforcement of the prohibition of carrying burdens was then decided upon to act as a check upon the people by defining minutely the meaning of burdens, and the prohibition was interpreted to include not only heavy burdens, but all portable articles, such as money, trinkets, eatables, etc., while only necessary articles of clothing and apparel were permitted to be worn. To such an extent was the matter carried that even the wearing of rings, with the exception of such as had a name of the wearer engraved upon them, was not permitted. In fact, everything that could be converted into money was included in the definition of burdens. Beggars were not permitted to solicit alms on the Sabbath, contrary to the customs of other nations, so as not to afford anyone an excuse for carrying money on that day. The enforcement of such a law, however, was practically impossible in the case of people who remained in their houses, and certain modifications were made. These modifications were as follows: the laws were made to apply only on public grounds but were not valid on private grounds, so that in a private house a person was permitted to carry whatever was necessary. Private grounds were also established by the institution of a rabbin, that is, where a street or a public place was inhabited by Jews alone. A small amount of meal was collected from each household. From the meal a cake was made and hung conspicuously in that locality. The point where the street inhabited by Jews alone commenced and the point where it ended were joined by a piece of twine, and thus definitely marked. Thus public grounds were turned into private grounds, from the fact that each household p26 contributing a share of meal made them all in a manner co-partners in one object. The walking of more than 2,000 ells outside of the city limits was also prohibited. Within the city limits, be the city ever so large, walking was permitted. The possibility of confinement in the house on the Sabbath becoming conducive to the performance of labor was offset by the establishment of a law prohibiting all the different modes of labor used in the construction of the tabernacle, besides all manner of agricultural labor. This again brought about the detailing of all the different modes of labor employed in the construction of the tabernacle and in agriculture, all of which is discussed in these treatises of Sabbath and a rabbin. Naturally, the institution of laws carries with it provisions for the penalties attending their infraction, and these penalties were divided into three classes. First, The penalties for unintentional infractions. Secondly, for intentional infractions. Thirdly, for intentional violations where the violator had been previously forewarned of the penalty by two witnesses. The penalty for the first class of infractions was simply the sacrificing of a sin offering, which, however, involved a great many hardships, as the culprit had to bring the sin offering to the temple in Jerusalem in person, and was frequently compelled to travel quite a distance in order to do so, besides sustaining the loss of the value of the offering. For the second class, if two witnesses testified before the tribunal that the culprit had labored on the Sabbath, and the culprit admitted that he had done so intentionally, no penalty was inflicted by the tribunal, but the person was told that he would be punished by the heavenly power with the curse of Karath, shortening his allotted time of existence on earth. No penalty was inflicted, for the reason that, the culprit having made himself liable to severe punishment from superhuman sources, it served as an excuse to absolve him from human punishment. 1. p. 27. For the third class, however, when the culprit openly defied the existing authority and in spite of forewarnings, persisted in violating the law, he was considered a traitor to the government, to be sentenced to death by stoning, as was the wood-gatherer, Numbers 15:32. It is upon these laws that the discussions in the treatises Sabbath and Derubin are based, and in addition the reader will find many ethical laws, legends, and the enumeration of such enjoyments as are permitted on the Sabbath day and the festivals. In addition to the above, we would make the following citations from the text of the Talmud, as a necessary feature of the introduction. We find in the tract Sabbath, 61b and 96b, the story of the mysterious scroll which Rab claimed to have found in the house of his uncle, Arhiah. This scroll referred to the principal acts of labor prohibited on the Sabbath, which were 40 less 1. Rab discovered in this scroll the statement of RICB. Jehuda to the effect that although 39 principal acts of labor are enumerated, only one of them makes a man actually culpable. The Gemara then amends this statement and declares that it should read, one of the 39 does not involve culpability, but does not mention which one it is. Consequently, it remains doubtful which act it is that does not involve culpability. And where a doubt exists as to whether an act is prohibited or not, no punishment can be inflicted for its commission. From this, two things may be inferred: first, that these acts of labor were prohibited for political reasons, because the mystery was extant, and we find the term mystery applied to political cases only, and second, that the Gemara declares in the same passage that the carrying of an object from public ground into private ground is not one of the doubtful acts and a penalty is prescribed in the event of its being committed. Hence the object was to prevent the assimilation explained above. 2. We find in Yevamot, 90b, Eliezer b. Jacob said, I have heard that a man was found riding a horse on Sabbath in the time of the Greeks, and being brought before the tribunal for p. 28. The crime was stoned to death. This man was punished, not because his crime merited the penalty, but because the times made it necessary. The inference is therefore clearly established that the man was punished for political reasons, and that the violation of the Sabbath laws did not involve capital punishment. 3. In Yoma, 85b, it is written, R. Jonathan b. Joseph said, the Sabbath is holy unto you, implying that the Sabbath is handed over to you and not you to the Sabbath. 1. 4. R. Johanan states elsewhere that in Palestine, where the Jews were together, no public ground existed. Michael L. Rodkinson. Cincinnati, March, 1896.
Tract Sabbath. Chapter 1. Regulations regarding transfer on Sabbath. Mishnah I, There are two acts constituting transfer: one of movable things, over the dividing line of adjoining premises, based on biblical statutes. The two acts are, however, increased to 4 on the inside and to a like amount on the outside of the premises, by the addition of rabbinical statutes. How so? A mendicant stands outside and the master of a house inside. The mendicant passes his hand into the house, through a window or door, and puts something into the hand of the master, or he takes something out of the master's hand and draws it back, toward him. In such a case the mendicant is guilty of transfer, and the master of the house is free. If the master of the house passes his hand outside and puts a thing into the hand of the mendicant, or takes something out of the mendicant's hand and brings it into the house, the master of the house is culpable and the mendicant is free. 2. If the mendicant extends his hand into the house and the master takes something out of it, or puts something into it which is drawn to the outside by the mendicant, they are both free. If the master of the house extends his hand outside and the mendicant takes something out of it, or puts something into it which is drawn to the inside by the master, they are both free. Gemara, we were taught, Shebuoth, 4:2, the acts p. 2 of transfer on the Sabbath are 2, respectively 4. Why is this teaching here specified as 2 respectively 4 on the inside, and 2 respectively 4 on the outside, and there no such specification was made? Said our Papa, here the special subject of treatment is the Sabbath, and the Mishnah enumerated the cases which involve guilt and those which do not involve guilt, while there the principal subject of treatment is a different one, and he mentions only the cases that involve guilt, leaving the cases that do not involve guilt untouched. But the cases that involve guilt are those by which acts of transfer are committed, and such are only 2? Nay, there are 2 acts of transfer from within and 2 from without. But the Mishnah says, Yetzaf, which in a literal sense means transfer from within. Said Rashi, the Tana calls transfer from without by the same term. And for what reason? Because every act of removing a thing from its place is called Yetzia. Said Rabina, the Mishnah also bears out this sense, for it speaks of Yetzeth and immediately illustrates its remark by citing a case from without. This bears it out. Rabba, however, says, he, the Tana, speaks about divided premises, whose line of division is crossed, and in this case there are only 2, in each of which there may be 4 acts of transfer. Said Armathna to Abayi, are there not 8, even 12, instances of transfer over the line of division? 1. And he rejoined, such transfers as involve the obligation of a sin offering are counted, but those that do not involve such an obligation are not counted. They are both free. Was not the act of transfer committed by both? Said Arhiya bar Gamda, the act of removing the thing was committed by the joint efforts of both, and they, the rabbis, said, it is written in the law, when a person did it too, that is, when one person commits the act he is culpable, but when an act is committed by the joint efforts of 2 persons, they are both free. Rab questioned Rabbi, if one were laden by his friend with eatables and beverages and carried them outside of the house, how is the law? Is the removing of his body tantamount to the removing of a thing from its place, and therefore he is culpable, or is it not so? P. 3. Said Rabbi to him, he is culpable. And this case is not like the case of removing his hand. Why so? Because, in the latter case, the hand was not at rest, while, in the former, the body, before and after removal, was entirely at rest. 1. Said Rabbi Hiya to Rab, descendant of nobles. Did I not tell thee that when Rabbi is engaged with a certain tract, ask him not about a subject that is treated in another tract, for he may not have that subject in his mind. And if Rabbi were not a great man thou mightest cause him shame, for he would give thee an answer which might not be right. In this instance, however, he gave thee a correct answer, as we have learned in the following Boratha, if one was laden with eatables and beverages while it was yet light on the eve of Sabbath, and he carried them outside after dark, he is culpable, for his case is not like that of removing the hand mentioned above. Abai said, "From all that was said above it is certain to me that the hand of a man, standing on the street, is not treated as public ground. 2. And I also see that, if a man stands on private ground, his hand is not to be treated as private ground. Would it be correct, then, to regard the hand as unclaimed ground? If so, would the penalty imposed by the rabbis in such a case, namely, that one should not move his hand, containing a movable thing, back, during the Sabbath day, apply in this case or not? Come and hear the following Boratha. If a man has his hand filled with fruit and he extends it outside of the premises where he stands, one said he is not permitted to draw it back, and another Boratha says he is allowed to do so. May we not assume that this is their point of dispute? The former holds that the hand is treated as unclaimed ground, and the latter thinks that it is not like unclaimed ground? Nay, it may be that both agree that the hand, as spoken of in our Mishnah, is like unclaimed ground, and yet it presents no difficulty. One of the Borathas treats of a man who had extended his hand unintentionally, and the other one treats of a man who had put forth his hand intentionally. In the former case the rabbis did not p. 4. fine him, and in the latter case they did. And if you wish, it may be said that they both speak of a case when the act was done unintentionally, and their point of differing is as to the varying premises, whether the hand may be drawn back to the ground where the man stands, or to other, private, ground that adjoins it. As Rabba questioned R. Naaman, if the hand of a man was filled with fruit, and he extended it outside, may he draw it back to the same ground where he stands? And he answered, he may. And may he remove his hand, to other, private, ground? Nay. And to the question, what is the distinction? He said, if thou wilt measure a whole cur of salt and present me with it, I shall tell thee the answer. See footnote, Erubin, p. 79. In the former case his design was not accomplished, in the latter, however, his design was accomplished, and it is prohibited for fear that it should be repeated. R.B.B. Barabai questioned, if one has put bread into the oven, is he allowed to take it out before it is baked and he becomes liable to bring a sin offering, or not? Said R. Barabai to Rabina, what does the questioner mean? Unintentionally and without remembering that it is Sabbath, then what does the expression allowed mean? To whom? He is still not aware of it. On the other hand, if he did it unintentionally and afterward he remembered of the Sabbath, how can he be liable to a sin offering? Did not a Mishnah state that the liability to bring such a sacrifice applies only when the failing was begun and accomplished unintentionally? Should it be understood that the act was done intentionally, then it would not involve the liability of a sin offering, but it would constitute a crime that involved capital punishment. 1. Said Arashi, say, then, it is a crime that involves capital punishment. Aha, the son of Rabha, taught so plainly. R.B.B. Barabai said, if one put bread into the oven, he is allowed to take it out before it may involve a case of capital punishment. The mendicant extended his hand, etc. Why is he culpable? To complete the act, there must be a transfer from a place that is 4 ells square and a depositing into a place of the same area, and such was not the case here. Said Rabba, our p. 5. Paragraph continues, Mishnah is in accordance with Archiba's opinion, who holds that as soon as the air of a place surrounds a thing it is equal to the thing being deposited in that place. But may it not be that depositing does not require 4 ells, for the reason stated above, but removing does? Said R. Joseph, the teaching of this paragraph agrees, not with the opinion of Archiba, but with that of Rabbi, as we have learned in the following Boratha. If one threw an object from one street into the other, and there was a private ground between them, Rabbi declared him culpable, and the sages freed him. Hereupon Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, Rabbi declared the man guilty of 2 offenses, one for having removed the thing from its place, and one for having deposited it in another place. Hence in both, the 4 L's in question are not required. But with reference to this it was taught that both the Rabbi and Samuel said that Rabbi's declaration of culpability treated of a case where the private ground, that divided the 2 streets, was roofed, for the assumption is that a house must be regarded as a solid object that fills out all the space it occupies, but not when it was unroofed. Therefore said Rabbi, all these views can be dispensed with, as, the hand of a man, because of its value, is considered as a piece of ground 4 L's square. And so, also, was declared by Rabin, when he came from Palestine, in the name of Johanan. Rabban in the name of Ilah, quoting Johanan, said, if one threw a thing and it rested in the hands of another man, he is culpable. Whether repetition has not Johanan declared above, already, that the hand of a man is considered as a space of 4 L's square. Lest one say that this is only when he intended to put it into his hand, and the intention makes it valuable as the space in question, but not otherwise. Therefore the repetition. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if one remains standing in his place when he receives a thing, he is culpable, but if he was moving away from his place when he received it, he is free. And so also we have learned in Aboratha in the name of the anonymous teachers. Johanan asked the following question, if one threw a thing and then moved from his place and caught it, is he culpable or not? How is this question to be understood? Said Dabara, the difficulty is concerning the exercise. p. 6. Of 2 forces by one man, and the question was thus, if 2 forces were exercised by one man, in committing a prohibited act, should both parts of the act be accounted to the same, so that he should be declared culpable, or should each part of the act be considered separately, as if there were 2 individuals concerned, and then he is free? This question is not decided. Rabban in the name of Johanan said, if one put his hand into the yard of his neighbor, got it full of rainwater, and withdrew it, he is guilty. But to make one guilty of the act, it must consist of removing a thing from a place of 4 L's square, which is not the case here. Said Arhiab. Arhuna, it means that he took the water as it was running down a slanting wall, as Rabbi taught elsewhere that removing a thing from a slanting wall made the man culpable. But, in speaking of removing an object from a slanting wall, Rabbi treated on the question of removing a book, which is a stationary thing. Is it analogous to removing water that can never become stationary? Therefore said Rabbi, our case treats when he dipped the water out of a cavity, in the wall, in question. Is not this self-evident? Lest one say that water standing upon water is not considered stationary, he comes to teach us that it is. And this is in accordance with his theory, as follows, water standing upon water is considered stationary, a nut, however, lying upon the surface of water is not considered so. The same said again, in the name of the same authorities, one who was laden with eatables and beverages, entering and going out the whole day, he is not culpable until he rests. Said Abai, and even then only if he stops for the purpose of resting, but not when he stops merely to adjust his burden on his shoulders. Whence is this deduced? From what the master said, he stopped within the limit of 4 L's to rest, he is free, but if he stopped to adjust the load on his shoulders he is culpable. Beyond 4 L's, if he stopped to rest he is culpable, but if he stopped to adjust the burden on his shoulder he is not culpable. What does this imply? It implies that one cannot be culpable unless his intention of removing was before he stopped. The rabbis taught, if one takes anything from his store into the market through the alleyway, where the benches of market men are situated, he is culpable. It makes no difference whether he carries, throws, or pushes it with his arm. Ben Azai, however, p. 7, said, if he carries it in or out he is not culpable, But if he throws or pushes it in or out, he is culpable. The same we have learned in another Baratha. The rabbis taught, there are 4 kinds of premises as regards the Sabbath, viz., private ground, public ground, unclaimed ground, and ground that is under no jurisdiction. What is private ground? A ditch or hedge that is 10 spans deep or high and 4 spans wide, such are absolutely private grounds. What is public ground? A country road or a wide street, or lanes open at both ends, such are absolutely public grounds. So that in these 2 kinds of premises nothing must be carried from one to the other, and if such was done by one unintentionally, he is liable to a sin offering. If, however, intentionally, then he is liable to be cut off, or to suffer the extreme penalty, at the hands of human justice. A sea, a valley of fields, the front walk, before a row of stores, and unclaimed ground are neither like public nor like private ground. Nothing should be carried about there to start with, but if one has done it, he is not culpable. Nor should anything be taken out of these grounds into public or private ground, or brought in from the latter into these grounds, but if one has done so, he is not culpable. In adjoining courtyards of many tenants and alleys that are open at both ends, where the tenants have made it communal property, one carrying things is allowed. However, it is not allowed when such is not done. A man standing on the doorstep 2nd of may take things from or give things to the master of the house, so also may he take a thing from a mendicant in the street or give it to him, but he must not take things from the master of the house and hand them over to the mendicant in the street, nor take from the latter and transmit to the former. Still, if this was done, all the 3 men are not guilty. Anonymous teachers, however, say that the doorstep serves as 2 separate grounds. When the door is open it belongs to the inside, and when the door is closed it belongs to the outside. But if the doorstep is 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, it is considered as a premises in itself. The master said, such are absolutely private grounds. p. 8. What does he intend to exclude, by this emphatic declaration? To exclude that which R. J. Huda taught about a rabbin, p. 25. These are absolutely public grounds. What does it mean to exclude? To exclude another instance of R. J. Huda's teaching, concerning the enclosure of wells. Ibid, p. 40. Why does not the Boratha count the desert also? For have we not learned in the Boratha, public ground is constituted by public roads, wide streets, alleys that are open at both ends. In the desert, said Abai, it presents no difficulty. There the law was expounded as it existed when Israel dwelt in the desert. Here, however, the law is taught as it prevails at the present time. The master said, if one has brought in or taken out a thing unintentionally, etc., is not this self-evident? He means to say that if the culprit did it intentionally, he is liable to be cut off, etc. Also this is self-evident. He comes to teach, because of the following statement of Rab, who said, I found mysterious scrolls in the possession of my uncle, Arhiah, which read, Zeben Jehud says, there are 40 less 1 principal acts of labor. A man, however, cannot be guilty of performing but one. Into the question, how is this to be understood? The answer was, it should be corrected and read, there is one of those acts of labor for which a man is not guilty. In consequence, however, of the omission just what particular act of labor is excluded, all of the 39 remain doubtful, and the Boratha teaches that the labor mentioned is not one of the doubtful. Again, the master said, a sea, a valley of fields, etc. Is that so? Have we not learned, Teherath, Vi. 7, that a valley is, in summertime, to be regarded as private ground with reference to the Sabbath, and as public ground with reference to defilement? In the rainy season, however, it is private ground in all respects? Sedula, as a matter of fact it is unclaimed ground, but by calling it private ground the Boratha only means to distinguish it from public ground. Arashi, however, said, he speaks of a valley in which there are partitions. 1. And unclaimed ground. Are not all the above mentioned unclaimed ground? When Ardimi came he said in the p. 9. Name of Arjohanan, the mention of unclaimed ground in this case is required merely to imply a corner of a private plot that adjoins public ground, for although at times, when the street is crowded, many people are forced into this corner, it is considered as unclaimed ground, as the public use of it is not regarded with favor. He said also in the name of the same authority, the space between the pillars and the buildings, on the side of the street, is considered by the law as unclaimed ground. Why so? Because although many walk there, still, since one cannot make his way in such space freely, the row of pillars being irregular or in a broken line, it is like unclaimed ground. Arzera in the name of Arjehud said, the benches in front of pillars are regarded as unclaimed ground, even if they are 10 spans high and 4 spans wide. The one who holds that the space between the pillars is considered as such, will so much the more agree that the benches in front of the pillars are considered such, but he who says that the benches are so considered, may hold that this is so because the encroachment upon them is not regarded with favor. The ground between the pillars, however, which is usually trodden by many people, is like public ground. Rabbi Shila in the name of Arhasta said, if one throw or plaster, an adhesible thing against the side of a brick that is standing up in the street, he is culpable, but if he throw or plaster a thing on top of it, he is not. Abai and Rabbi both said, provided the brick is 3 spans high, so that people do not step upon it, with bushes or briars, however, even if less than 3 spans high, one is not culpable. And Hayya Bar Rab said, even a bush or briar must be 3 spans high. 1. Rabbi, of the school of Arshila, said, when Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Arjohanan, no space can be considered unclaimed ground unless it has an area of 4 spans square, and Arshesheth added that it holds good up to 10 spans square. What does it mean? Shall we assume that only if it has a partition of 10 spans it is unclaimed ground? Has not Argidil in the name of Arhiyya Bar Joseph, quoting p. 10. Paragraph continues, Rab, said, a house that is not 10 spans high, but which is raised to that height by the ceiling, one may handle on the roof over its entire area, inside of the house, however, only within 4 ells square. Therefore we must say that the statement, it holds good up to 10 spans, implies that the law of unclaimed ground is valid when the height does not exceed 10 spans. As Samuel said to Arjehuda, ingenious scholar, treat not on laws of the Sabbath exceeding 10 spans in height. And to what does it apply? To private ground it could not apply, as it is known that private ground is so considered to the sky, hence it is only to unclaimed ground that above 10 spans does not exist, as the rabbis have invested unclaimed grounds with the lenient regulations pertaining to private ground, viz., if the place have an area of 4 spans square, it is unclaimed ground. If it has a lesser area, it is not subservient to any jurisdiction, and with the lenient regulations of public ground, viz., the place is regarded as unclaimed ground only to the height of 10 spans, beyond that it ceases to be unclaimed ground. The text says, and a house the inside of which is not 10 spans high, etc. said Abai, if, however, one has cut in it an excavation 4 ells square, so as to complete the height of 10 spans, one may handle things freely in the whole house. Why so? Because in such a case the entire space of the house, around the excavation, would be considered like holes on private ground, and it has been taught that such holes are regarded the same as the private ground itself. As to holes on public ground, Abai said, they are like public ground. Rabha, however, says that they are not. Said Rabbi to Abai, according to your theory, holes on public ground are to be considered the same as the ground itself? In which respect, then, does this case differ from what Ardimi said above, p. 8, in the name of Arjohanan? Let, according to thy opinion, such a corner be considered as a hole in public ground. Nay, the use of the corner is not considered favorable by people, while no one objects to the use of a hole in the street. Arhasta said, if a person erected a pole on private ground and threw something at it, if that thing rested on top of the pole, and be that pole 100 ells high, the person is culpable, for private ground is absolutely unlimited in height. Shall we assume that Arhasta holds in accordance with Rabbi of the following Boratha, if one threw a thing, in p. 11. the street, and it rested upon the smallest cornice one, of a house, according to Rabbi he is culpable, and the schoolmen say that he is not. Said Abai, in private ground all admit the decision of Arhasta. The case, however, in which Rabbi and the sages differ was a tree that stands on private ground with its branches reaching out into public ground, and one threw a thing which rested on the branch. Rabbi holds that the branch is part and parcel of the root, but the sages opine that we need not assume such to be the case. Abai said, if one threw a beehive which was 10 spans high, but not 6 spans wide, into the street, he is culpable. If, however, the beehive was 6 spans wide, he is free, because it is considered a piece of private ground in itself. Rabbi, however, said he is not, even if it be less than 6 spans wide. Why so? Because it is impossible for twined reed not to exceed the given height. 2. In case he threw the beehive 3 with its mouth down, even if the hive is a trifle over 7 spans high, he is culpable, but if it is 7½ spans high, he is not. Arashi, however, said, he is, even if it is 7½ spans high. Why so? Because the enclosing rim of the beehive is made for the purpose of containing something within, and not to be attached to the ground, hence it is not included in the levied class. 4. Eula said, a post 9 spans high, which stands in the street, and people use it to shoulder their burdens on. If one threw a thing and it rested on the top of it, he is culpable. Why so? Because a thing that is less than 3 spans high is stepped upon by many, a thing between 3 and 9 spans high is not used either to step or to shoulder a burden on, but if it is 9 spans high, it is surely used to shoulder burdens on. Abai questioned Joseph, what is the law of a pit, of similar depth? Said he, the same, as of the post. Rabbi. p. 12. However, said, a pit of similar depth is not governed by the same law. Why so? Because the use, which is made of a thing, through compulsion is not called, a customary, use. Aradabar Mathna objected to Rabbi from the following Boratha, if one intended to keep the Sabbath on public ground and deposited his Erub in a pit less than 10 spans, below the ground, his act is valid. If he deposited it more than 10 spans below the ground, his Erub is of no value. Let us see how was the case. If the pit was more than 10 spans deep, and by the saying he deposited it less than 10 spans below the ground is meant that he raised the Erub to a higher place, and by the saying more than 10 spans is meant on the bottom of the pit, then, at all events, the Erub could not be of any value, as he is in public ground, and his Erub is in private. Therefore we must say that the case was of a pit less than 10 spans deep, and nevertheless the Erub is valid. Hence we see that the use of a place through compulsion can at times be considered as customary use. The answer was that the Boratha is according to Rabbi, who says that against things which are prohibited only rabbinically because of rest, Shebuoth, no precautionary measures are taken when they are to be done at twilight, and the prescribed time for depositing an Erub is twilight. Therefore, although the use of the pit which was less than 10 spans deep was compulsory, the Erub was nevertheless valid, because respecting twilight the rabbis are not particular. Arjehud said, if one moves a bundle of reeds by raising one end and throwing it over, then raising the other end and throwing it over, he is not culpable, unless he lifts the entire bundle off the ground. The master said, a man standing on the doorstep, etc. What is that step? If it is the step of the street, how may he take from the master of the house? Does he not transfer from private ground into public ground? If it is the step of the house, how may he take from the mendicant, standing in the street? Does he not transfer from public into private ground? And if it is unclaimed ground, how may he take and give intentionally, since a direct prohibition to that effect exists? Nay, the doorstep is a place concerning which the law has no provision, as, for instance, it is not 4 spans square. It is said elsewhere by Ardimi in the name of Ar-Johanan that such a thing is not under the jurisdiction. p. 13. The master said, all 3 are not culpable. Would this not be an objection to Rabha, who said if one transfer an object, in public ground, from one to the other limit of 4 spans, even if he moves it over his head, that is, above 10 spans from the ground, he is culpable. In the above-mentioned case, however, he is not. Anonymous teachers say a doorstep, etc. is such the case even if there is no side beam to it. Has not Arhama Bargarian in the name of Rab said that if it is inside the door, and not even 4 spans square, there must still be a side beam to make it a free place? Said Arjuda in the name of Rab, here the doorstep of an alley is treated of, the half of which is roofed, and the other half not roofed, and the roofing is toward the inside. In this case when the door is open it is considered like the inside, when it is closed it is like the outside. Arashi, however, said, the case was of a doorstep of a house, but the door was topped by 2 beams, each of which was less than 4 spans wide, and between them the space was less than 3 spans wide, the door itself being in the middle, so that the law of Levud applies only when the door is open, and not when it is closed. Therefore when it is open the doorstep is considered as the inside, and when it is closed the doorstep is regarded as the outside. If the doorstep is 10 spans high, etc. This supports the theory of R. Isaac bar Abimi, who said that R. Meyer used to say, wherever thou findest 2 distinct grounds belonging to the same premises, that is, to which the law of premises regarding the Sabbath applies equally, like a post in private ground, that is 10 spans high and 4 wide, it is prohibited to shoulder a burden on it. As a precautionary measure, enacted by the rabbis, for fear that the same would be done with a rock of the same size that may be found in the street, and it is biblically prohibited to shoulder upon it. Mishnah 2, one shall not sit down one before the hair cutter at the approach of the time for afternoon devotion, 2 before. p. 14. Reciting his prayers. Nor shall he enter a bathroom or a tannery, the same is the case with any factory or large business, or sit down to eat, or start pleading a case, before a judge. But if he has started, he need not be interrupted. One must quit his work to read Shema, but he need not stop working in order to pray. Gemara, what time of Minha does the Mishnah mean? Does it mean the high afternoon one time? Why should a man not be allowed, since the day is still young? Does it mean the lesser time, and still hold that, if the man had started the work, he need not discontinue it? Shall this be taken as an objection to the opinion of R. Joshua ben Levi, who said, when the time of afternoon prayer draws nigh, one must not partake of anything before performing his devotion? Nay, he speaks here of the high time, and yet one shall not begin cutting his hair, as a precaution against accidents, lest his scissors break, a bath to sweat, lest he grow exhausted, a tannery, lest he notice some damage to his wares and become confused, nor shall he sit down to eat lest the meal be protracted, pleading a case of justice, lest argument be advanced that overthrows all previous arguments, and until all this is settled the Minha prayer will be forgotten. From what moment does the act of haircutting begin? Said Arabin, from the moment the barber's cloth is spread over him. The act of bathing begins from the moment the coat is pulled off, tanning begins from the moment the working apron is tied around the shoulders, a meal begins from the moment the hands are washed, so said Rab, but Arhanina said, from the moment one takes off his girdle. and they do not differ. Rab spoke of the custom of his country, and Hanina spoke of the custom of his country. Abai said, according to him who holds that the evening prayer is discretionary, our Babylon colleagues, as soon as they take off their girdle for the meal, they must not be troubled to pray before meal. However, according to him who holds that even this prayer is obligatory, they must be troubled. But is p. 15. Not the afternoon prayer obligatory by all means, and nevertheless our Mishnah teaches that if he began his meal, he need not be interrupted, to which Hanina said that the loosening of the girdle is the beginning. In the case of the afternoon prayer, since the time for it is fixed, we assume that the man will hasten and will not fail to pray in time, while for evening prayer, the time for which extends through the entire night, it is feared that he may not hasten, and neglect it. Sheshith opposed, is it so much trouble to put on one's girdle? Furthermore, cannot one stand up, without a girdle, and pray? Nay. As it is written, prepare thyself to meet thy God, O Israel. Amos 4:12, and as Rabbi Arhuna used to put on stockings when he stood up to recite prayers, saying, it is written, prepare thyself, etc. Rabbi, however, used to throw off his mantle and fold his hands when he prayed, speaking as a slave before his master. Rashi said, I have observed Arkohana. In times of trouble he threw off his mantle and folded his hands when he prayed, speaking like a slave before his master. In times of peace he dressed and fitted himself up carefully, saying, it is written, prepare thyself to meet thy God, O Israel. Rabbi noticed that Arhamnuna spent much time at his prayers. Said he, thus they quit eternal life and busy themselves with transient life. He, Arhamnuna, however, thought that the time spent in prayer is a thing by itself, and the time devoted to study is also a thing by itself. Jeremiah was sitting before Zerah discussing Halakha. The day was breaking and time for prayer came, and Jeremiah hastened for the purpose of praying. Said Zerah to him, when one turneth away his ear so as not to listen to the law, even his prayer becometh an abomination. Prov. 28:9. At what moment does the work of dispensing justice commence? Jeremiah and Jonah, one said, from the moment the judges put on their mantles, the other said, from the moment the litigants begin pleading. And they do not differ. The former speaks of the instance of opening court, the latter of the instance when the court was in session and the judges were engaged in deciding other cases. Up to what time should court be in session? Sheshith p. 16. Said, up to mealtime. Said Hama, from which scriptural passage have we this? From happy art thou, O land, when thy king is noble-spirited, and thy princes eating proper time, for strengthening and not for gluttony. X. 17, that is, for the strength of the law and not for indulgence in wine. The rabbis taught, the first hour of the day is the time the Lydians eat. The Lydians were cannibals. In the second hour robbers eat, in the third hour, rich heirs eat, the fourth hour is eating time for the people in general, in the fifth hour laborers eat, in the sixth hour scholars eat, from the last hour onward, eating is like throwing a stone into a barrel, rather injurious than beneficial. Said Abai, this is the case only when one has tasted nothing in the morning, but if he did so, it does not matter. Bar Abba said, one may say his prayers in a new bathroom, which has not been used. Arhamnuna said in the name of Eula, one is not permitted to call shalom to another man in a bathroom, for it is written, he called the eternal shalom, Judges, vi. 23. If so, the saying of the word faith should also be prohibited, for it is written, the faithful God, Dut. 7. 9. Unless one say so it is, has not Rabbi Bar Massa said in the name of Arhama Bargarian, quoting Rab, that faith may be mentioned? In the latter case the name itself is not so designated, as it means as it is translated above. But in the former case it, shalom, is a designation of the name itself. The same says again in the name of the same authority, if one bestows a gift on his friend, he should let him know it, as it is written, to know that I, the Eternal, made you holy, X. 31:13. And there is a Boratha which states as follows, the Holy One, blessed be he, said unto Moses, I have a good gift in my storehouse, its name is Sabbath, which I wish to bestow on Israel, go and announce it to them. From this Simeon ben Gamaliel said, one who gives a child some bread should announce it to its mother. How shall he do this? Said Abai, he should put some ointment around its eyes and stain it with dye. Is this so? Has not Arhamabi? Hanina said, he who bestows a gift on his friend need not announce it to him, for it is written, Moses knew not, etc. X. 34:29. This p. 17 presents no difficulty. The latter instance represents a thing that is to become known by itself, the former instance treats of a thing that cannot become known by itself. But was not the Sabbath a thing that was to become known? Aye, but the reward, for keeping the Sabbath holy, that attends it was not to be known. Johanan in the name of Simeon b. Yohei said, all the commands that the Holy One, blessed be he, gave unto Israel, were given with publicity, excepting the Sabbath, which was given in privacy, for it is written, between me and the children of Israel it is an everlasting sign, X. 31:17. If such is the case, the idolaters need not be punished for its sake. The Sabbath was made known, but the additional soul, a new impetus of life, which comes with the Sabbath was not made known to them. Thus Simeon b. Lachish said, the Holy One, blessed be he, bestows an additional soul on man on the eve of the Sabbath, and takes it back again when the Sabbath departs. 1. Arhista held in his hand 2 gifts, 2 from the flesh of an ox, and said, I will give this to the man who will tell me some new teaching in the name of Rab. Said Rabbi Massa to him, thus taught Rab, he who bestows a gift on a friend should let him know it. And Arhista gave him the meat. Said the former again, art thou so fond of the teachings of Rab? Aye, he answered. Said he, this is like that which Rab said, a silk garment is precious to the wearer. Rejoined Arhista, did Rab indeed say so? This second thing is even better than the first, if I had other gifts I would bestow them too. Rabbi Massa in the name of the same said again, one should never show preference for one child above his other children, as for the sake of 2 salas weight of silk, which Jacob bestowed on Joseph in preference to his other sons, the brothers became jealous of Joseph, and the development brought about our ancestors' migration into Egypt. Again he continued, one should always endeavor to seek a dwelling in a city of recent settlement, for the settlement being recent, the sins are few. As it is written, behold, this city is p. 18. Near to flee thereunto, and it is little. General 19:20. What does it mean, it is near and small? Could not he see this himself? But it means its settlement is recent and therefore its sins are not many. The same said again, a city whose roofs are higher than that of the synagogue will ultimately be destroyed, as it is written, to raise high the house of our God, etc. Ezra 9:9. However, this refers only to the roofs of the houses, but as to the tops of towers and palaces, it does not concern them. Said Arashi, I have prevented Mathamasa from being destroyed, as he had made the prayer house and the college higher than other houses. But was it not destroyed later? Yea, but not for this sin. He also said, 1. It is better to be dependent on an Israelite than on an idolater than on a Persian, on a Persian schoolman 2 than on a scholar than on a widow or an orphan. He also said, rather any sickness than sickness of the bowels, rather any pain than pain of the heart, rather any disorder than a disorder in the head, rather any evil than a bad wife. Again he said, if all the seas were ink, if all the swamps were producing pens, if the whole expanse of the horizon were parchment, and all the men were scribes, the thoughts that fill the void of a ruler's heart could not be written in full. Whence is this deduced? Said Harsha, the heavens as to height and the earth as to depth, and the hearts of kings cannot be fathomed. Prov. 25. 3. To read Shema, etc. Was it not stated before that they need not be interrupted? This sentence applies to study, as we have learned in Aboratha. Scholars that are engaged in studying the law must stop for the reading of Shema, but they need not stop for prayer. Said R. Johanan, such is the case with men like R. Simeon B. Yohai and his colleagues, for learning was their profession, but men like ourselves must stop for prayer also. But have we not learned in Aboratha, as students need not quit their studies for prayer, so they need not stop them for Shema? This applies only to the study of p. 19. The establishment of leap year, as Arada B. Abba, and so also the sages of Hagrunya in the name of Elazar B. Zadok, declared, when we were engaged in fixing a leap year at Yabn, we did not quit our work, either for Shema or for prayer. Mishnah 3. A tailor shall not go out with his needle when it is nearly dark on Friday, lest he forget and go out, carrying it about with him, after dark, nor a scribe with his pen, nor shall one search for vermin in his garments or read before the lamplight, Friday night. Of a verity it is said, an instructor may follow the children when they read, but he shall not read himself, before the lamplight. In a similar manner it is said that one afflicted with gonorrhea should not eat from the same plate with a woman that has the same disease, lest they become accustomed to one another and come to sin. Gemara, a tailor shall not go out, etc. Does not the Mishnah mean when the needle is stuck in the garment? Nay, it treats of the case when the tailor holds it in his hand. Come and hear. A tailor shall not go out with the needle sticking in his garment. Does this not treat of the eve of the Sabbath? Nay, it treats of the Sabbath itself. But is there not another Boratha, a tailor shall not go out with the needle sticking in his garment on Friday when it is nearly dark? This was taught according to R. J. Huda, who holds that a laborer, carrying a thing, after the manner of his profession is culpable. As we have learned in the following Tosafta, a tailor shall not go out with his needle sticking in his garment, nor a carpenter with his ruler behind his ear, nor a cloth cleaner with the spinning cord behind his ear, nor a weaver with the stuffing cotton behind his ear, nor a dyer with samples around his neck, nor a money changer with the dinar in his ear. If, however, they did so, they are free, though they ought not to start it. So is the decree of R. Meyer. R. J. Huda, however, says, the laborer only, going out, after the manner of his profession is culpable, but not common men. In the school of R. Ishmael it was taught, one may go out with the phylacteries on his head at twilight on the eve of Sabbath. Why so? As Rabbi B. Arhuna said, one must feel the phylacteries on his head at all times. And in consequence he will be reminded, through feeling the phylacteries, that he must remove them before the Sabbath. There is a Boratha, a man must examine his garments on Friday evening, when it is getting dark, to see whether there is p. 20. anything in them that must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Said R. Joseph, this is an important ordinance concerning the Sabbath. One shall not search for vermin, etc. Does it mean one shall not search for vermin in the daytime, of a Sabbath, lest he destroy any, and he shall not read before a lamplight lest he snuff the wick, or are both ordinances connected with each other so as to make the ordinance prohibiting the snuffing of the wick binding? Come and hear. One shall not search for vermin nor read before the lamplight. What can we understand from this Boratha better than from our Mishnah? Come and hear another Boratha, one shall not search before the lamplight. Also, one shall not read before it. These two ordinances are among the other established halakas in the Attic of Hanania B. Hizkiah B. Grian. From this is to be inferred that both cases were prohibited for the same reason, that they may entail snuffing the wick. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, one must not try to distinguish even between his own and his wife's garments, before the lamplight. Said Rabbi, this is said only for the inhabitants of Mizah, but among the dwellers of rural places the garments can easily be distinguished. And even among the inhabitants of Mizah, only the garments of old women cannot easily be distinguished from those of the men, but not of young women. The rabbis taught, one shall not search for vermin in the street out of self-respect. In the same wise, R. Jehuda or R. Nehemiah taught that one shall not vomit in the street out of self-respect. The rabbis taught, one who searches his garments and finds a louse shall not crack it, but simply rub it with his fingers and throw it away, on the Sabbath. Says R. Huna, this should also be done even on weekdays, out of self-respect. We have learned, R. Simeon B. Elazar said, one shall not kill vermin on the Sabbath. So said Beth Shammai, Beth Hillel, however, allowed this. R. Simeon B. Elazar used also to say in the name of R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, one is not allowed to negotiate marriage engagements for children, nor to engage teachers or artisan masters for children, nor to pay visits of condolence to mourners, nor to visit the sick on the Sabbath. Such is the decree of Beth Shammai, Beth Hillel, however, allows all this. p. 21. The rabbis taught, if one comes to visit the sick on the Sabbath, he shall say, it is Sabbath and we are not to cry, but relief is drawing nigh. R. Meyer said, one should say, the Sabbath, if respected, may bring mercy. Rabbi Jehud said, may the Omnipotent have mercy with thee and toward the sick of Israel. R. Jose said, may the Omnipotent bestow mercy on thee amongst the sick of Israel. Shebna the Jerusalemite when he entered a sick room on the Sabbath, said, Shalom, on leaving he said, to cry. It is Sabbath, nevertheless, relief is nigh as his mercies are great, and rest ye in peace. According to whom is what R. Hanina said, he who has a sick person in the house should include him, in his prayers, amongst the sick in Israel? It was in accordance with R. Hosea. R. Hanina also said that it was with difficulty that the rabbis allowed visits of condolence to be paid to mourners and to visit the sick on a Sabbath. Rabbi B. Hannah said, when I accompanied our Eliezer while visiting the sick, I sometimes heard him say, in Hebrew, may the Omnipotent mind thee in peace, and sometimes, in Aramaic, may the Merciful remember thee in peace. How could he do this? Did not R. Jehud say, one should never pray for what he needs in the Aramaic language? And also R. Johanan, the angels of service do not listen to one's prayer in the Aramaic tongue, for they know not that language. The case of a sick person is different, as Shekinah itself is with him. This will be explained in Trachnadarin in the proper place. One shall not read before the lamplight. Rabbi said, it is the same even if the lamp is placed 2 men's heights, from the ground, even 2 stories high, or even if it is on top of 10 houses, one above the other. One shall not read, but 2 may? Have we not learned, neither 1 nor 2? Said R. Lazar, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah treats of 2 reading one subject, and there it treats of 2 reading different subjects. Said R. Huna, around the hearth fire even 10 persons shall not read together. Rabbi, however, said, a prominent man may read, as he would not degrade himself by stirring the fire. An objection was raised from the following, one should not read before a lamplight, lest he snuff the wick. Said R. Ishmael B. Elisha, I will read and not snuff it. Once he actually read and was tempted to snuff the wick. And he exclaimed. p. 22. Paragraph continues, how great is the saying of the sages, that one should not read before a lamplight. R. Nathan said, He actually snuffed the wick and noted in his diary, I, Ishmael B. Elisha, have read before the lamp on Sabbath, and have snuffed the wick. When the holy temple shall be rebuilt, I will bring a fats and offering. Said a rabbi, with our Ishmael B. Elisha it is different, for while studying the law he always considered himself common. There is one boratha, a servant may examine cups and dishes, to see, if they are clean, before the lamp, and another, that he may not. This presents no difficulty. The former treats of a servant in permanent engagement, one the latter of one who performs occasional service. And if you wish, it may be said that both borathas apply to a permanent servant, the latter in the case of a lamp which is fed with oil, the former in the case where it is fed with naphtha. Naphtha emits a bad odor, he will therefore not be tempted to touch it. The schoolman propounded a question, may a servant that is not permanently engaged, examine his utensils, before a lamp fed with oil? Said Rab, the rule is laid down, that he may, but we do not practice it. R. Jeremiah B. Abba, however, said, so is the rule, and so we practice. Once R. Jeremiah B. Abba took his Friday night meal at the house of Arisi. His servant, R. Jeremiah's retainer, who was at the time doing occasional service in Arisi's house, proceeded to examine the dishes before the lamp. Said the wife of Arisi to her husband, you, my master, do not approve of this. Let him be, answered Arisi, he acts according to the opinion of his master. Of a verity they said, an instructor, etc. Was it not said, he may see? For what purpose should he do this but to read? Nay, he should see in order to watch the sequence of paragraphs. So also said Rabbi B. Samuel, he may arrange the sequence of paragraphs. Consequently, may he not read the paragraphs through? Would this not oppose the statement of R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, who said, children in their rabbi's house used to arrange their paragraphs and read before the lamplight? With children the case is different, out of fear for their master they will not be led to adjust. Mission of 4, and these are some of the regulations. p. 23, enacted in the attic of Hananiah B. Hizkiah B. Grian, when the rabbis came to visit him. They called the roll and found that the disciples of Shammai were more numerous than those of Hillel, and they enforced 18 regulations on that day. Gemara, said Abai to R. Joseph, does the expression "and these," etc., refer to the things that were mentioned, or is these used with reference to things to be mentioned farther on? Come and hear. One shall not search for vermin or read before a lamplight, and these are some of the regulations, etc. From this it is obvious that "and these" is the correct version. The rabbis taught, the roll of fasts was written by Hananiah B. Hizkiah and his company, for they thought with fondness of the troubles, which their race had experienced. Said R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, we also think with fondness of the troubles, but what shall we do? If we were to record all the troubles our race has experienced since that time, we would never finish. It may also be said, a fool never feels trouble, or, more pointedly, a dead member on a living body feels not the lancet. 1. Mishnah V, the Beth Shammai said, ink, dye material, or fodder, for animals, shall not be put into water, on Friday, unless there is still time for them to soak through while it is day. The Beth Hillel, however, permits this. The Beth Shammai prohibits putting bundles of linen thread, to bleach, into the oven unless there is sufficient time left for them to become heated through while it is yet day, or wool into a dye kettle unless there is still time for it to be soaked through the same day. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, traps shall not be set for animals and birds, or nets for fishes, on Friday, unless there is still time for them to be caught before sunset. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, one shall not sell anything to a Gentile, on Friday, or help him load his animal, or help him shoulder a burden unless he, the Gentile, can reach, with his load, the nearest place while it is yet day. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai p. 24 says, hides shall not be given to a tanner nor clothes to a Gentile washer, on a Friday, unless there is still sufficient time left for him, the Gentile, to finish it while it is day. The performance of all these acts of labor heretofore mentioned was permitted by the Beth Hillel, on Friday, while the sun was still shining. Rabbi Simeon B. Gamaliel said, at my father's house it was the custom to give out white clothes to a Gentile washer 3 days before the Sabbath. Both schools, however, agree that the presses may be put on olives and grapes in the press pits, as long as it is still daytime. Gemara, who is the Tana that maintains that putting water on ink constitutes the final work on it? Said R. Joseph, it is Rabbi of the following Boratha, if one put flour, in a vessel, and another one put water on it, the latter is culpable, of the act of kneading. So is the decree of Rabbi. R. Jose, however, says that one is not culpable until he kneads it. The rabbis taught, at twilight on the eve of Sabbath one may make an opening in a spring, so that the water run into the garden the whole day, of the Sabbath. He may also put smoking incense underneath garments, so that they hold the fragrance the whole day. It is also allowed to put burning sulfur under enameled vessels, so that its smoke work on the paints the whole Sabbath day. It is also allowed for one to put a balm on the eye and a plaster on a wound, so that the healing process continue throughout the Sabbath. It is prohibited, however, to put grain into a watermill, unless there is yet enough daytime left for it to be ground. Why so? Said R. Joseph, because one is obliged to give rest even to tools on Sabbath. Now since it was said that the resting of tools is obligatory according to the decision of the Beth Hillel, why did they permit putting sulfur and incense to smoke, or linen thread to bleach, during the Sabbath? Because no act was being done, and the tools were practically at rest. But do not traps set for animals, birds, and nets for fishes work? Why, then, did they allow these? Here, too, they treated only of fishers' rods and traps, which do no work, but into which animals work themselves. Now, as Aroshia has declared in the name of RSC, that only the Beth Shammai holds that there is a biblical obligation for the resting of tools, but not the Beth Hillel, all the acts enumerated above are permitted by the latter, even in the event of the tools performing work. P. 25. Who is the Tana of what the rabbis taught anonymously as follows, a woman shall not put dried lentils and peas into the oven on Friday when it is getting dark and leave them there, to get soft, and if she needs them for after the Sabbath she shall not use them, unless she waits the length of time required to cook them afresh. In the same wise a baker shall not put a vessel with water in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark, and if he needs the hot water, for after the Sabbath, he shall not use it unless he waits the length of time it would require to boil it afresh. Shall we assume that this is in accordance with the Beth Shammai, but not with Beth Hillel? It may also be in accordance with the Beth Hillel, as the prohibitions were made as precautionary measures lest one stir the coals. If such is the case, the burning of incense and sulfur, as mentioned in our Mishnah, should also be prohibited for the same reason. There is to be feared that the coals might be stirred, while here is no fear of that, as when the coals are stirred smoke may arise and injure the enamel or the garments. In the case of the linen thread also, no precautionary measure was necessary, because the draught caused by the admission of air into the oven would prove injurious to the thread, and therefore one would not open the oven to stir the fire. Then let the placing of wool into a kettle be prohibited as a precautionary measure? The Mishnah treats of a kettle that stands at some distance from the fire, so says Samuel. Still, the apprehension exists that he may stir the dye. Nay, we speak of a kettle whose cover is sealed with clay. Now that the Master said that the prohibitions of the Boratha are only precautionary measures, to prevent one from stirring the coals, A cold pot may be put in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark. Why so? Because the victuals in it cannot be used the same evening, and he, the cook, will never think of stirring the coals. One shall not sell a thing to a Gentile, etc. The rabbis taught. The Beth Shammai said, one shall not sell a thing to a Gentile, nor lend it to him, nor help him carry it, nor lend him nor present him with any money on Sabbath even unless there is time enough for the recipient to reach his house before night comes on. The Beth Hillel said, all this may be done, if there is time enough to reach his house at the wall of the city where he lives. Arakiba, however, says, it is sufficient if there is time enough for the Gentile to leave the house of the Jew. p. 26. Paragraph continues, said R. Jose B. Jehuda, Arakiba contends that his teaching does not contradict that of the Beth Hillel, but merely explains the latter's real intent. The rabbis taught, one may put down eatables on his own grounds for a Gentile, on the Sabbath. If the latter takes the eatables and carries them off, he need not prevent him. The rabbis taught, one shall not hire out his tools to a Gentile on Friday, but he may do so on Wednesday or Thursday, even if he knows positively that the Gentile will use them on Sabbath. In the same manner, it is prohibited to transmit a letter by a Gentile on Friday, but it may be sent on Wednesday or Thursday. It was said of R. Jose the priest, according to others the pious, that his handwriting was never found in the hands of a Gentile, for fear that it might be carried on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, one shall not send a letter by a Gentile on Friday unless he stipulated a certain sum for the delivery. If such a stipulation was not made, the Beth Shammai says it must not be delivered, unless the messenger has time to reach the house in which it is to be delivered, before sunset. The Beth Hillel, however, maintains, he may do it if the messenger has time to reach the house nearest to the wall of the city where the letter is to be delivered. Was it not taught at first that one shall not send at all? This presents no difficulty. In the first part the case treats of a town which has no post office, in the latter part the Boratha speaks of a town which has one. The rabbis taught, one shall not embark on a vessel less than 3 days before the Sabbath. This is the case if one goes to sea, on private business, but if he goes for a meritorious act, he may do so. He may make a stipulation with the owner of the boat that it shall rest on Sabbath, although he is aware that he will not do so. So is the decree of Rabbi R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that such a stipulation is not necessary. To travel from Tyre to Zidon, a journey of a few hours, one may embark even on Friday. The rabbis taught, siege shall not be laid to Gentile cities less than 3 days before the Sabbath, but when the siege is laid it need not be interrupted. So also Shammai used to say, it is written, until it is brought down, Dut. 20. That is, even on a Sabbath day. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, etc. There is a Boratha. p. 27. Paragraph continues, R. Zadok said, it was the custom at the house of Rabban Gamaliel to give white clothes to the washer 3 days before the Sabbath, but colored clothes even on a Friday. From this we have learned that it is harder to wash white clothes than colored ones. Abai gave colored clothes to the washer and asked, how much wilt thou take for washing them? As much as for white clothes, answered the washer. Said Abai, the rabbis have preceded thee with their declaration, that white clothes are harder to wash. Both schools agree, etc. Why did the school of Shammai enforce precautionary measures in all the previous cases, but in the case of wine and oil presses they did not do so? They prohibited the performance of such labor as involves the obligation of a sin offering, if performed, unintentionally, on the Sabbath, or on a Friday when approaching darkness, but for the putting of press beams on grapes or olives, which does not involve the obligation of a sin offering even if done on the Sabbath, the precautionary measure was not necessary. From this it may be inferred that work which continues by itself may well be started, Late on Friday. One who is the Tanith that holds so? Said R. Jose, R. Ishmael of the Mishnah, Ediath, 2. 7, garlic, unripe grapes, and green grain stalks which were crushed, on Friday, while yet day, may be put under pressure at sunset. So is the decree of R. Ishmael. R. Akiba, however, says, it must not be done. R. Lazar, B. Bitath, however, said that the Tana in question is R. Lazar, B. Samoa, of the following Mishnah, honeycombs that were crushed on Friday shall not be put in the press, at sunset, so that the honey run out by itself. R. Lazar, however, permits it. R. Jose B. Hanina has practiced in accordance with the theory of R. Ishmael. The oil and the covers of the small oil presses Rab prohibits to handle on the Sabbath. Samuel, however, permits it. The same is the case with reed cloth, Rab prohibits, and Samuel permits, to handle. Covers that are used on board of a vessel to cover the deck Rab prohibits, and Samuel permits the handling of. R. Naaman said, a goat that is kept for its milk, a sheep that is kept for its wool, a hen that is kept for its eggs, an ox. P. 28. That is kept for the plow, and dates that are put up for the market, are prohibited for use at a biblical feast, according to Rab. Samuel, however, said it was permitted. The point of their differing is the law of Muktzah, in which R. Jehuda and R. Simeon differ. It is explained farther on that, according to the latter, no Muktzah exists. A disciple in Harda of Argus one decided cases according to R. Simeon's teaching, and R. Hamnuna put him under the ban. But have we not adopted the opinion of R. Simeon? Yea, but Harda was within the jurisdiction of Rab, and he, the disciple, should not have done as he did against Rab his teaching. Mishnah, meats, onions, and eggs shall not be put to roasting on the eve of Sabbath, unless they can be done while it is yet day. Bread shall not be put in the oven or a cake upon live coals, unless the crust can be formed while it is yet day. R. Lazar says it is enough if the bottom crust is formed. The Passover sacrifice may be turned around in the oven, on Friday, when it is getting dark. In the heating house of the sanctuary, the fire was fed at eventide. The fires in the rural districts may be fed until the flames envelop the greatest part of the fuel. R. Judah says, where coals were already burning more fuel may be added, even when Sabbath is quite near at hand. Gemara, when should such victuals be considered done? Said R. Lazar in the name of Rab, when they are done like the victuals of Ben Drostai. 2. As we have learned in Aboratha, Hananiah says all victuals that are done like the victuals of Ben Drostai may be left upon the hearth, even if the fire in the hearth is not stirred up and full of ashes. Bread shall not be put, etc. The schoolman propounded a question, does R. Lazar speak of the crust that is formed near the wall of the oven, or the crust formed on the side of the loaf, that is turned to the fire? Come and hear. R. Lazar says, it is sufficient if the surface is crusted, which lies close to the wall of the oven. P. 29. The Passover sacrifice may be turned, etc. Why so? Because a company, when preparing a sacrifice in the temple, is very cautious. But if this were not the case, would it not be allowed? Has not the Master said, a sacrificial kid may be used, well done or not well done? Aye, but in that case it is cut in pieces, in our case it could not be cut in pieces. 1. The fire in the heating house, etc. Why so? Whence is this deduced? Said Arhuna, it is written, X. 35. 3. Ye shall not kindle any fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. Your habitations excluded the sanctuary. Arhustel posed, if it is so, then they may do so on Sabbath itself. Therefore he explains thus, the cited verse excludes only the parts of the members which are already upon the altar, and the reason of our Mishnah is because priests are very careful. In the rural districts, etc. What does the greatest part mean? According to Rab, the greatest part of each piece, and according to Samuel, until no more small wood is needed to make the heat burn. Arhiah taught the following Boratha in support of R. Samuel: the flame should continue rising by itself, and not by the assistance of anything else. And to only one log of wood? Until the fire catches most of its thickness, and according to others, the most of its circumference, was the decision of Rab. Said our Papa, to comply with both views just mentioned, it is right that the fire should catch both, the most of its thickness and the greatest part of its circumference. However, regarding this law the name of the following Boratha differ. Arhiah says, until it is so burned that it is unfit for any carpenter's work. Judah B. Bathira says, until the fire catches both sides. And although this cannot be substantiated by evidence, from Scripture, there is a hint of this, viz., both ends are consumed by the fire and the inside is scorched. Is it fit for any work? As 15:4. It was taught, Arkohana said, reads, if they are tied together, must have enough daytime on Friday, to burn over half. If not tied together, less is sufficient. Granum must have enough time for the fire to catch their greater part. If they are put in a fire pot, they need not. R. Joseph taught 4 substances. p. 30. Paragraph continues, used as fuel, need not have time until the fire catches, the greater part, viz., pitch, sulfur, cheese, and running fats. In a Boratha it was taught that straw and wood shavings belong to the same category. R. Johanan said that the same is the case with fuel in Babylon. What does it mean? According to R. Joseph Hast, and according to Rami B. Abba Branches. Appendix. Explanatory to p. 8, line 2, Irabin, p. 25. There is a Boratha in addition to the last Mishnah of chap. 9, Ibid, p. 226, as follows, more than this said R. J. Huda, he who has 2 houses, one on each side of public ground, may add to each a beam or a side beam, for a sign, and this allows him to carry things from one house into the other. To which the rabbis answered that such an Arab does not suffice for public ground. The reason of R. J. Huda's statement is that biblically 2 partitions suffice to turn premises of public ground into private ground, with which the rabbis do not agree.
Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the Sabbath and Hanukkah light. Mishnah I, what shall and what shall not be used for lighting, the Sabbath light. The light shall not be made with wicks of cedar hast, raw flax, silk fiber, weeds growing upon the water, and ship moss. 1 Nor shall pitch, wax, cottonseed oil, oil of rejected heave offerings, 2 Fat from the tail of a sheep, and tallow be used. Nahum Nimodate says melted tallow may be used for lighting. The schoolmen, however, prohibit melted and raw tallow alike. Gemara, Rabban and Abai were sitting before Rabban Nehemiah, the brother of the exilrich. After the death of his brother he became exilrich under the name Nehemiah II, and they saw that he was dressed in a mantle of mu epsilon tau alpha xi alpha, raw silk. Said Rabban to Abai, this is called in our Mishnah 3, and he answered, in our city it is called Shira Paranda, Farandanes. The same, Rabban and Abai, happened to be in the valley of Tamaritha, and they saw a kind of willow, and Rabban said to Abai, this is Eden mentioned in our Mishnah, and he rejoined, this is only common wood, how could a wick be made of it? He peeled off one of them and showed him a kind of woolly substance between the bark and the stem. p. 32. The rabbis taught, all that which was prohibited for the Sabbath lamp may be used in fires that are kept up for heat or even for constant light, whether such fires are built upon the ground or in the hearth, as the materials are prohibited only for use as wicks for the Sabbath lamp. Rabbah said, the wicks which the rabbis forbade the use of in the Sabbath lamp are prohibited because they give a flickering light. The oily substances were prohibited because they do not adhere to the wick. Abaye questioned Rabbah, would it be permitted to mix oil with these prohibited fats and then use them for the Sabbath lamp? Or is even that prohibited as a precaution lest one use those fats without the addition of oil? Rabbah answered, it is prohibited. Why so? Because they do not give a right light. Abaye objected to him from the following, R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, in my father's house they wound the wick around a nut and lighted it, hence you see that it may be lighted. Said Rabbah, instead of contradicting me with the saying of R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, support my view with the decision of the first Tana, of our Mishnah. This would not do, as the record of an act is incontrovertible. Still the record of the master remains contradictory. The Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus, if one has wound a thing that may be used, as a wick, around a thing that may not be used, B is not permitted to light it. This is the case when the two substances are to serve the purpose of a wick, but if the prohibited substance is used merely to support the permissible, the combination is allowed, as so said R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, in my father's house, etc. But, after all, it is not so. Did not our Beruna teach in the name of Rab, to melted tallow or fish fat one may add some oil and use it for the Sabbath lamp? These substances adhere to the wick in themselves. But the rabbis had prohibited melted tallow or fish fat as a precaution, lest, if the melted substance be allowed, one use it raw also for light. Why did they not enact the prohibition to use these substances with the admixture of some oil as a precaution lest they be used without the admixture of oil? This itself is a precautionary measure, shall we enact another as a safeguard to it? Arhuna said, the wicks and fats which the sages have prohibited for the Sabbath lamp cannot be used for the Hanukkah lamp either on the Sabbath night or on week nights. Said p. 33. Paragraph continues, Rabbah, the reason of Arhuna's theory is because he holds that if the Hanukkah lamp is extinguished by accident, it must be relighted, and also that its light may be used to work by. Arhisda, however, maintains that it can be fed, with these fats, on weeknights, but not on the Sabbath night. Because he holds that if it is extinguished, one is not in duty bound, to light it again, and as long as it burns it may be used to work by. Arzera in the name of Armathna, according to others in the name of Rab, said, the wicks and fats which the sages prohibited for the Sabbath lamp may be used for the Hanukkah lamp, both during the week and on the Sabbath night. Said R. Jeremiah, the reason of Rab's decision is because he holds that if it is extinguished he need not relight it, and its light is prohibited to be used. The rabbis declared this before Abaye, in the name of R. Jeremiah, and he would not accept it. When Rabin came from Palestine he declared the same before Abaye in the name of R. Johanan, and he accepted it and said, had I been worthy, I would have accepted this teaching before. It is said in the name of Rab, if it is extinguished, it is not needed to relight it. Is this not contradicted by the following, the proper ordinance is for, the Hanukkah light, to last from sunset until footsteps are no longer heard in the street? Does this not mean that if extinguished it must be relighted? Nay, the time appointed is only for the purpose of determining when the light is to be lit, or a light should be made which will last for the appointed time. Until footsteps are no longer heard, etc. Up to what time is this? Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of R. Johanan, up to the time when the steps of the Talmudites too are heard no more. The rabbis taught, the law of Hanukkah demands that every man should light one lamp for himself and his household. Those who seek to fulfill it will have a lamp lit for every member of the household. Those who seek to fulfill the law in the best possible manner should light according to Beth Shammai the first night 8 flames, and every following night 1 flame. p. 34. Less. And according to Beth Hillel the reverse the first night 1 lamp, and be increased by 1 on each succeeding night. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of R. Johanan, there were 2 sages in Zidon. One did according to the decision of Shammai's school, and gave the reason that the Hanukkah lamp is to be lit in the same manner as the sacrifices of the feast were offered, one and the other according to the school of Hillel, with the reason that holy actions should show, emblemize, increase and not reduction. The rabbis taught, it is a merit to put the Hanukkah lamp on the outside door of the house, and he who lives in an attic puts it in a window that opens into the street. In time of danger, however, 2 it is sufficient if the lights are on the table. Said Rabha, in the latter case another light is required to work by, but if there is a hearth fire in the house, it is not necessary. However, if the man is of high standing, and not in the habit of working by the hearth light, he must have another lamp. What is Hanukkah? The rabbis taught, on the 25th day of Kislev Hanukkah commences and lasts 8 days, on which lamenting, in commemoration of the dead, and fasting are prohibited. When the Hellenists entered the sanctuary, they defiled all the oil that was found there. When the government of the house of Asmoneans prevailed and conquered them, oil was sought, to feed the holy lamp in the sanctuary, and only 1 vial was found with the seal of the high priest intact. The vial contained sufficient oil for 1 day only, but a miracle occurred, and it fed the holy lamp 8 days in succession. These 8 days were the following year established as days of good cheer, on which psalms of praise and acknowledgement, of God's wonders, were to be recited. R. Kohanim said, R. Nathan B. Maniami in the name of R. Tanim lectured, a Hanukkah lamp becomes disqualified if it is put higher than 20 ells, from the ground, just like a sukkah, booth, and like the side beam of an alley. Rabbah said, the merit of the Hanukkah lamp is that it be put within a span of the house door. And on which side? R. Ahabi. Rabbi said to the right, R. Samuel of Difti said to p. 35. The left, of the entrance. And the halakha prevails that it should be placed to the left of the entrance, so that the Hanukkah light be on one side and the mezuzah one on the other side of the door. R. Jehuda in the name of Arasi said, it is not allowed to count money by the Hanukkah light. When this was cited before Samuel, he said, is there any holiness in the light? R. Joseph retorted, is there any holiness in the blood of an animal? And yet have we not learned in Aboratha, it is written, then shall pour out the blood. And cover it. Lev. 17:13. From this we infer that he must cover it with the same hand it was shed with, but not with his foot, in order that the fulfillment of the commandment should not be treated with lack of reverence. In our case, too, the light must not be used for anything, in order that the compliance with an ordinance should not evince lack of reverence. R. Joshua B. Levi was questioned, may the fruits, hung up in the sukkah for ornamentation, be used during the 7 days of the feast? He answered, even to the Hanukkah light a law was passed prohibiting the counting of money. Said R. Joseph, Lord of Abraham. Here he connected a law that was enacted, by the ancient masters, with one that was not discussed by them. The law concerning the sukkah was biblical, that concerning Hanukkah was not biblical but rabbinical. Therefore said R. Joseph, the precedent of all these cases is the law concerning the blood, which was cited above. It was taught, Rab said, it is not allowed to light one Hanukkah light with the other. Samuel permits this. Rab prohibited tzitzith, show threads, to be taken out of one garment and put into another. Samuel permits also this. He also said that the halakha does not prevail in accordance with our Simeon regarding dragging across the floor, which will be explained farther on, and Samuel maintains it does. 2. Said Abaye, my master followed the decisions of Rab in all questions except the 3 mentioned above, which he decided according to Samuel. p. 36. One of the rabbis in the presence of R.A.B. Abba said, Rab's reason for prohibiting these acts was to prevent irreverence in the compliance with the law. Said R.A.D. to the scholars present, hear him not, Rab's reason was to prevent stinginess in the fulfillment of laws. And what is the difference between the two? It is in the lighting of one hookah lamp with another. He who says that irreverence was the reason cannot prohibit this, but he who holds stinginess to be the reason, prohibits even this rightfully. How is this question to be decided? Said Arhuna B. R. Joshua, let us second whether the act of lighting the lamp constitutes merit, or whether it is the act of putting it in its proper place, this question having been already propounded by the schoolman, the answer, when given, will serve for the above also. Come then and hear the following. R. Joshua B. Levi says, a lantern, that was lit for hookah on Friday night, and kept burning the whole following day must, at the close of the Sabbath, be extinguished and then relighted. Now if we say that the lighting constitutes compliance with the commandment, this teaching is correct, but if we say that the placing of the lamp in its proper place constitutes the merit, it should be said, it should be extinguished, raised up, put in its proper place, and then lit. And also, since we pronounce the benediction, blessed art thou, etc., who hast commanded us to light the hookah lamp, it becomes clearly apparent the lighting constitutes compliance. And so it is. Now that we come to the conclusion that the act of lighting constitutes the merit, it is understood that if this was done by a deaf-mute, an idiot, or a minor, the act is not valid. A woman, however, may surely light it, as R. Joshua B. Levi said, women are in duty bound to light the hookah lamp, for they were included in miracle. R. Shesha said, a guest, at a stranger's house, is obliged to light the hookah lamp. Said R. Zara, when I was studying at the school of Rab, I contributed my share towards maintaining and lighting the lamp with mine host. Since I am married, I say, I surely need not light it now, for it is lit for me at my house. R. Joshua B. Levi said, all fats are good for the hookah lamp, but olive oil is the best. Abaye said, my master always sought for poppy seed oil, because, said he, it burns slowly, and p. 37. The light lasts longer, but when he heard the saying of R. Joshua B. Levi, he sought for olive oil, for that gives a clearer light. B. Ashi in the name of Rab said, he who lights the hookah lamp must pronounce a benediction. R. Jeremiah said, he who perceives it must pronounce a benediction. R. Jehudah said, he who perceives a hookah lamp on the first day must pronounce 2 benedictions, and the one that lights it on the first day, 3, one after the first day, the one that lights it must pronounce 2 benedictions and the one that perceives it 1. What benediction would he omit? The benediction of time. But why not omit the benediction of the miracle? Because the miracle was continued every day, of the 8. And what is the special benediction? Blessed be, etc., who hallowed us with his commands and ordained that we shall light the hookah lamp. But where did he ordain this? Said Arava, this command is included in, thou shalt not depart, etc. 17. 11. Nehemiah, however, from the following said, ask thy father and he will tell thee, thine elders, and they will inform thee. Ibid. 32. 7. Arhuna said, a house that has 2 doors must have 2 lamps. Said Rabha, This is only in case when the two doors are on two different sides of the house, but if they both open on the same side it is not necessary. Why so? Because the townsman may pass by the side which has no lamp and suspect the owner of the house of not having lit any at all. And where is it taken from that one must endeavor to avoid suspicion? From Atoseph the NP, chap. L, which states plainly that everyone must do so. R. Isaac B. Redifa in the name of Arhuna said, a lamp with two mouths, so that two wicks can be lit in it, is sufficient for two men. Rabhu said, if one has filled a dish with oil, put wicks all around the brim, and covered it with a vessel, so that each wick yields a separate flame, it is sufficient for many persons, but if he has not covered it, he makes it appear as one flame of fire, and it is not valid, even for one person. The same said again, if one, possessing only means enough. p. 38. To light one lamp, must choose between using this light for a house light one, on Friday night, or a Hanukkah light, he should use it for a house light in order to preserve his domestic peace. If, again, his choice must be between purchasing the house light and the wine necessary for the celebration of the holiness of Sabbath, the house light is to be preferred, and for the same reason, however, it is doubtful to me what must be chosen between the Hanukkah light and the goblet for Kiddush. When one cannot afford both, which must he prefer? Is the latter to be preferred because it is of regular occurrence? Or is the Hanukkah light preferable, in order to proclaim the miracle, which it commemorates? After deliberating he decided himself that the proclaiming of the miracle has the preference. Arhuna said, he who makes a practice of lighting many lamps, which the law requires for festive occasions, will be rewarded with scholarly sons. He who is particular about his mezuzah will be blessed with a fine dwelling. He who is particular about his show threads, tzitzits, will be blessed with fine garments. He who is particular to pronounce the benediction of Sabbath over a goblet of wine shall live to have his cellar well stocked. Arhuna was wont to pass by the house of Arabin, the carpenter. He noticed that the latter lit a great many lamps on the Sabbath night. Said he, two great men will come forth from this house. And they were Arjidi and Arhiab. Abin. Arhistel was wont to pass by the house of the master, father or father-in-law, of Arshesbi. He noticed many lights every Sabbath. Said he, a great man will come forth from this house. This great man was Arshesbi. The wife of Joseph was accustomed to light her Sabbath lamp late. Said he unto her, there is a Boratha, it is written, the pillar of cloud did not depart by day nor the p. 39. Pillar of fire by night, x. 13. 22. From this we infer that the two pillars always closely followed each other. She then wanted to light up too early. Said a certain old man to her, there is another Boratha, however, that, whatever is to be done, should be done neither too early nor too late. Rabha said, he who loves scholars, will have sons that are scholars, he who respects them, will have scholarly sons-in-law, he who fears scholars, will become a scholar himself, and if he is not fit for this, his words will be respected like those of an ordained scholar. Oil of rejected heave offering, etc. What is that? Said Rabbah, it means oil of heave offering which became defiled. It is called oil for burning, because it must be destroyed in fire, and the Mishnah speaks here of a Friday that happens to fall on a feast day, and the prohibition to light the Sabbath lamp with it is because consecrated things that have been defiled must not be burned on a feast day. Said Arhanina of Sora, this should be corrected in our Mishnah, why shall one not make a light with the defiled oil? Because defiled things must not be burned on a feast day. And so also we have learned in Aboratha, All material which must not be used for lighting, on the Sabbath, may be lit on a feast day, save the oil for burning. The schoolman propounded a question: should the Hanukkah incident be mentioned in the benediction after meals? Shall we assume that because it is rabbinical it is unnecessary? Or, for the sake of the proclamation of the miracle, it should? Said Rabbi in the name of R. Sora, quoting R. Huna, it is not necessary. However, if one wishes to do it, he should incorporate it in the Thanksgiving part. R. Huna b. Jehuda visited the house of Rabha. He was about to mention it in the prayer part under the heading of the one who builds up Jerusalem. Said R. Shesheth, nay, it should be mentioned in the Thanksgiving part of the benediction after the meal, as it is mentioned in the same part in the prayer of the 18 benedictions. 1. The schoolman propounded a question: should the new moon day be mentioned in the benediction after meals? Shall we assume that the new moon day is more important than Hanukkah because its observation is enjoined in the scriptures? p. 40. Or need it not be mentioned because manual labor is not prohibited on that day? Rab maintains it may, R. Hanina maintains it may not. Said R. Zareka, hold to Rab's opinion, for R. Oshia holds to the same, as R. Oshia taught, on the days on which additional sacrifices, mazaf, are offered in the sanctuary, like new moon days and the middle days of a feast, one must at evening, morning, and afternoon services recite the regular 18 benedictions and insert in the Thanksgiving part of the day's service a passage referring to the subject of the day. And if he has failed to do so, he should be made to repeat them. However, no benediction over a goblet of wine, though a remembrance of their significance must be made in the prayer after meals. On days requiring no additional sacrifice, like the first Monday, Thursday and Monday, after a biblical feast, fast days, and the days devoted to prayer by commoners, one must recite the 18 benedictions at evening, morning, and afternoon services, and insert a paragraph referring to the subject of the day in the prayer division, and if he forgot the latter he need not repeat them, nor any remembrance of them in the benediction after meals. The halakha, however, does not prevail with all that was said above. It remains as decreed by R. Joshua b. Levi. If the Day of Atonement happens to fall on a Sabbath day, mention of the Sabbath must be made even in the Nehila prayer, the last of the 4 different prayers of the Day of Atonement. Why so? Because the Sabbath and the Day of Atonement are now one, and 4 prayers are indispensable to the services of the day. Mishnah 2, the lamp used on a biblical feast night shall not be fed with oil of rejected heave offerings. R. Ishmael said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with tar, out of honor for the Sabbath. The sages, however, allow all fatty substances for this purpose: poppy seed oil, nut oil, fish oil, radish oil, wild gourd oil, tar, and naphtha. R. Tarfon said, it shall be lighted with nothing but olive oil. Gemara, R. Ishmael said, etc. Why so? Said Rabha, because it emits a bad odor, and the Tana prohibits it, as a precaution. p. 41. Lest one light it and leave the house. Said Abayi, let him go, what harm is there in that? Rejoined Rabha, because I hold that the Sabbath light is a duty, as R. Naaman b. R. Zabda or b. Rabhu said in the name of Rab. The enjoyment of Sabbath light is an obligation. The washing of hands and feet in warm water toward evening, on Friday, is optional. And I say it is a meritorious act. Why so? Because R. Jehuda said in the name of Rab, it was the custom of R. Jehuda bar Ilai to bathe his face, hands, and feet in warm water, that was brought to him in a trough every Friday toward evening. After that he wrapped himself in a pallium with tzitzith, show threads, and thus assumed an angelic appearance. It is written, "My soul was deprived of peace." Lamb 3:17. What does this mean? Said Arabu, it means, being deprived of the pleasure of lighting the Sabbath lamp. I forgot the good. Ibid. What does this mean? Said R. Jeremiah, this refers to the deprivation of a bath. R. Johanan, however, said, it refers to the washing of hands and feet with warm water. R. Isaac of Napha said, it refers to a good bed and comfortable bedding. R. Abbas said, it refers to an arranged bed and an elegantly robed wife for scholarly men. The rabbis taught, who may consider himself rich. One who enjoys his riches, is the opinion of R. Meir. R. Tarfon says, he who has 100 fields, 100 vineyards, and 100 slaves at work in them. R. Akidah said, he who has a wife adorned with good virtues. R. Jose said, he who has a place for man's necessity in his house. 1. We have learned in Abortha, R. Simeon B. Elazar said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with aromatic balsam. Why so? Rabbah said, because it yields a fine fragrance, it was feared lest one use it, taking it out while the lamp is burning. Said Abaye to him, why does not the masters say because it is volatile? He means this and the other also, the balsam is prohibited because it is volatile, and also for fear lest it be used. There was a mother-in-law who hated her son's wife, and told her to perfume herself with aromatic oil. When the daughter-in-law had done this, she ordered her to go and light the candle. While complying with this order, she caught fire and was burned. The rabbis taught, a lamp shall not be fed with defiled. p. 42. Paragraph continues, Table 1 even on weekdays, and the less so on the Sabbath. In a similar manner, white naphtha shall not be used to feed a lamp with on weekdays, much less on Sabbath, because it is volatile. In the Boretha it was said that aromatic balsam shall not be used, so also did R. Simeon B. Elazar teach, aromatic balsam is nothing but resin, that comes forth from aromatic trees. R. Ishmael said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with anything that comes from the trunk of a tree. R. Ishmael B. Baroka said, it shall be lighted only with such substances as come from fruit. R. Tarfon, however, said, it shall be fed only with olive oil. R. Johanan B. Nuri then arose and said, what shall the people of Babylonia do, who have nothing but poppy seed oil? What shall the people of Media do, who have nothing but nut oil? What shall the people of Alexandria do, who have nothing but radish oil? And what shall the people of Cappadocia do, who have no oil of any kind, nothing but tar? Nay, we have no choice but to accept the decree of the masters as to substances which should not be used. Even fish oil and resin may be used. R. Simeon Shazari said, oil of wild gourds and naphtha may be used. Simachos said, no animal fat save fish oil may be used. Mishnah 3, no substance that comes from a tree shall be used, as a wick, save flax. In like manner no substance that comes from a tree becomes defiled when serving as a tent, in which a dead body lies, save flax. Gemara, whence do we know that flax is called a tree? Said Mars Utra, from what is written, she took them up to the roof, and hid them in the flax trees, Josh 2:6. No substance, etc., save flax. Whence is this deduced? Said Elazar, from the analogy of expressions tent, which is mentioned in the case of the tabernacle, and in the case of death, X. XL. 19 and Num. 19. 14. As the tent of the tabernacle was made only of flax, so also in our case, if a tent is made of flax only, it is also called a tent, and is liable to become defiled. Mishnah 4, a piece of cloth that was rolled together, but not singed, said our Eliezer, becomes defiled, when it is in the same tent with a dead body, and shall not be used, as a p. 43. Wick, for Sabbath. Arakiba, however, said, it remains pure and may be used. Gemara, what is the point of their differing? Said our Eliezer in the name of Aroshia, and so also said Daradabi. Abba, the piece of cloth in question is exactly 3 fingers square, and the lighting is to be done on a feast day, which happens on a Friday. All agree with the opinion of Jehuda, who said that, on a feast day, fire may be made with good cloth, or vessels, but not with such as have been spoiled, the same day. Again, all agree with the opinion of Eula, who said that the lighting must be on the largest part of the wick that protrudes from the lamp. Now our Eliezer holds that the rolling up of the piece of cloth does not improve the position, that is, it is still an object to which the term cloth or vessel applies. As soon as it is slightly burned it becomes spoiled material. Fire, being applied further, is naturally generated with spoiled material, which is prohibited. Arakiba, on the other hand, holds that folding does improve the condition and the cloth is no longer a vessel, hence he puts fire to a simple piece of wood, which is allowed. Rabha, however, said, the reason of our Eliezer's prohibition is that the Sabbath lamp is not allowed to be lighted with a wick or rag that has not been singed. Our Jehuda in the name of Rab said, fire may be made, on a feast day, with vessels, but not with broken vessels. So is the decree of our Jehuda. Our Simeon permits it. Fire may be made with dates, but after having eaten them fire is not to be fed with their granum. A fire may be made with nuts, but after having eaten the kernel one must not feed the fire with the shells, according to our Jehuda. Our Simeon, however, permits both. The statement credited to Rab in the foregoing paragraph was not made by him plainly, but was merely implied from the following act. While in Palestine, one day Rab was eating dates and threw the pits into the fireplace, upon which Arhiah said to him, descendant of nobles, on a biblical feast day this would be prohibited. Did Rab accept this or not? Come and hear. While in Babylonia, one feast day Rab was eating dates and threw the pits to some cattle, for food. Must we not assume that these dates belong to the class known as parshasa, a ripe, delicious, feastin fruit, and if Rab fed cattle with the pits of this fruit, it was because p. 44. They may be used for fuel also, and thus the statement of Arhiah is contradicted? Nay, it may be the pits that fed the cattle by Rab were from dates known as Armiasa, an inferior fruit, the pits of which cling to the meat. The pits of this latter class of dates, in consequence of the meat still clinging to them, are regarded as dates themselves, and may be handled on the Sabbath. Hence it is obvious that they may also be fed to cattle, and Rab therefore does not contradict Arhiah. Mishnah V, one shall not bar a bowl in an eggshell, fill it with oil, and put it upon the Sabbath lamp, so that the oil drip into it, and even if it was a clay one. Our Jehuda permits it. If, however, the potter had attached it to the lamp when he made it, it is allowed to do this, for, together with the lamp, it forms one vessel. A man shall not fill a dish with oil, put it beside the lamp, and dip the, unlighted, end of the wick into it, in order that it should draw. Our Jehuda permits also this. Gemara, if the potter had attached it, etc. Aboritha in addition to it states, if he himself has attached it with mortar or clay, it is allowed. Does not our Mishnah say the potter, from which it may be inferred that if the owner did it, is it not allowed for use? Nay, the potter means in the manner of the potter. We have learned in Aboritha, our Jehuda said, Once we kept Sabbath in the attic of Beth Nitzah in Lydda. We procured an eggshell, filled it with oil, and placed it on the lamp. Our Tarfon and the aged scholars were there, and they made no objection to our action. They answered him, "Wilt thou prove by this, that this is allowed?" Beth Nitzah is quite a different case, for the men there were very careful. Abin of Zephyrus dragged a chair, along the floor on a Sabbath, in the marble hall in the presence of Aritzhak B. Eleazar. Said the latter, "If I should be silent toward thee, although this floor being marble, no depression can be made by the chair, and thou art not guilty of wrongdoing." As the colleagues were silent toward Dar-Jehuda, my silence might be misconstrued, and people might think that this can be done on any floor, therefore I say that this is prohibited in the marble hall as a precautionary measure, lest one do it in any other hall. The headman of the assembly room of Basra dragged a chair in the presence of Jeremiah the Great. Said the latter to him, "According to whose decision dost thou this?" "According to R. P. 45. Paragraph continues, Simeon. R. Simeon, however, allowed large things only, to be dragged, if they could not be lifted, but we have never heard from him that he would allow this also with small ones. This teaching, however, differs with Allah's theory, who says the dispute was only concerning small things, for as to large ones there was no objection from anyone. Mishnah: if one extinguishes a lamp because he is afraid of the officers of the government, 1 or of robbers, or of an evil spirit, 2 or in order that a sick person may be able to sleep, he is free. If he does this, however, to prevent damage to the lamp, or to save the oil or the wick, he is culpable. Our Jose declares the man free even in the latter cases, excepting, if he extinguished the lamp to save the wick, for in that case he caused a cinder to be formed. Gemara, from the fact that the second part of the Mishnah declares the man, who had extinguished the lamp to prevent damage, etc., culpable, it is evident that this regulation was made by Ar-Jehuda. 3. Now, how is the first part to be understood? If it speaks of a sick person, whose illness is dangerous, it should not say, that the man who extinguishes the lamp to afford him rest, is free, but should say that he is allowed to do it, even intentionally. And if it speaks of one whose illness is not dangerous, the one who extinguished the lamp for him, ought to be declared in duty bound to bring a sin offering? Of a verity, the Tana speaks of a case of dangerous illness, and should have said it is allowed to do so, but he used the term free merely, for the sake of euphony, because in the latter part of the Mishnah, the expression culpable was necessary, therefore he taught in the first part of the Mishnah, also free. But have we not learned, Aroshia said, that in order that a sick person may be able to sleep, one should not extinguish the lamp on the Sabbath, and if he did so he is not held culpable, though it is not allowed to be done intentionally. The teaching of Aroshia refers to sickness that is not dangerous, and is in accord with the opinion of R. Simeon. The question, is it allowed to extinguish a lamp for the p. 46 sake of a sick person on the Sabbath? Was propounded to Tanum of Navi. He began thus, 1. Know thou Solomon. Where is thy wisdom? Where is thy folly? Thy words contradict not only the words of thy father, but also thine own utterance. Thy father David said, the dead do not praise God, Ps. CXV. 17, and thou sayest, I praise the dead that died long ago, Echl. 4. 2, and then again, a living dog fareth better than a dead lion, Ibid. 9. 4. This presents no difficulty. That which David said, the dead do not praise God, means this: one must always occupy himself with study and with meritorious acts before his death, for as soon as he dies he is free of both, and the Holy One, blessed be he, receives no more praise from him. And the saying of Solomon, I praise the dead, etc., means, when Israel sinned in the desert, Moses stood up before the Lord and offered many prayers and propitiating invocations, but he received no answer. As soon, however, as he said, Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, Ex. 32:13, he was answered forthwith. Now did not Solomon say, Well, I praise the dead that have died long ago? In another way, this can be explained as follows: the custom is, if a man of flesh and blood issues a decree, it is doubtful whether the people will comply with it or not. If they comply with it while he lives, they may disregard it after his death. Moses, our master, on the other hand, has issued many decrees and established many enactments, which stand unshaken forever. And now, did not Solomon say, Well, I praise the dead, etc.? Another explanation to the above verse may refer to the following legend, which was told by our Jehuda in the name of Rab. It is written, Psalms 17, display on me a sign for good, that those who hate me may see it, and be ashamed. So said David before the Holy One, Blessed be He, Lord of the universe, forgive me the certain sin, with Bathsheba, 2 Samuel 11:3. And the Lord said, It is forgiven. He prayed again, display on me a sign to make it known. And the Lord said, This will not be done while you are alive, but it will be made known in the time of your son Solomon. After Solomon had built the temple and was about to enter the ark into the Holy of Holiness, the doors shut. Solomon had prayed 24 p. 47 prayers with song, and was not answered. He then began, Psalms 24:7, Be raised wide, and let the King of Glory enter. The doors then ran after him and wanted to swallow him, saying, Who is the King of Glory? And he said, The Lord strong and mighty. He then said, Ibid, Ibid. 9:10. And still was not answered. Then he said, Tukran. Vi. 42, O Lord God. Remember the pious deeds of David thy servant. He was answered at once, and the faces of his enemies became as black as the outside of a pot, and Israel and all the people were then certain that the above-mentioned sin was forgiven to David. Hence did not Solomon say, Well, I praise the dead, etc. And this is what is written, I Kings 8:66, on the 8th day. And they went unto their tents joyful, etc. And as to the above question, when I say this, a lamp is called Nur, and the soul of man is called Nur. To let rather the Nur which man has made, the lamp, be extinguished, than the Nur, the soul, which belongs to the Holy One, blessed is He. It was said in the name of Rab, the sages wanted to conceal the book of Ecclesiastes because of its contradictory sayings. And it was not so done, because it begins with sound religious teachings and ends with similar teachings. It begins with the words, What profit hath man by all his toil under the sun? Eckel. 3. Whereupon the school of Arjuni said, Under the sun there is no profit, but there surely is beyond the sun. And it ends with the words, The conclusion of the matter is, Fear God and observe His commands, for this is all there is for man. Eckel. 12:13. What does it mean? Said Arlazar, it means, the whole world was created only for the sake of his fear of God. Arabba B. Kahana said, the God-fearing man outweighs, in importance, the whole world. Simeon B. Azai, others say B. Zama, said, the whole world was created only to provide him with assistance. I praise mirth, Eckel. 8:15. This means the righteous man rejoices when he performs a meritorious act. And of joy, what doth this do? Eckel. 2. alludes to rejoicing that comes not through a heaven-pleasing deed. This teaches that the divine presence, Shekinah, comes not by sadness, by indolence. p. 48. By hilarity, by levity, by gossip, or by senseless talk, but through rejoicing in a meritorious deed, as it is written, "Now bring me a minstrel," and when the minstrel played, the power of the Lord was upon him. 2 Kings 3:15. Rabbah said, the same should be done, in order to enjoy good dreams. R. Jehuda says, the same should be done, to predispose oneself for legislative work, as Rabbah did. Before commencing to expound a halakha, he introduced it with a simile and caused the masters to become joyful. Afterward, he sat down in the fear of the Lord and began to expound the halakha. It was taught that in the same time they also wanted to conceal the book of Proverbs on account of its contradictory sayings. And it was not done, because, they said, have we not scrutinized the book of Ecclesiastes and found the meaning of its contradictory sayings? Let us then search deeply here, in the book of Proverbs, also. Which are the contradictory sayings? It says, answer not the fool according to his folly, Prov. 26:4, and then again, answer the fool in his folly, Ibid. v. 5. Yet this is no contradiction, the latter refers to a subject of learning, the former saying to a subject of indifferent talk. How is the subject of learning here to be understood? In the following manner. R. Gamaliel lectured, in the future, woman will bear a child every day, for thus it is written, she conceived and gave birth at a time. Jer. 31:7. A disciple laughed at this and said, there is no new thing under the sun, Eckel. I. 9. Said R. Gamaliel, come, I will show thee such a thing in the world, and he showed him a hen. The same rabbi lectured, in the future trees will bear every day, for it is written, it will produce branches and bear fruit, Izk. 17:231. As branches are produced for every day, so also will fruit be brought forth every day. Again the disciple laughed and said, there is no new thing under the sun. Said the master to him, come, I will show thee a thing of this kind in the world, and he showed him a caper tree. He lectured also, the land of Israel will in the future produce ready cakes and garments, explaining the first part of verse 16 of Psalmxci. To that effect. The disciple again laughed at him, but he showed him that ready meats are produced in the shape of mushrooms, and ready garments grow in the shape of many colored fibers that cover the young date trees. p. 49. The rabbis taught, a man should always be as modest as Hillel, and not as impulsive as Shammai. It once happened that two men laid a wager of 400 zuz, which would be won by him who could provoke Hillel to anger, but lost if he failed in the attempt. This happened on Friday, while the sage was bathing his head. The man who undertook the task went to Hillel's door and cried, who is Hillel here? Who is Hillel here? One the rabbi threw a mantle over his shoulders and went out to meet him. What desirest thou, my son? He asked. I have a question to ask, the man replied. Ask, my son, ask, said the rabbi. Why are the Babylonians round-headed? Asked the man. This is an important question, my son. The reason is that they have no skilled midwives in Babylon, answered Hillel. An hour later the man came again calling, who is Hillel here? Who is Hillel here? The rabbi came out again and said, what desirest thou, my son? I have a question to ask, the man said. Ask, my son, ask, said Hillel. Why have the Talmudites oval eyes? This is a very important question, my son. The Talmudites live in a sandy land and must always keep their eyes half closed. An hour later the man came again in his insolent manner, and said again that he had a question to ask. Hillel in his quiet manner again encouraged him. "Why do the Africans have large feet?" he asked. "Because they live in a swampy land," answered Hillel. "I have many more questions to ask, but I am afraid lest thou get angry," continued the man. Hillel wrapped himself in his mantle and sat down, saying, "Ask, my son, all the questions thou desirest." "Art thou Hillel, who is titled a prince in Israel?" asked the man. "Yes, my son," answered the rabbi. "If thou art the man, may there not be many like thee in Israel?" "Why so, my son?" "Because thou makest me lose 400 zuz." Said Hillel to him, "Take care of thy temper. A Hillel is worthy that twice that amount be lost through him. A Hillel must not get excited." The rabbis taught. A Gentile once came before Shammai and asked, "How many laws have you?" "2 laws, the written and the oral law," answered Shammai. "I believe thee as regards the written law, but I do not believe thee as to the oral." p. 50. "Law," said the Gentile. "I will be converted to Judaism on condition that thou teach me the written law." Shammai rebuked him and drove him away. He then came to Hillel with the same plea, and Hillel accepted him. He began teaching him the alphabet in regular sequence. The next day he taught him the letters backward. "You did not teach me so yesterday," the man objected. I, my son, must thou not repose confidence in me? Thou must likewise repose confidence in the oral law, which appears at first sight different from the written law." Another Gentile came to Shammai saying, "Convert me on the condition that thou teach me the whole Torah while I stand on 1 foot." Shammai pushed him away with the builder's measure he held in his hand. He thereupon came to Hillel, and the latter accepted him. He told him, "What is hateful to thee, do not unto thy fellow, this is the whole law. All the rest is a commentary to this law, go and learn it." Another Gentile once heard a Jewish teacher instructing his class about the vestments of the high priest. He took a fancy to that, and thought he would accept Judaism in order to be made a high priest. Thus he appeared before Shammai and said, "Convert me on the condition that I be made a high priest." Shammai pushed him away with the builder's measure he held in his hand. He came to Hillel, with the same request, and the latter accepted him. Said Hillel to him, "Do people select a king unless he knows the laws of their government? Thou must study the laws of our government, if thou wilt become a high priest." The convert began studying Torah. When he came to the passage, "A stranger who comes near to the vessels of the sanctuary shall die," num. 51, he asked, "To whom does this passage refer?" Hillel answered, "To anyone who is not a descendant of Aaron the high priest, even if he would be David, the king of Israel." Then the proselyte made the following deduction: "If the people of Israel, who are called the children of the Lord, so that out of love to them the Omnipotent said, My firstborn son is Israel, X. 4:22 If of them it is written, A stranger that comes nigh shall die, the more so must it be with an insignificant stranger, who has come, within the pale of Judaism, merely with his staff and his bag." He went before Shammai and said, "Am I qualified to become a high priest? Is it not written, num. 3:10, A stranger that comes nigh shall die?" He then appeared before p. 51. Hillel and said, "For thy equanimity of temper, O Hillel. May blessings be upon thy head, for thou hast gathered me in under the wings of the Shekinah." The 3 converts met some time later, and said, "The impulsiveness of Shammai came near sending us adrift in the world, outside of the pale of religion. Hillel's equanimity of temper gathered us in under the wings of the Shekinah." Resh Lakish said, "What does the verse, 'The trust of thy times shall be the strength of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge, etc. Isa 33. 6. What does this mean? I think that this can be a biblical support to the 6 divisions of the Mishnah which we possess. 1. The trust comes within the section of Zerum, seeds, thy times in mode, festivals, strength in Nashim, women, salvation in Netzikin, jurisprudence, wisdom in Kotoshim, holiness, and knowledge in section Tehereth, purity. And yet the fear of the Lord is his treasure, that is, all these do not avail where there is not the fear of the Lord. 2. Rabhu said, when a man comes before the divine judgment, he is asked, hast thou traded in good faith? Missed thou apportioned regular times for study? Hast thou produced children? Didst thou hope for salvation? Hast thou discussed subjects of wisdom? Hast thou formed logical conclusions from the things thou hast learned? After all this, if he can affirm all these questions, if he possessed the fear of the Lord, it was well, if not, it was not so. This is like a man who ordered his agent to store a measure of wheat in the attic. The agent did so. Then the man asked him whether he had mixed some dry dust with the wheat, for protection against weevils, and he answered nay. It were better, said the merchant, if thou hadst not stored it. Rabbi B. Arhuna said, a man who possesses learning. p. 52. But has no fear of heaven, is like the manager of a palace, who has the keys to the inside apartments, but lacks the one which opens the outside gate. How can he enter? Arjuna proclaimed, alas for him who has no dwelling, yet strives to make the door of a dwelling. Arjuna said, the Holy One, blessed be he, created the world only for the purpose that man should fear him, for it is written, God hath so made it, that men should fear him. Eckel. 3. 14. R. Simon and R. Lazar were sitting together as R. Jacob B. Aha came passing by. Said one of them, come, let us arise before him, for he is a man that fears sins. Said the other, aye, let us arise before him, for he is a son of enlightenment, a scholar. Said the former, I tell thee that he is a man that is afraid of sins, and thou sayest he is a scholar. Thou shouldst be mindful of what our Lazar said, the Holy One, blessed be he, has nothing better in the world than men who possess the fear of heaven, for thus it is written, and now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God? X. 12. Arala lectured, what does the passage mean, be not wicked overmuch, Eckel. 7. 17. Is it allowed to be wicked at all? Nay, but the passage means this, if one has eaten garlic and has acquired a bad odor, he must not eat more garlic because the bad odor is, about him, already. Rabbi B. Arala lectured, it is written, for there are no fetters in them, but their strength is firm. Psalms, Elxcei. 4. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, it is not enough that the wicked do not trouble for nor fear the day of their death, but that their heart within them is as a strong fortress. Which is similar to Rabba's explanation of the passage, this is their way, their folly, Ibid. Zlix. 14. The wicked know that their manner of living leads them to death, and still their kidneys wax fat, implying their blindness to the fact. Perhaps thou wilt attribute this to their forgetfulness? Therefore it is written, what will happen after their lives is the subject of their sayings, whence we conclude that while they do not repent, they continually speak of their death. To spare the lamp, etc. With whom does our Jose agree? If he agrees with our Jehuda, he should declare culpable even these, and if he agrees with our Simeon, he should declare free even the man who extinguishes the lamp, for the purpose of saving the wick. Said Allah, by all means our Jose agrees with. p. 53. Our Jehuda, But he holds that if one destroys in order to rebuild in the same place, he is guilty of the act of breaking, but if one destroys, not intending to rebuild in the same place, he is not guilty of breaking. R. Johanan, however, maintains that he holds as R. Simeon, but in the case of this wick it is different, as R. Hamnuna or R. Adabi. Abba interpreted our Mishnah that it reads from a wick which needs singeing, and it is such a case. R. Simeon also agrees that it is prohibited because it is considered that he repairs a vessel. Said Rabha, it seems that this explanation is right, as the Mishnah states to be formed, and not a cinder is formed, already. Mishnah 7, for 3 sins women die of childbirth, for negligence, of the laws, during their menstruation, neglect of separating the first dough, and for neglecting to light the Sabbath lamp. Gemara, why so? Thus a Galilean master lectured before Arhisda, the Holy One, blessed be he, says, I have created you with power of blood, I have warned you concerning blood, I have called you the first produce, Jur. 2. 3. And charged you to sacrifice the first of your dough, Num. 16. 21. The soul that I gave you is called a light, and I have charged you concerning the Sabbath light. If you observe these things, it is well, if not, I shall take your souls. But why should this happen at the time of childbirth? Said Rabha, when the ox falls or is felled, it is time to sharpen the knife. 1. And when are the sins of men passed upon? Said Resh Lakish, when they pass a dangerous place that is like a bridge, which is unsafe. Rab would not embark on a ship that carried an idolater. Said he, his time to be punished may come, and I, being on the same vessel, may have to suffer with him. Samuel, however, would go to sea only on a vessel which carried idolaters, saying, Satan hardly ever metes out punishment to 2 people, of different beliefs. Arjuna always examined a vessel before he embarked. This he did in conformity with his own theory elsewhere, for thus he taught, a man should never place himself in danger, expecting that a miracle will be wrought for him, for it may be that no such miracle will be wrought, and if a miracle is wrought for him, it will be deducted from the reward due his merits in the p. 54. World to come. And Arhanan said, where is this to be found in the scripture? From the verse, I am not worthy of all thy kindness and of all thy truth, General 32. 11. Arzera would never walk under date trees in stormy weather. Aritzhak b. Jehuda said, a man must always pray that he should not become sick, for if sickness befall him, he must be possessed of special virtues in order to get well again. And to the question of Marakba, is this to be found in the scripture? He was told that the school of R. Ishmael maintains the passage in question is to be taken from Dut. 22. 8 viz, peradventure one may fall down from there. The word hanefel, which is in the past tense and implies that he has fallen down, although such a case had not happened as yet, is simply a matter of conjecture on the part of this school, which considered a predestined thing as a matter that had already occurred, because the fall was already predestined for the guilty person, as it is said, the reward of virtue is, however, brought about by a meritorious person, while the chastisement for sin is dealt out through a sinner, and his not making a railing around his roof constitutes him a guilty person. C. 22. 8. The rabbis taught, he who becomes sick, death approaching should be told to confess his sins, for all those who are to suffer the death penalty must make a confession. When a man goes out to a market, where there are always dangerous people in the crowd, he should consider himself like one arrested by a sergeant. When his head aches, he should consider himself as one put in prison. If he cannot rise from his bed, he should consider himself as one indicted before Gardam, a criminal court. If he has good advocates to defend him, he may go free; if not, he cannot be saved. The defending attorneys of a man, before divine justice, are penitence and good deeds. If there should be 999 accusers against him and only one to plead in his favor, he is saved, as it is written, if there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000 to show unto man his uprightness, then he is gracious unto him, etc. Job 33. 23. R. Eliezer B. R. Jose the Galilean said, even if only 1,000th part of one advocate out of 1,000 plead in the man's favor, although the rest speak against him, he is saved, because it is said one defender out of 1,000 suffices. There is a Boretha, R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, the laws of holy offerings, heave offerings, and tithes are integral. p. 55. Parts of the Torah, and yet their observance was entrusted to the common people. There is another Boretha, R. Nathan says, for the sin of vows one's wife dies, as it is written, Proverbs 22. 27, why should he take away thy bed from under thee? 1. Another Boretha states, R. Nehemiah said, the penalty for the sin of hating without cause is strife at home. The wife of the sinner gives birth before her time, his sons and daughters die young. R. Lazar B. Jehuda says, the penalty for the sin of neglecting the first dough is, no blessing in the harvest, high prices, for necessities, the consumption of the seed by strangers, but if this portion is given, blessings will surely follow, as it is written, the first of your dough shall you give to the priest, to cause a blessing to rest on thy house, as live. 30. The penalty for the sin of neglecting heave offerings and tithes is, the sky withholds rain and dew, dearth comes on, there are no prophets, and men run about to earn a livelihood, but they do not succeed. But if these offerings are given, blessings will come, as it is written, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, etc., and prove me but herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour out for you a blessing until there be more than enough. Mal. 3. 10. The penalty for the sin of robbery is, locust pestilence, famine comes, and the people feed on the flesh of their children, as it is written, Amos 4. 1-7, q. v. For the sins of curbing, perverting, and polluting justice, and of neglecting the law, the sword comes on, enemies take much spoil, the people eat and are never satisfied, and they must weigh the bread they eat, that is, eat in small portions, for fear that nothing be left for the next meal, as it is written, Leviticus 26. 25, avenging the quarrel of my covenant, and covenant is synonymous with the law, as it is written, Jeremiah 33. 25, thus hath said the Lord, etc. For the sins of unnecessary and false swearing, perjury, blasphemy, and desecration of the Sabbath, many wild beasts come and domestic cattle are destroyed, the population decreases, and the roads are bare, without travelers, as it is written, Lev. 26. 18 to the end of the paragraph. p. 56. Paragraph continues, for the sin of bloodshed the sanctuary is laid waste and Shekinah departs from Israel, as it is written, Numbers 35. 34, and ye shall not render unclean the land which ye inhabit, in the midst of which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, which signifies that if ye render it unclean, the Shekinah will depart from the land. For the sins of adultery, idolatry, and disregard of, the laws of, the Sabbatic and Jubilee years exile comes, and, other nations, take up the place, of the exiles, as it is written, Lev. 18. And 27. For the sin of defiling the mouth, speaking indecent things, Great oppressions and evil decrees are, constantly, renewed, young men die, orphans and widows cry, for help, but are not answered, as it is written, Isaiah 9, end of verse 16, for all this his anger is not turned away and his hand still remaineth stretched out, which is explained by R. Hanan B. Abba as follows, all know for what purpose a bride marries, still, he who defiles his mouth, by speaking of its details, even if a happy life of 70 years is decreed for him, the decree is turned aside. Rabbi B. Shila in the name of Arhista says, Gehenna is made deep for him who defiles his mouth, as it is written, Proverbs 22:14. R. Naaman B. Isaac says, it is made deep even for the one who listens to indecent talk, and does not protest against it. Ibid. 15. Aroshia says, he who abuses himself, by masturbation, becomes afflicted with wounds and boils, not only this, but he is punished with dropsy. 1 R. Naaman B. Itzhak says dropsy is an evidence of sin. Samuel the Little took sick with it, and he said, Lord of the universe, who will prove that I am not guilty of immoral conduct? Hereupon he got well again. Abai took sick with it. Said Rabha, I know that the Naamanite, son of Naaman, starves himself. The rabbis taught, there are 4 evidences. An evidence of sin is dropsy, an evidence of hate without cause is jaundice, an evidence of pride is poverty, an evidence of calumny, spreading evil reports about others, is croup. The sickness of croup becomes epidemic for the sin of neglecting to give tithes, but R. Lazar B. Jose said, only for the sin of calumny. R. Jehuda, R. Jose, and R. Simeon were sitting, and Jehuda, the son of proselytes, sat before them. R. Jehuda opened the conversation, saying, how beautiful are the p. 57 works of this nation, the Romans. They have established markets, they have built bridges, they have opened bathing houses. R. Jose said nothing, but R. Simeon B. Johai said, all these things they have instituted for their own sake. Their markets are gathering places for harlots, they have built paths for the purpose of indulging themselves in their comforts, they have built bridges to collect tolls from those who cross them. Jehuda, the son of proselytes, went and reported this conversation, and it came to the ears of the government. Said, the rulers, Jehuda, who has praised our doings, shall be promoted. Jose, who said nothing, shall be exiled to Sophoris. Simeon, who spoke disparagingly, shall be put to death. Our Simeon and his son then went and hid themselves in the college, and their wives brought them every day some bread and a pitcher of water, and they ate. When the decree became imperative, he said to his son, women are of a pliant disposition. They, the government agents, will perhaps trouble them, and they, the women, will reveal our whereabouts. They then went and hid themselves in a cave. A miracle occurred, that a date tree and a spring of water came out for them. They stripped themselves naked and sat down covered with sand up to their necks. Thus they sat all day studying, only at the time of prayer they put on their garments, and after performing their devotion they took them off again for fear they might wear them out. In this wise they spent 12 years in their cave. Elijah then came to the opening of the cave and said, who will inform the son of Johai that the Caesar, governor, is dead and his decree is annulled? Hereupon they left the cave. They then went forth and saw men who were plowing and sowing grain. Said R. Simeon, these people leave the works which lead to everlasting life and occupy themselves with worldly things. After this every place where they chanced to turn their eyes was burned. Suddenly a bath coal, heavenly voice, was heard, which said unto them, have ye come to destroy my world? Go, return to your cave. They returned and stayed in the cave another 12 months, saying the punishment of the wicked in Gehenna only lasts 12 months. At the end of that time came again the heavenly voice and said, "Go out of the cave," and they came out. And our Simeon said to his son, "It is enough for this world that I and you are occupied with the study of the Torah and with good deeds." This happened on a Friday near p. 58. Sunset. They saw a man hurrying with 2 bunches of myrtle in his hand. "What are they for?" they asked him. "To honor the Sabbath," was the reply. "Would not 1 bunch be enough?" "Nay, 1 is for the command remember, 1 the other for the command observe," said the man. Said our Simeon to his son, "Behold, how Israel loves the commands of God." This reassured them. Our Simeon's father-in-law, our Pinhas B. Yair, heard that they were coming, and went to meet them. He took them to the bathhouse. While our Simeon was cleaning his own body, our Pinhas noticed that it was full of blisters. Tears ran from his eyes when he saw this, and, the tears falling upon the flesh of his son-in-law, caused our Simeon pain. Said our Pinhas, "Woe unto me, that I see thee in this state." Our Simeon rejoined, "Well unto thee, that thou seest me so, for if thou hadst not seen me in this state thou couldst not find in me all the learning that thou canst find in me now." Mishnah 8, 1 must say 3 things in his house on Friday, when it is getting dark. Viz. Have you set aside the tithes, from the fruit, which is to be eaten on the Sabbath? Have you put up the arub? And light ye the lamp. When one is in doubt whether darkness has set in, he must not separate tithes from fruit of which he is certain that tithes had not been set aside, and he shall not put vessels under process of lavation. 2. And he shall not light a lamp any more. But he may set aside tithes from fruit of which he is not certain that tithes have been set aside, and he may put up the arub and also put his victuals into the stove for the purpose of keeping them warm. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said our Joshua B. Levi, from Job v. 24, "Thou shalt know that peace is in thy tent, and shalt examine thy dwelling, that thou mayest not sin." Rabbi B. Arhuna said, "Although the masters have taught that one must say 3 things, etc., yet he ought to say them quietly, in order that his family should accept them from him in good grace." Said Arashi, "I have not heard of this." p. 59. Saying of Rabbi B. Arhuna before, "Yet I have always done so as a matter of common sense." Does not the text contradict itself? It states, one must say 3 things, etc., when it is getting dark. This implies that if he is in doubt whether it is getting dark or whether darkness has already set in, he cannot say it any longer. In the latter part, however, it says if he is in doubt, etc., he may put up an arub. Said Rabba in the name of Arhiah B. Ashi, quoting Rab, "It presents no difficulty." In the first part it speaks of an arub of Tikkum, that marks the boundary of 2,000 ells around the city, where it is allowed for one to walk on Sabbath. In the latter part it speaks of an arub by which the neighbors of adjoining courts make common cause. Rabba said, "The rabbis have prohibited putting victuals among things that preserve but that do not increase the heat after dark, for fear lest one find them too cold and be tempted to make them boil." Said Abaye to him, "If such is the case, why did they not enact the same prohibition for the time when it is twilight also?" Answered Rabba, "At that time the pots are generally boiling hot." Rabba said again, "Why was it said that one must not put victuals among things that increase the heat, when it is yet day, for fear lest one put them in cinders where there are yet live coals?" Said Abaye to him, "What harm is there? Let him do so." And he answered, "It may be feared lest he be tempted to stir the burning coals." The rabbis taught, which is the time of twilight. When the sun sets and the eastern sky is red, when the lower edge of a cloud is dark, while the upper part is not yet dark, but when the upper edge of such a cloud is as dark as the lower, night has set in. So says R. Jehuda. R. Nehemiah says, the duration of twilight is the time one takes to walk half a mile from the moment the sun sets. R. Jose says, twilight is like the twinkling of an eye, the one day goes out, the other night comes in, and it is impossible to determine it. And each of them is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, as it was taught, what is the duration of twilight. Rabbah in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, said, the time it takes to walk, 3/4 of a mile, and R. Joseph said in the name of the same authority, 2/3 of a mile. The difference between them is half a danka. The contrary is the case when a beehive is concerned. p. 60. In that case Rabbah said, a beehive of 2 curs one may move on the Sabbath, of 3, one shall not. R. Joseph, however, said that one may move even a hive of 3 curs, but one of 4 is forbidden. Said Abaye, I have inquired of the master at the time of the deed, and he did not even permit me to move one of 2 curs. Rabbah saw that Abaye was, one Friday, looking toward the east, to calculate the duration of twilight. Said he to him, dost thou think the masters spoke of the sky in the east? They spoke of an object in the east that reflects the red sky, of the west, like a window, placed eastward of the setting sun. It takes one to walk half a mile. Said R. Hanina, if one wishes to know the time according to R. Nehemiah's calculation, he should leave the sun, see it set, on the top of Carmel, a certain mountain peak on the seacoast, go down, dive into the sea, and go up the mountain again. This will give him the exact time. R. Jehuda, however, in the name of Samuel said, to know the exact time of twilight may be fixed thus, if only 1 star can be seen in the sky, it is yet day, if 2 stars, it is twilight, 3 stars, it is night. And so also we have learned plainly in Abortha with the addition, said R. Jose, the stars mentioned do not mean the big stars, that can be seen in daytime, and not the small stars, which cannot easily be seen at night, but stars of medium size. R. Jose B. R. Zebeda said, if one, unintentionally, performs work on both times of twilight, Friday and Sabbath, he must certainly bring us an offering, because at one of both times it was certainly Sabbath. Rabbah said to his servant, you, who are not an expert in the scholarly calculation of time, must light the Sabbath lamp when you see the last rays of the sun on top of the trees. In cloudy weather how shall it be? The lamp must be lit, in the city when the hens go to roost, in the field, when the ravens fly to roost, or when the mallow shrub too inclines its head to the west. The rabbis taught, 6 times was the signal blown on Friday, the first time to stop work in the field, the second to p. 61. Stop it in the city and in the stores, the third time to light the lamps. So said R. Nathan. R. Jehuda the prince says that the third time is sounded to take off the phylacteries. Then, the beetle waits about as long as is required to bake a small fish, or for bread to cleave to the oven, and he sounds again the 3 tones, one of the signal in succession for the Sabbath, that is already come. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, what shall we do with the Babylonians? They sound the signal first, and then blow the trumpet. From the moment the trumpet is sounded they cease work. They do so because it is with them a matter of inherited custom. R. Jehuda taught his son, Aritzak, the third, sounding was a signal, to light the lamp. This agrees with the ruling of R. Nathan. At the school of R. Ishmael it was taught, 6 times the signal is sounded on Friday. When the first sounding begins, those who are in the field stop plowing and harrowing and all field work. At the entrance to the city, those who are near must wait until the distant farmers come, so that they enter the city altogether. The stores are yet open, and the stalls, upon which wares are laid out, are as yet in their places. As soon as the second sounding begins, the stalls are cleared and the stores closed. The warm victuals, prepared for the Sabbath, and the pots are as yet upon the hearth. As soon as the third sounding begins, the pots are taken off the hearth, the warm victuals are put in the stove, and the lamps are lighted. Then, the beadle waits about as long as it is required to bake a small fish or for bread to cleave to the oven, and he sounds trumpets and sounds the signal again and rests. Said R. Jose B. R. Hanana, I have heard that if one wants to light up after the 6 signals he may do so, for the rabbis have allowed some time to the beadle to take his shoper, horn, to the house, after the 6 signals. Said the schoolman to him, if such were the case, the subject would depend on various measurements of time. Nay, but the beadle has a concealed place upon the roof, where he sounds the shoper, and puts away his instrument, as soon as he has used it, because neither a shoper nor a fife may be handled, when the Sabbath is come. But have we not learned that a shoper may be handled? P. 62. But a fife may not? Says R. Joseph, this is not contradictory. Our case is that of a shoper belonging to the community, the case adduced treated of one that belongs to a private party, therefore it is permissible. Said Abayi, why may a shoper that is private property be handled? Because it is sometimes used for taking up water, to give a child drink, let one that is public property also be allowed to handle, because it may be used in the same manner. Furthermore, was it not taught, as a shoper may be handled, so also may the fife be handled? According to whose ruling is this? There is no contradiction in all this. The one, that a shoper may be handled, but not a fife, is according to the ruling of R. Jehuda. The other, that both may be handled, is according to the ruling of R. Simeon. The third, that neither should be handled, is according to the ruling of R. Nehemiah. And what is a shoper? The same as a fife, as R. Hista says, since the sanctuary was destroyed the names have become changed, a shoper is called a fife, and a fife is called a shoper.
Chapter 3. Regulations concerning stoves, hearths, and ovens. Mishnah, cooked victuals may be put on a stove that was heated with straw or stubble. If the stove was heated with the pulp of poppy seed, that is, poppy seed from which the oil was pressed out, or with wood, cooked victuals may not be put upon it, unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. Beth Shammai says, the latter instance is permissible only in the case of victuals that are to be kept warm, but not of such as are improved by continued cooking. Beth Hillel says, both alike are permitted. Beth Shammai says, victuals may be taken off the stove, but not put back upon it. Beth Hillel permits it. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question, as for the expression shall not be put, does it, referring to a pot that has been taken off the stove, mean one shall not put it back, but if it has not been taken off, it may be left there, even if the live coals were not cleared away or covered with ashes? Or does it mean that the pot should not be left there, even if it was standing there before, unless the live coals have been cleared out or damped, so much the more should it not be put there if it was once taken off? Come and hear. There being 2 parts in our Mishnah, if the point of controversy is the leaving of the victuals on the stove, if they were there before, the Mishnah is to be explained thus: on the stove that was heated with straw or with stubble the victuals may be left, on a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood, the victuals may be left only if the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. What kind of victuals may be left there? according to Beth Shammai, such as are to be kept warm, but not such as improve by cooking. And according to Beth Hillel both. Thus the point of controversy is the leaving of the victuals, that had been on the stove before. And as the two schools differ in this matter, so do they also differ in their opinions concerning putting them back upon the stove if they were once taken off. But if you interpret the Mishnah to make the p. 64 returning of the victuals to the stove the point of their differing, viz., what kind of victuals should be returned to the stove, according to the former such as are to be kept warm, but not such as improve by cooking, and according to the latter, both. If you put such a construction upon the text of the Mishnah, to what purpose is it repeated? Beth Shammai says, etc. It may be said even that they differ concerning putting back, and nevertheless there is no difficulty, as the Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus, if the stove was heated. But if they stood there before, they may be left there, even if the live coals are not taken out or covered with ashes. And what may be left? Beth Shammai says only such as are to be kept warm, and Beth Hillel says even victuals requiring cooking, but even in the case of returning the victuals to the stove, if they have been removed, there is still a difference of opinion between the two schools, for according to the former they may be only taken off, and according to the latter they may be returned also. Come one and hear. Our Helbo in the name of our Hamabi. Gran, quoting Rab, said, the Mishnah speaks only about putting the victuals upon the stove, but as to putting them into the stove it is surely prohibited. Now, if thou sayest the dispute is about returning the pot to the stove, this remark is correct, for there is a difference to what place it is returned, whether into the stove or upon it, but if the question were about keeping it on the stove while it is there, what difference would it make? Do you think our Helbo's report refers to the first part of the Mishnah? It refers to the second part, in which Beth Hillel allows it to be returned, and to this he says, even in this case, upon the stove it is permissible, but not into the stove. The schoolman propounded a question, may a pot with victuals be placed so as to touch the side of the stove? Does the prohibition which holds good for putting it into or upon the stove apply also here, or is touching its side a different case? Come and hear. A stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or wood may be used to put a pot alongside of, but not on, unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. If the coals get dim or fine herds were put upon them, they are considered as if their fire was damped with ashes. Aritzhak. P. 65. B. Namani in the name of Aroshia says, if the fire was damped and still it got a glowing, victuals that are sufficiently warm, and cooked meats that require no more cooking, may be left standing upon it. Is it to be inferred from this that, if victuals are improved by shriveling, upon the fire, they may be left there? This is a different case, for the fire was damped. If such is the case, what came Aritzhak to teach? Lest one say that if the fire got to glowing again, it is to be considered as a fire originally started? Aritzhak lets us know that, when once a fire has been damped, we need have no further scruples about letting the victuals remain on it. Our Shesheth said in the name of our Johanan, victuals that require additional warming or additional cooking may be left upon a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood, but if they were once removed, they shall not be replaced unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. He was of the opinion that our Mishnah treats of replacing a removed pot, but allows a pot that was not removed to be left on the stove, even if the live coals are not taken out or covered with ashes. Said Rabha, were not both propositions expounded in the Borathoth that were cited? Aye, but our Shesheth merely wishes to exhibit his construction of the text of the Mishnah. Our Samuel B. Jehuda in the name of our Johanan said, upon a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or wood, victuals may be left standing, if they are sufficiently warmed and sufficiently cooked, even if shriveling improves them. Said one of the schoolmen to him, did not Rabbi and Samuel both say that if shriveling improves them, it is not allowed? And he answered, I said this in the name of our Johanan and not in the name of the above mentioned, as I am aware of it. Arukba of Mishan said to Arashi, you, who cherish the teachings of Rabbi and Samuel, may follow their regulation, but we will follow the regulation of our Johanan. Abai questioned Dar Joseph, may victuals be left on the stove? And he answered, did not our Jehuda leave victuals on the stove, and eat them afterward? Rejoined Abai, the case of our Jehuda cannot be taken into consideration. He was stricken with a dangerous disease, and for him even, the cooking of victuals, on the Sabbath was permitted, but I ask about, healthy men like, you and me. R. Joseph answered, N. P. 66. Paragraph continues, Zerah they do leave. As R. Naaman B. Itzhak, who was exemplary in following religious ordinances, was wont to leave and to eat. Arashi said, I was standing before Arhuna and observed that fried fish was kept warm for him and he ate it, but I know not whether he did it because he thought that victuals which improve by shriveling are allowed, or whether he thought that, because there was flour on his fish, continuous warming did not improve it. R. Naaman said, victuals that improve by shriveling must not be left on the stove, such as deteriorate may. The rule is that all victuals which contain flour deteriorate by continuous warming. R. Abel was questioned, if one forgot his pot and left it upon the stove, and the victuals were thus cooked on the Sabbath, may he eat them or not? The master gave no answer. The next time he lectured, victuals cooked on the Sabbath unintentionally may be eaten, intentionally not, but, as regards the pot that is forgotten on the stove, it makes no difference. What does the phrase, it makes no difference mean? Rabbi and R. Joseph both say that the phrase implies that it may be eaten, for one who cooks acts intentionally, but when forgotten there was no act, and therefore he may eat it. But R. Naaman B. Isaac says the above phrase of it makes no difference implies a prohibition. In the case of cooking there is no fear of graft, therefore if he has done it unintentionally, he is not fined, but in the case of forgetting, the pot in the fire, craft may be feared. It means that he may put it in intentionally saying that he forgot, and therefore even if he actually forgets he is not allowed to eat the victuals. The schoolman propounded a question, what about one who had intentionally left his victuals upon the stove? Do the rabbis fine him or not? Come and hear. Samuel B. Nathan in the name of Arhanina said, when Arhose went to Zipporus, he found warm meats that had been left upon the stove, and he did not prohibit their use, but shriveled eggs that had been left upon the stove he prohibited. Shall we not assume that he forbade their use even on that Sabbath as a fine? Nay, he forbade their use for the following Sabbath. From this is to be inferred that shriveled eggs improve by continuous heating. As Arhama B. Hanina said, Rabbi and P. 67. Paragraph continues, I were once stopping at a certain place. We were treated with eggs shriveled like wild pears, and we ate many of them. It may also be put back. Our Shusheth said, the Tana who holds that the pot may also be put back, upon the stove, allows this, to be done, even on the Sabbath. Aroshia is also of the same opinion, for thus he said, we were once standing before Arhiah the Great, we served him with a bowl of warm soup, which was brought from the lower floor of the house, and we mixed a cup of wine for him, and, afterward, we returned it, the bowl, to its place, and he said nothing. And Arhiah in the name of Ar Johanan said, even if, the warm pot taken off from the stove, was put upon the ground, it may, still be put back on the stove. Said Hiskia in the name of Abai, According to them who hold that if he puts it on the floor it may not be returned, it is said only when it was not his intention to return it. But if it was, he may. And from this it is to be inferred that if it was still in his hand, although his intention was not to place it again, he may do so on reconsideration. Mishnah 2, Victuals shall not be put either inside or on top of an oven that was heated with straw or with stubble. A firing pot that was heated with straw or with stubble is, considered by the law, as a stone, but if it was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood it is considered as an oven. Gemara, Aboratha teaches, if an oven was heated with straw or with stubble, a pot with victuals shall not be put close to it, so that it touch the oven, the less so upon it, and still less so into it, so much the less shall, a pot, be put, alongside of an oven, that was heated with poppy seed pulp or with wood. If a firing pot was heated with straw or with stubble, a pot, may be put close to it, but not upon it, with poppy seed pulp or with wood it must not be put close to it. Said Arahabi. Rabha to Arashi, how shall the firing pot be considered? If it is like a stove, even if heated with poppy seed pulp or with wood, a pot shall be allowed to be put close to it, and if it is like an oven it should not, even if it is heated with stubble or straw? Answered he, it contains more heat than a stove and less heat than an oven. What is a firing pot and what is a stove? Said Arhozabi. Hanina, a firing pot has an opening on the top upon which only one pot can be set, a stove has openings upon which two pots can be set at a time. Mishnah 3, an egg shall not be put close to a boiler to. P. 68. Get it settled, nor must it be wrapped in a hot cloth. Arhose permits it, also it must not be put into hot sand or in the hot dust of the road that it be roasted by the heat of the sun. It once happened that the inhabitants of Tiberias had laid a pipe of cold water through the arm of their hot springs. But the sages explained to them that on the Sabbath this water is considered like any other warmed on the Sabbath, and must not be used either for washing or drinking, and should this be done on the feast day, it is like water heated by fire, which may be used for drinking only, but not for washing. Gemara, the schoolman questioned, how is it if one has done so with an egg? Said R. Joseph, he is liable for a sin offering. Said Marbi. Rabbina, this is to be understood also from the following Baratha, everything that was in hot water before the Sabbath may be soaked in hot water on the Sabbath, things that were not in hot water before the Sabbath may only be rinsed in it, excepting old herrings and Spanish, salted, fish, because with these, rinsing completes their preparation. The same is the case with an egg, the settling completes. Nor shall it be wrapped, etc. Now, the Mishnah which states, cooked victuals may be put into a pit for preservation, drinking water into cold bad water to cool, cold victuals in the sun to warm. Shall we assume that it is in accordance with our Jose and not with the sages? Said R. Naaman, as to the heat of the sun, all agree that it is allowed, the outcome of heating by fire, all agree that it is prohibited. The point of their differing is the outcome of sun heating. The one master holds that the use of such heat is prohibited for fear lest one use also the heat that is generated by fire, the other master does not impose such a precautionary measure. It happened that the inhabitants of Tiberias, etc. Arhista said, with the prohibition by the rabbis of the act of the Tiberians they have also abolished the permission to heat on Friday, even when it is yet day, in such places as increase heat. Said Allah, the halakha prevails according to the Tiberians. Rejoined R. Naaman, the Tiberians themselves have already destroyed their pipes. Washing with warm water, how is this to be understood? The whole body? Is this prohibited only with water that was warmed on Sabbath? Is it not the same even when it was warmed on the eve of Sabbath? As the following Baratha states, with water which was warmed on the p. 69. Eve of Sabbath, On the morrow one may wash his face, hands, and feet, but not the whole body. And if it means the face, etc., how is the latter part to be understood? If it was warmed on a feast day, etc. Shall we then assume that our Mishnah states in accordance with Beth Shammai, as they so state plainly elsewhere, to which the Beth Hillel opposed and permitted? Said Arikabi. Hanina, our Mishnah treats of washing the entire body, and it is in accordance with the Tana of the following Baratha: one shall not rinse his entire body, on the Sabbath, either with warm or with cold water. So is the decree of Arameyer, but our Simeon permits this. Our Hista says their dispute concerns only water that is in the ground, but water contained in a vessel is strictly prohibited. Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of R. Johanan said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. Said R. Joseph to him, didst thou hear this explicitly, or dost thou derive it by inference, from a similar teaching? I have heard it explicitly, he answered. It was taught, if water was warmed on Friday, Rab said one may wash his entire body in it on the next day, every member separately, that is, not plunge into it at once. Samuel, however, said, it was not allowed but of the face, hands, and feet. And the following Baratha supports Samuel, if water was warmed on Friday, one may wash his face, hands, and feet with it on the following day, but not his entire body, even member by member, and so much less with water warmed on a feast day. Said R. Joseph to Abai, did Rabbi not act according to the decisions of Rab? I know not, he answered. The rabbis taught, a bathhouse, the openings of which were stopped up on Friday, so that the heat should not escape, may be used for bathing immediately after the Sabbath is over. If its openings were stopped up on the eve of a feast day, one may, on the next day, enter it to have a sweat, but he must leave it and rinse his hands in an adjoining room. R. Jehuda said, it happened in a bathhouse of the city of Bnei Barak, that its openings were stopped up on the eve of a feast day. The next day R. Eliezer B. Ozariah and Arakiah entered it and took a sweat, then they left it and rinsed their bodies in the adjoining room, but the warm water in it had been covered with boards. When the report of this reached the masters they p. 70. Said, even if the warm water had not been covered with boards, they were also allowed to do so. However, since transgressing began to increase, they began to prohibit. In bathhouses of large cities one may walk about without fear of people's saying that he went to take a sweat. What does the expression transgressing mean? As R. Simeon B. Pazzi in the name of R. Joshua B. Levi, quoting Bar Kappara, said, in former times the people were accustomed to bathe, on the Sabbath, in water that was warmed on Friday. The bath keepers then began to warm the water on the Sabbath, and to tell the people that it had been warmed on Friday. Hereupon they prohibited bathing in warm water, but still they placed no restriction upon taking a sweating, in the bathroom. The people then would come and bathe, but pretend to merely take a sweating. Then sweating was also prohibited, but washing in the hot spring water of Tiberias was still allowed. The people, however, would come and wash themselves in water that was warmed by the fire and say that they washed in the hot spring water. Subsequently warm water was prohibited for bathing altogether, but bathing in cold water was allowed. Seeing that people could not stand the last prohibition, it was therefore revoked, and bathing in the hot spring water of Tiberias was allowed. The prohibition of the sweating bath, however, remained. The rabbis taught, one may warm himself by a hearth fire and afterwards rinse himself with cold water, but not bathe first in cold water and then warm himself by a hearth fire, because he warms the water that is on him. The rabbis taught, one may warm a sponging cloth and put it upon his bowels, on the Sabbath, but he must not do so with a boiling hot vessel, for this is dangerous even on weekdays. The rabbis taught, One may put a pitcher of water before a blazing fire, not to warm it, but to temper the coldness of the water. R. Judah said, a woman may put an oil flask before a blazing fire, not to boil it, but merely to temper it. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, a woman may unhesitatingly put oil on her hand, warm it before the fire, and anoint her little son with it without any fear. Said R. Judah, in the name of Samuel, whether it be oil or water, if the hand is spontaneously withdrawn from it, feeling the scald, it is prohibited, but not otherwise. And what extent of heat is meant by it? Said Rabbah, if the belly of a child is scalded by it. P. 71. R. Itzhak B. Abdimi said, I once followed Rabbi into the bathhouse, on the Sabbath. I wanted to put a bottle of oil for him into the tank, that contained hot spring water. Said he unto me, take out some warm water from the tank and put it into another vessel, to warm the oil in. From this we have inferred three things, viz., first, that oil improves by warming, and it is a prohibited act; second, that if anything is put into a second vessel, not directly into the boiling vessel, it is not considered cooking; third, that the mere tempering of oil is analogous to cooking it. Said Rabbina, from this story it may be inferred that if one cooks in the hot spring water of Tiberias on the Sabbath he is culpable, for the case happened after the rabbis had imposed the precautionary measure, and yet Rabbi would not allow him, R. Itzhak, to put the oil directly into the tank. Is that so? Did not Arhista say that he who has cooked in the hot spring water of Tiberias is not culpable? The culpability to be inferred, from the case of Rabbi, extends only as far as blows of correction one are concerned. R. Zerah said, I have seen Arabu swimming in a tank, and I know not whether he raised his feet from the ground, or not. Is it not self-evident that he did not raise them, as there is a boretha, one shall not swim about in a pond, even if, that pond, is stationed in a yard. This presents no difficulty. In a pond it is prohibited, because it is similar to a river, while in a tank it is allowed, because it is similar to a vessel. 2. Arzera once found Jehudah in the bath. He, Jehudah, ordered his servant, in the Hebrew Aramaic tongue, bring me the comb, hand me the soap, open your mouths, and exhale the warm air from within you, drink of the warm water of the bath. Said Arzera, if I had not come but to hear this, it were enough for me. It is correct that he ordered things in the Hebrew language, as private affairs may be said in the same language. The same is with the second order, for Samuel said that heat, from without, drives out heat, from within. But what good is in the order, drink of the water of the bath? It is also correct, as we have learned in the following Boretha, if one washed p. 72 himself with warm water and did not drink of it, he is like an oven that was heated from without but not from within. Mishnah 4, the hot water contained in a mueller, cauldron, the live coals of which have been cleared away before the Sabbath set in, may be used on the Sabbath, but the hot water contained in an antiki, another kind of kettle, even if cleared of live coals, is not to be used on the Sabbath. Gemara, what is a mueller? A Boretha states, it is a vessel provided with an attachment for live coals, used for keeping water. As for an antiki, Rabbah says it is a bikuri, a vessel similar to a mueller, but of heavier construction and continually in use. R. Naaman B. Itzhak says, it is a bedud, a large kettle with an attachment underneath for live coals. There is a Boretha in support of the opinion of R. Naaman, the hot water in an antiki, even if the coals thereof are cleared away or damped, is not permitted to be used, for the heavy bottom keeps the heat. Mishnah V, into a kettle, the hot water of which has been spilled out and which has been removed from the fire, cold water is not permitted to be poured, for the purpose of heating, but it is permitted to pour water into the kettle, or into a cup, for the purpose of making such water lukewarm. Gemara, how is this to be understood? Said Abaye, it means thus, into a kettle, the fire of which has been removed, which still contains hot water, a small quantity of cold water may not be poured, for the purpose of warming, but a large quantity, to make the hot water lukewarm is, however, permitted. Into a kettle, the hot water of which has been entirely removed, no cold water at all may be poured, because it tempers the vessel. And it is in accordance with Jehuda, who holds that an act which pleases one, if done even unintentionally, is prohibited. Said Rab, even the above-mentioned large quantity is allowed only to make the water lukewarm, but not such a quantity as will entirely neutralize the hot water and tend to temper the vessel. Samuel, however, permits any quantity. Shall we assume that Samuel is in accordance with Simeon, who opposes the above theory of Jehuda, but did he not say that it is permitted to extinguish live dross on public ground, to prevent injury, but not charcoal? And if he agrees with Simeon, this also should be permitted? As regards labor tending to the accomplishment of a work, prohibited on the p. 73. Sabbath, he holds with Simeon, but as to the performance of labor, not for its own sake, he sides with Jehuda. Said Rabbina, since it is permitted to perform labor, prohibited by rabbinical law, in order to prevent injury, it is also permitted to remove thorns from public ground, little by little, in distances of less than 4 ells at a time, in order to prevent injury, but upon unclaimed ground it may be done in greater distances. But it is permitted, etc. The rabbis taught, one may pour hot water upon cold, but not cold upon hot water, so is the decree of Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allows both ways, provided a cup is used, but in a bathing tub hot water upon cold is permitted, but cold water upon warm is not. But Simeon b. Manasseh forbids it. And Naaman said that so the halakha prevails. Joseph was about to say that a bucket is under the same ruling as a bathing tub. Said Abaye to him, so taught Hiah, that a bucket is not in this category. Said Huna b. Joshua, I observed that Rabbi was not scrupulous with regard to the use of vessels, because Hiah taught, one may put a pitcher of water into a bucket of water, it makes no difference whether it be hot water into cold or vice versa. Said Huna to Rashi, perhaps this was a different case altogether, it being that there was a vessel within a vessel. But the latter retorted, it says, to empty, as it was taught, it is permitted to empty out a pitcher of water into a bucket of water, be it either warm water into cold or vice versa. Mishnah, in a saucepan or a pot that was removed from the fire, no spices shall be put after dusk, on Friday, but spices may be put into a plate or a bowl. Jehuda is of the opinion that spices may be put in all vessels or cooking utensils except in such as contain vinegar or fish brine. Gemara, the schoolman propounded the following question, does Jehuda refer to the first part of the Mishnah, which is lenient, or does he refer to the latter part, which is rigorous? Come and hear. We have learned in Aboratha that Jehuda says, one may put spices into all saucepans and cooking pots, except such as contain vinegar and fish brine. Joseph was about to say that salt comes under the same ruling as spices, because in his opinion salt becomes cooked in a p. 74. First vessel, that is, the vessel used for cooking, but not in a second vessel. Said Abaye to him, Hiah distinctly taught that salt does not come under the ruling applicable to spices, because it does not become cooked, even in a first vessel. This is corroborated by Naaman, who said, there is a saying that the dissolving of salt requires thorough boiling, the same as beef. Mishnah 7, it is not permitted to place a vessel under a lamp so that the oil of the lamp drip into it. If a vessel was placed under a lamp before the Sabbath set in, it may remain there, but the use of such oil on the same Sabbath is not permitted, as it was not previously prepared. Gemara, said Arhista, although it was said that the placing of a vessel under a hen, laying on sloping ground, to receive the egg is forbidden, yet to cover the egg so as to prevent it from being crushed is permitted. Said Rabba, the reason of Arhista is because he holds that hens being in the habit of laying eggs on level ground, in order to prevent the egg from being stepped upon, it is permitted to cover it with a vessel, but as lions are not in the habit of laying eggs on sloping ground, the placing of a vessel under the hen to receive the egg was not allowed. Abai objected to this, stating, we are not taught in the Mishnah that it is permitted to place a vessel under a lamp in order to take up the dropping sparks? This seldom occurs and therefore it is permitted. He was told that the dropping of sparks by a lamp is also a frequent occurrence. R. Joseph, commenting on the statement of Arhista, gave another reason, viz., that the vessel, placed under a hen to receive an egg, is made useless for that same Sabbath. Abai raised the same objection, intending to prove by it that the vessel placed under a lamp is also made useless on that same Sabbath, and Arhuna B. R. Joshua answered, sparks have nothing substantial about them, therefore the vessel containing them is not made useless on the same Sabbath. R. Itzhak said, in the same manner as it is not permitted to place a vessel under a laying hen, so is it also not permitted to cover the egg laid, for the reason that a vessel must not be handled on the Sabbath except for the use of such things as are themselves permitted to be handled on the Sabbath. All the objections of Abai being raised against Aritzhak's statements, he answered, in that case there was a lack of space. If the space occupied by a vessel is needed, that vessel p. 75 may be removed, and while being removed may be used for any purpose. Come and hear, another objection. An egg laid on the Sabbath or a festival, to prevent it from being, accidentally, cracked, may be covered with a vessel. Here the case is, also, when the space where the vessel is placed is needed. Said Arshasheth, to his disciples, go ye and tell Aritzhak that the above doctrine has already been interpreted by Arhuna in Babylon as follows. It is permitted to make a partition on the Sabbath, to isolate a corpse for the sake of the living, but it is not permitted to make a partition for the sake of the corpse. How is the latter clause to be understood? R. Samuel B. Jehuda and also Shalamari taught, in the case of a corpse lying in the sun, on the Sabbath, to prevent the corpse from decomposing, two persons are brought to sit on the floor, each on one side, in order to bring about the making of a screen. When the ground underneath them becomes hot, each of them is to bring a cot bed to sit upon, and when the heat above them becomes excessive, they are to bring a sheet and spread it over their heads, leaving part of the sheet loose. Both now raise their cots, which take up the loose part of the sheet, and move to their former positions, thus a screen, canopy, is formed of itself. It was taught, a corpse lying in the sun. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel says, the same must be turned over from one bed into another, until it arrives at a shady place. R. Hannah B. Shalmi in the name of Rav said, a loaf of bread or an infant should be put on the corpse and then the corpse may be moved. There is no difference of opinion as to the removal of a corpse, on the Sabbath, which is permitted when a loaf or an infant is put upon it. They differ only where there is none. One holds that indirect transportation must be considered transportation, and the other opines that indirect transportation is not transportation, and therefore permitted. Shall we assume that on this point the following Tanaim differ? It is not permitted to save a corpse from a fire. R. Jehuda B. Lakish, however, says, I have heard that it may be done. How is the case if there was a loaf of bread or an infant? Why should the first on it prohibit it? And if there was none, what is the reason of Lakish's decision? Do they not differ in the point of transportation stated above? Nay, all agree that such a transportation is considered, the p. 76 Reason, however, of Ben Lakish is that usually one is concerned about his dead, and if it would not be permitted to remove it, he will extinguish the fire. Said R. Jehuda B. Shila in the name of R. Rashi, quoting R. Johanan, the halakha prevails according to Ben Lakish concerning a corpse. Mishnah 8, a new lamp may be handled on the Sabbath, but not an old one. R. Simeon, however, says all lamps are permitted to be handled except such as are still burning. Gemara, the rabbis taught, a new lamp may be handled, but not an old one, such is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Meyer, however, says that all lamps may be moved, except a lamp which was lit for the Sabbath, though the light is extinguished, but R. Simeon says, except a lamp which is still burning. If extinguished, it may be moved, but a goblet, bowl, or lantern, used as lamps, must not be removed from their respective places. R. Eliezer B. R. Simeon, says, it is permitted to make use of an extinguished lamp and of the oil dripping from it, even while the lamp is burning. Said Abai, R. Eliezer B. Simeon holds in one case to the opinion of his father, but differs with him in the other. He holds with his father in disregarding muktzah, designation, one and differs with him in the other case, for his father is of the opinion that when a lamp is extinguished it may be moved, but not while it is burning, but he is of the opinion that even a burning lamp may be moved. But a goblet, bowl, or lantern must not. Wherein do these things differ from the others? Said Marsutra, R. Simeon allows a small lamp to be handled, because one will wait until it is extinguished, and then it may be used for another purpose, but these are large, and not apt to become extinguished for some time. R. Zara said, all the schoolmen agree on prohibiting the handling of a candelabrum which had been lit up on Sabbath, but the handling of the candelabrum which was not lit up on the Sabbath is unanimously permitted. R. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, it is not permitted to handle a bed that has been designated as a place to put money in, if the money had already previously been placed upon it, on Friday during twilight even if on the Sabbath no money. P. 77. Was on the bed. If the money, however, had not previously been deposited on the bed, the handling is permitted. If a bed was not designated for the keeping of money, but contained money, it must not be handled. If it contained no money, it may, providing no money was deposited on the bed during twilight of the preceding Friday. And Rab says this because he holds with R. Jehuda concerning muktzah. And it seems that so is the case, as Rab said one may place a lamp upon a palm tree at any time while it is yet day on Friday, in order that it may burn on the Sabbath, but one may not put a lamp upon the same on a biblical feast day. It is permitted to place a lamp on a palm tree on the Sabbath because there is no fear of the tree, which is muktzah, designated, being used, but on a biblical feast day it is prohibited for fear that one while depositing or removing the lamp will also use the palm tree, and that is prohibited. And this is correct only in accordance with the theory of R. Jehuda, but should Rab hold with R. Simeon, why does he make a distinction between the Sabbath and a biblical feast day? The law of muktzah does not exist at all according to R. Simeon. Is that so? Did not Rab decide, when he was questioned whether one may remove an extinguished Hanukkah light on the Sabbath for fear of the Magi, this has already been mentioned in a previous connection, that it may be done. The time of danger is different. One R. Kahana and R.C. then questioned him, does the halakha so prevail? And he answered, R. Simeon is worthy to be relied upon in times of danger. Resh Lakish question R. Johanan, may wheat that has been sown but that has not yet sprouted, or eggs that are still under the hen, be eaten on the Sabbath? Does he, R. Simeon, disregard the law of muktzah only in such cases where the objects were put aside with no intention of ever being used again, or does he disregard muktzah under all circumstances? He, R. Johanan, replied, there is no muktzah in his theory but the oil in a burning lamp, because if poured in a lamp for the purpose of keeping the Sabbath-like commandment it is designated for that express function, and as it is not permitted to extinguish that light, the intention not to use the oil for any other purpose is self-evident. But does not R. Simeon hold that the p. 78 same is the case with other things which were designated for their religious purposes? Is it not a fact that the ornaments of the tabernacle on that festival must not be used, even in accordance with R. Simeon's theory? As R. Hiab. R. Joseph taught in the presence of R. Johanan, one must not remove wood from a booth on any biblical feast day, but he may remove it from any place nearby. R. Simeon, however, permits this to be done. Still, they all agree that wood must not be removed from a booth built expressly for that feast, on all the 7 feast days. However, if there was a stipulation it may be done accordingly, because the wood is set aside for the ritual purpose. Hence even according to him the designation for ritual purposes must not be used. Why, then, is this different from the oil in question? The boratha is to be understood thus: all the ornaments of the booth in question are prohibited so far as all things bearing similitude to the oil in the burning lamp are concerned. And so also it was taught by R. Hiab. Abba in the name of R. Johanan, that there is no muktzah in the theory of R. Simeon, but in cases which are similar to the oil of the lamp while burning, being designated for the ritual purpose, they are also designated not to be used. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, in the opinion of R. Simeon no law of muktzah exists except in the case of raisins and dates which were placed on the roof to be dried. In such a case there certainly was no intention to use them on the same Sabbath, said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of R. Johanan, it was said the law remains in accordance with R. Simeon. When R. Itzhak B. R. Joseph, however, came from Palestine, he said in the name of R. Johanan that the law of muktzah, according to R. Jehuda prevails, and R. Jehoshua B. Levi said the law prevails with R. Simeon. Said R. Joseph, now is understood what Rabbi B. Hannah said in the name of R. Johanan, it was said that the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon, which means that R. Johanan himself did not agree with their decision. Said Abai to R. Joseph, didst thou not know before this that R. Johanan holds with the opinion of R. Jehuda? Is it not a fact that when Rabba and Arsi met in the house of our Abba of the city of Haifa, and a candelabrum fell upon the coat of Arsi, he, Arsi, did not remove it? Was it not because he was a disciple of R. Johanan and acted according to the opinion of his master? Answered R. Joseph, thou art speaking of a candelabrum. A candelabrum is a p. 79. Different matter altogether, for R. B. Hanina in the name of Arsi said, Resh Lakish has decided in Zidon, a candelabrum which can be removed with one hand may be handled, but if it has to be removed with both hands it may not, and R. Johanan said, we only hold with R. Simeon in the matter of a lamp, but as for a candelabrum, whether it can be removed with one or both hands, it is prohibited. And why so? Both Rabba and R. Joseph said, because a separate place must be designated for it. Said Abai to R. Joseph, have we not observed the case of a baldachin prepared for a bride and groom, for which a place must be designated? And yet Samuel said in the name of R. Hiah that such may be put up and taken apart on the Sabbath. Said Abai, the prohibition to handle the candelabrum holds good only in a case where the same is made of several parts. If this be the case, what reason has R. Simeon B. Lakish for allowing this? Say, not a candelabrum made of various parts, but if it looks like a candelabrum of various parts. Therefore a candelabrum made of several parts, be it large or small, must not be handled. The handling of a large candelabrum, even if not made of several parts, is also prohibited on account of its marked lines, for fear one may handle such as are made of several parts. And the point of their differing is, With a small candelabrum which looks as if made of several parts, one takes the precautionary measure lest one handle that which is really made of several parts, while the other does not care for such a precaution. Our Malkia chanced to be in the house of our Simile and handled a candlestick, the light in which had been extinguished, and our Simile became angry on that account. Our Jose the Galilean happened to be in the town of our Jose B. Hanina and did the same, whereupon our Jose B. Hanina became angry. Our Bu, however, when he happened to be in the place of our Jehoshua B. Levi, handled, but when he came to the place of our Johanan he did not handle a candlestick in question out of respect to our Johanan. Our Jehudah said, a lamp which has been filled with oil may be handled after the light has been extinguished, because it emits no bad odor, but one which contained naphtha may not be handled, on account of its bad odor. Both Rabba and our Joseph also permit this. Our Ravia once came to the house of Rabba with muddy shoes and sat on the bed in the presence of the latter. This made p. 80. Paragraph continues, Rabba angry, and he tried to disconcert Aravia with questions. Said he, Rabba, can you tell me why Rabba and our Joseph both said that a lamp filled with naphtha may be handled? Answered Aravia, the reason of their decision is because the lamp is fit to cover a vessel with after being extinguished. And he rejoined, if this is so, one may also handle shavings scattered in the yard, because they also can be used to cover a vessel with. Answered Aravia, a lamp, being a vessel itself, can be used to cover other things with, but shavings are not vessels in themselves and therefore cannot be used singly as covers, and brought a Boratha which states that nose jewels, rings, etc., are considered among the vessels which may be handled on Sabbath, and Ella explained the reason why, because they are considered as vessels. Said R. Naaman B. Itzhak, praised be the Lord that Rabba did not put Aravia to shame. Abai pointed out to our Joseph the following contradiction, did our Simeon say that a light may be handled only when extinguished, but if burning it must not be handled? For what reason? Because there is a chance of extinguishing it while it is being handled? Have we not learned that our Simeon said, an act which is committed unintentionally is permissible? Such is the decision of our Simeon? This presents no difficulty, one must not take chances with an act which, if done intentionally, would cause a violation of a biblical ordinance, but if the violation would be only that of a rabbinical ordinance, chances may be taken. Objected Rabha, we have learned, dealers in clothing may sell clothes made of wool and cotton mixed. They are permitted to try on such clothes or to carry them, temporarily, on their shoulders, provided the intention to use them as a protection against the sun and rain does not exist. Now, the wearing of a mixture of wool and cotton is biblically prohibited, so our Simeon permits it to be done temporarily. Therefore said Rabha, discard the case of the lamp, oil, and wick. There is another reason entirely, viz., because one becomes a basis of a thing the handling of which is in itself prohibited, that is, the light in itself cannot be handled. Said R. Zara in the name of R.C., quoting R. Johanan, who said in the name of our Hanina that he was told by our Ramnas, Rabbi permitted me to handle a pan containing glowing ashes. p. 81. And our Zara himself was deliberating, did indeed our Johanan say so? Have we not heard that Rabbi B. Hannah said in his, our Johanan's, name, referring to our Mishnah, which states that a man may handle a box containing a stone, he may do so providing the box also contains fruit. How, then, could our Johanan permit a pen with glowing ashes to be handled? R.C. was astounded for some time, but finally answered, the pan referred to still contains some grains of incense. But Rabha said, while we were in R. Naaman's house we handled a fire pot on account of its ashes, the ashes were needed for some purpose, therefore the pot was allowed to be handled, although there were some broken sticks of wood upon it. The schoolmen raised the following objection. R. Simeon and R. Jehuda agree that if there are broken pieces of wick in a lamp, it is prohibited to handle the lamp. Said Abai, this was taught in Galilee. Galilee is a state where linen cloth is scarce, for which reason the broken pieces of wick are valuable, and the lamp, being the receptacle of prohibited valuables, is not permitted to be handled on the Sabbath. Levi, the son of Samuel, met Arabah and Arhunah the son of Hiah standing at the entrance of Arhunah's house, and Levi questioned, is it allowed to fold the beds of traveling coppersmiths on a Sabbath? They answered, yea. In allowing this the two rabbis held fault with, the opinion of R. Simeon b. Gamaliel and A. Following Baratha, it is not permitted to put together a bed which has been taken apart, but if one did so, he is not culpable. One must not fasten the bed with pegs, but if he did so he only lays himself liable to bring a sin offering. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, said, if the bed was loose it may be fastened. R. Hama had a folding bed in his house. He put it together on a biblical feast day, and one of the young rabbis questioned Rabha, what reason is to be found for this act? Is it because of indirect building? Granted that there is no biblical prohibition to this effect, there surely is a rabbinical? Answered Rabha, I think that the reason is the decision of R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, with whom I agree, that it is permissible to put a bed together if the bed is loose. Mishnah 9, one may put a vessel underneath the lamp for the purpose of receiving the sparks falling from the lamp, but he shall not put water into the vessel, because thereby the sparks would become extinguished. p. 82. Gemara, would this act not render the vessel useless? Said Arhunah the son of Jehoshua, the vessel is not made useless, because sparks do not amount to anything. He shall not put any water into it, etc. Shall we assume that this anonymous Mishnah is in accordance with Arhosei, who said that it is prohibited even to cause light to be extinguished? How can you explain this in this way? Arhosei spoke of the Sabbath itself. Have you heard him saying so about the eve of Sabbath? And should you say that here is also meant on Sabbath itself? There is a Boratha which states plainly, a vessel may be put under the lamp to receive sparks on Sabbath, and so much the more on the eve of Sabbath, but water must not be put in, even on the eve of Sabbath, and much less on the Sabbath itself. Therefore said Arashi, it may be said that it is in accordance even with the rabbis, who do not mind the causing of light to be extinguished through indirect means on the Sabbath. In this case, however, the sparks are extinguished, through direct means, that is, by placing water underneath the lamp.
Chapter 4. Regulations concerning victuals, where they may or may not be deposited to retain their heat for the Sabbath. Mishnah I, wherein may hot vessels be deposited, to retain the heat, and wherein may they not. Depositing in Jephthah, olive waste, dung, salt, lime, and sand, either wet or dry, is not allowed. In straw, grape skins, wool flocks, or grass it is permitted, provided they are dry, but not when they are still wet. Gemara, a question was propounded, is the use of olive waste only prohibited, but the use of the oil cakes allowed, or does the Mishnah allude to oil cakes and still more so to olive waste, for it produces more heat? For the purpose of depositing in, both kinds are not allowed, but if the victuals have been deposited in a permissible thing and were subsequently placed on oil cakes, no wrong was done, because oil cake does not produce heat, olive waste produces heat. Rabbah and Darzera once met at the Exelrich's house. They saw their servant putting a can, with warm water, on top of a kettle, containing cold water, and Rabbah rebuked him. Said Darzera to him, in what particular does this case differ from that of putting one pan on top of another? Answered Rabbah, here heat is produced, but there it is only preserved. Another time they saw the servant spreading a turban over a pitcher and putting a cup on top of it. Again Rabbah rebuked him. Arzera asked for the reason, and Rabba answered, "You will soon see him bringing one the turban," which he did. Arzera again asked, "In what particular does this case differ from that of a spread cloth?" Answered Rabba, "Here he is particular, lest it become wet and he will wring it, while there he is not." In straw. R. Adabi. Masna questioned Abe, "May wolf flocks, in which vitals were deposited, be handled on Sabbath?" Abe answered, "Because of a lack of straw." P. 84. Would a man sacrifice a valuable lot of wolf flock? When placing victuals in straw, no intention to make further use of the straw exists, and it becomes part of the pot itself. With wolf flocks the case is different, for they are intended for further use and therefore must not be handled on Sabbath. Arhista permitted the replacing of waste, fallen out, of a pillow on Sabbath. Arhanan B. Tista objected to him from the following: untying the opening, for the neck, of a shirt is permitted on Sabbath, but cutting it is prohibited, and waste must not be placed into a pillow or bolster on a biblical feast day, much less on a Sabbath. This presents no difficulty. Placing new waste in a pillowcase is not allowed, but replacing old waste is allowed. And so also we have learned plainly in Aboreta, that when they fall out they may be replaced even on Sabbath, and much the more on a feast day. Our Jehuda in the name of Rab said, "Whosoever makes an opening, for the neck in an unfinished shirt, on Sabbath is liable to a sin offering." Our Kohan opposed, saying, "What is the difference between an opening for the neck and a bunghead, in a barrel?" Rabha answered, "A bunghead does not attach to the barrel, that is, it forms no part of it, but an opening for the neck is made by an incision in the shirt, and hence is part and parcel of same." In Surah the following doctrine was taught in the name of Arhista, and in Pumbeditha the same was taught in the name of Arkahana or Rabha, who was the Tana in whose name the sages taught that the part and parcel of a thing is on a par with the thing itself. Said Jehuda in the name of Rab, it is Armir, of the Mishnah, Kilim, 8, who holds that the attachment built on a hearth is on a par with the hearth itself and becomes unclean when touched by an unclean thing. When wet. A question was propounded, naturally or artificially wet? Comment here. The Mishnah says, not with straw, nor with grape skins, nor with wool flocks, nor with grass when wet. It is right only if we accept the theory that they became wet, but should we venture to think them naturally wet, how is this to be imagined? Can wool flocks be naturally wet? The sweaty wool under the hips may be meant. Did not Taroshia teach we may deposit in dry cloth and dry fruit, but not in wet cloth or wet fruit? How is naturally wet? P. 85. Cloth to be imagined? This may also mean cloth made from the sweaty wool under the hips of the sheep. Mishnah 2, it may be deposited in cloth, fruit, pigeon feathers, shavings, and fine flax and tow. Our Jehuda forbids the use of fine, but permits the use of coarse flax and tow. Gemara, shavings. A question was propounded, does our Jehuda forbid the use of fine shavings or fine flax and tow? Comment here. We have learned in Aboreta, our Jehuda says, fine flax and tow is the same as dung, which increases heat, therefore the conclusion is that he means flax and tow. Mishnah 3, it may be deposited, wrapped, in skins, and they may be handled, in shorn wool, and must not be handled. How can this be done? The lid is raised and the shorn wool, falls down. Elazar B. Azria says, the vessel is bent sideways lest it be taken out and cannot be replaced, but the sages say it may be taken out and replaced. Gemara, a question was propounded by R. Jonathan B. Akane, R. Jonathan B. Elazar, and R. Hanina B. Hama, does the Mishnah allude to skins belonging to private men only, hence skins belonging to an artisan, who is particular with them, may not be handled under any circumstances, or perhaps the Mishnah allows even an artisan's skins? Answered R. Jonathan B. Elazar, to them, it is reasonable to accept that it applies only to those belonging to private men but not to artisans, because they, the artisans, are particular. Said R. Hanina B. Hamid, to them, thus said R. Ishmael B. Jossi, my father was a tanner, and he said, bring some skins here to sit on. An objection was raised, boards of private men may be handled, but not those of artisans. If, however, the intention is to serve a meal on them for guests, both kinds may be handled. With boards it is different. Even private men are particular with boards. On this point the following tenem differ: skins belonging to private men may be handled, but not those of artisans. Arjasi says both kinds may be handled. While they were sitting together, another question was propounded by them: the 40 less 1 principal acts of labor on Sabbath, where are they taken from? Said Dar Hanina B. Hama, from the acts of labor performed at the tabernacle. R. Jonathan B. Elazar, however, said, thus said R. Simeon B. Jossi B. Laknia, from the 39 times the words work, his work, and work of are to be found in the Pentateuch. p. 86. R. Joseph questioned Rabba, is the term his work which is found in the passage in Joseph came into the house to do his work, General 39. 12, also of the number or not? Abai answered him, let us bring the book and count, and he rejoined, I am in doubt whether the verse and the work was enough. X. 36. 7, is of the number, and the former verse is to be explained he came in to do his business, or whether the former is of the number and the latter is to be explained the task was completed. Both verses cannot be counted among the 39, because if they are there will be 40 in all. This question remains unanswered. It is proven by Aboraitha that the deduction of the 39 acts is made from the acts performed at the tabernacle, for we were taught, one is culpable only for the performance of such work as was done at the building of the tabernacle. They have sown, but ye must not sow, they have harvested, but ye must not, they have loaded the boards from the ground upon wagons, but ye must remove nothing from public into private ground, they have unloaded from the wagons to the ground, but ye must not remove from private into public ground, they have transferred from one wagon into another, but ye must transfer nothing from private into private ground. From private into private ground. What wrong is committed by that? Both Abai and Rabha, and according to others are Adabi. Ahabha said, from private into private ground by way of public ground. In shorn woolen may not be handled. Rabha and Rabbin in the name of Rabbi Jehuda Hanasi, said, it is only taught, when not designated for the purpose of depositing in them, but if designated for that purpose they may be handled. Rabina says that the teaching of the Mishnah is applicable to shorn wool taken from stock, of a store. The following Boraitha is in support of this, shorn wool taken from stock is not to be handled, but if prepared by a private man for a purpose it may be handled. Rabbi B. Hannah taught before Rab, palm branches, if cut off for use as fuel and finally intended for sitting purposes, must be tied together, before the Sabbath. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said it needs not tying. He who taught this as himself declared that the halakha prevails in accordance with R. Simeon B. Gamaliel. It was taught, in relation to sitting on palm branches cut. p. 87. Off for use as fuel, Rab said, it must be tied. Samuel said, the intention on the eve of Sabbath suffices, and Darasi said, sitting on them before the Sabbath, even if not tied nor previously intended for sitting purposes on the Sabbath, is sufficient. It is clear that Trab holds with the first teacher and Samuel holds with R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, but whom does Arasi's opinion agree with? He is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha, it is permitted to go out, on Sabbath, with the flax or wool plaster, on a wound, when dipped in oil and tied with a string, but it is not permitted when the plaster is not dipped in oil or tied with a string, but if one went out with it only a little before the Sabbath, even if not dipped in oil and tied, it is permissible. Said Rashi, we were also taught in a Mishnah in support of this, but who is the teacher that does not agree with our Simeon, B. Gamaliel? It is our Hanina B. Akiba, for when our Dimi came from Palestine he said in the name of Zerah, quoting our Hanina B. Akiba once went with his disciples to a place and found some palm branches tied together to be used as fuel. He said to his disciples, make up your minds to sit on them tomorrow. I do not know whether there was to be a wedding or a funeral that following day, but the inference from this narration is, only in the case of a wedding or a funeral, when people are busy, and could not tie them up, the intention is sufficient, but otherwise tying together is necessary. Our Jehuda said, one is permitted to carry in a box of sand on the Sabbath for the purpose of covering up an unclean place, and use the remainder for any purpose whatever. Marzutra, in the name of Marzutra the Great, interpreted this providing he singled out a corner for it. Said the rabbis before our Papa, is this teaching, of the great Marzutra, in accord only with the opinion of our Simeon B. Gamaliel, but not with that of the rabbis who require action rather than intention? Our Papa answered, it may even be in accord with the rabbis, who require action only where it is possible, and this action, tying together or sitting on sand, is impossible, as reserving a corner for them is not considered an act, but an intention only. Our Jehuda permits the use of the dust of incense on the Sabbath. Our Joseph permits poppy seed waste. Rabha permits pepper dust and our Sheshet Barda, to wash the face with. What is Barda? Said our Joseph, a powder of 1/3. P. 88. Aloe, 1/3 myrrh, and 1/3 violet. Arnia Maya B. Joseph also permits Barda, provided it does not contain more than 1/3 part of aloe. Our Shesheth was asked if it was permitted to crush olives on Sabbath. He answered, is it permitted on weekdays? He is of the opinion that the spoiling of food is not allowed. Barda was brought to Amamar, Marzutra, and Arashi. Amamar and Arashi washed themselves with it, but Marzutra did not. They asked him, do you, Master, not hold with our Shesheth, who permits the use of it? Said Dar Mordechai to them, leave out the Master in this question, for he does not even use Barda on weekdays. He holds with the following Boratha, one is permitted to scratch off crust of excrement and of wounds only for the purpose of relieving pain, but not for the purpose of beautifying the person. And the above-mentioned rabbis agree with the teaching of the following, one should wash his face, hands, and feet daily out of respect for his Creator, as it is written, Brav. 16. For everything hath the Lord wrought for its destined end. 1. The vessel is bent sideways, etc. said our Rabbah in the name of Arhiab. Ashi, quoting Rab, if the cavity formed by the vessel got out of shape it is not permitted to replace the vessel. There is an objection from our Mishnah, and the sages say it may be taken out and replaced. How shall this be understood? If the cavity remained intact the rabbis did well by telling us that the replacing of the vessel was allowed. But if the cavity got out of shape, is it not self-evident that replacing is not permitted? Nay, they still maintain that the cavity did not get out of shape, and the controversy, in the case, is as regards precaution. One maintains that this precaution is to be taken, lest we replace the vessel when the cavity is out of shape, while the others contend this is not necessary. Arhuna said, a fragrant plant used after meals in place of burnt spices, if it was taken out of and replaced in the flower pot before Sabbath, it may be taken out, used, and replaced on Sabbath, but not otherwise. Samuel said that the same is the case with the knife that was preserved between the bricks. Marzutra, according to others Ashi, said that a knife may be preserved between the branches of the root. Ant. p. 89. Paragraph continues. Mordecai said to Rabbi that Katina has objected to the above rabbis, who said that if it were not replaced before Sabbath it must not be used, from a Mishnah, Kailam, I. 9, which states plainly that it may be taken out on Sabbath. This question remains. Mishnah 4, a vessel, not covered during daylight must not be covered after dark. If, after having been covered, it became uncovered, it is permitted to cover it again. A pitcher may be filled with cold victuals and put under a pillow, to keep it cool. Gemara, Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted to store cold victuals, to protect them from the sun. Said Joseph, what news came he to teach? Have we not learned this in the above Mishnah? Abai answered, a great deal. From the Mishnah I would infer that only such things as are not usually stored are permissible, for in that case no precaution lest one put warm victuals under a pillow or a bolster for the purpose of generating heat is necessary. He informs us, however, that even such things as are usually stored are permissible also. Arhuna in the name of Rabbi, however, says, it is prohibited. Were we not taught that Rabbi has permitted this? This presents no difficulty. In this former instance he did so when he was not as yet aware of the following decision of Ishmael b. Jossi. Rabbi at one time decided that it is forbidden to store cold victuals. Said Ishmael b. Jossi to him, my father permitted it, whereupon Rabbi said, if this sage has once permitted it, so shall it be done. Said Papa, come ye and note the mutual respect. Had Jossi been alive, he would have had to show respect to Rabbi, as Ishmael, who succeeded his father in every respect, also has acknowledged Rabbi's superiority. Still Rabbi accepted his decision. Mammon said to his slave Doro, store some cold victuals for me and bring me warm water from a Gentile cook shop. Ami heard this and was angry. Said Joseph, what was the reason of his anger? Did not Mammon act in accordance with the teachings of the great masters, Rab and Samuel? Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted to store cold victuals, and Samuel b. Itzhak said in the name of Rab, anything that may be consumed raw is not included in the prohibition relating to cooking by a Gentile. He, Ami, however, was of the opinion that, although it is p. 90. allowed, a man of note should not practice it, because the layman seeing such things of the scholar he might allow himself still more. The rabbis taught, although the sages said it is not allowed to deposit warm victuals after dark, even in such receptacles as do not increase the heat, still, if already deposited, it is permitted to add more cover. How can this be done? Simeon b. Gamaliel says, in cold weather the covering sheet may be taken off and a blanket substituted, in warm weather the blanket may be taken off and a sheet substituted. Furthermore said the same, the sages prohibited, to deposit warm victuals, only in the same pan in which they were cooked, but if emptied into another pan it is permitted, and there is no fear of one coming to cook on the Sabbath, for the act of emptying the victuals from the cooking pan into another proves that there is no such intention. If one deposited a pot containing victuals in material that may be handled on the Sabbath, and covered it with the same, or even deposited it in non-permissible material, but covered it with permissible, he may take out the pot and replace it, but if he deposited it in non-permissible material and covered it with the same, or even deposited it in permissible, but covered it with non-permissible material, he may take out the pot, but can replace it only if the pot was but partly covered. Otherwise, he must not replace it at all. It is permitted to put one cooking pan upon another, and also one earthen pot upon another, but not an earthen pot upon a cooking pan, or a cooking pan upon an earthen pot. Even on Sabbath, the cover of a pot may be fastened down with dough, kneaded on Friday before dusk. In the case of putting one pan or pot upon another, this may be done only to preserve the heat, but not for the purpose of heating the upper pot by means of the lower one. The same as it is forbidden to store warm victuals, so it is also forbidden to store cold victuals on the Sabbath, but Rabbi permitted the latter to be done. Even so is it prohibited to chop ice on Sabbath in order to obtain cold water, but ice may be put into a vessel or a pitcher without fear of the consequences.
Chapter 5. Regulations concerning what may and may not be worn by animals on the Sabbath. Mishnah I. What gear may we let animals go about in and what not? 1. The male camel in a bridle, the female camel with a nose ring, Libyan asses in a halter, and a horse in a collar. All animals that are used to collars may go out in and may be led by the collar. Such gear, when it becomes defiled, can be sprinkled and submerged without being removed from its proper place on the animal. Gemara, Yehuda in the name of Samuel said, Rabbi was asked, how is it when the reverse is the case? That is, when the female camel is bridled and the male camel is invested with a nose ring. May they be allowed to go about? There is no question as to a bridle on a female camel, for it is considered a burden. As to a nose ring on a male camel, shall we assume that it is merely an additional safeguard, and thus becomes permissible, or is it an unnecessary safeguard and hence not allowed? Ishmael B. Jossi answered, thus my father said, 4 animals may go about with a bridle on the horse, the mule, the camel, and the ass. Abortha states, Lida asses and camels may go about with a bridle on. The following Tanaim, however, differ as to this point, whether a superfluous safeguard is a burden or not. One maintains that no animal may go about burdened with a chain, but Hananya says a chain or anything else that is intended as a safeguard is permitted. Said Arhuna B. Hi in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Hananya. Levi B. Arhuna B. Hi and Rabba B. Arhuna once traveled together, arriving at an entrance, the former's ass ran ahead of the latter's. Rabba B. Arhuna became dejected, at the lack of respect shown him, supposing it to have been done intentionally. Thought Levi to himself, I will pacify him. p. 92. With the following question, is it permitted to put a halter on an unmanageable ass like mine on the Sabbath? Rejoined Rabba, so said your father in the name of Samuel, the decision of Hananya prevails. At the school of Menashia it was taught, a goat with a bridle fastened to his horns is permitted to go about on Sabbath, but not if the bridle was simply tied to the horns, as it may slip off and a man may be forced to carry the bridle. An objection was raised, were we not taught in a Mishnah that it is not allowed to let a cow go about with a strap tied between her horns? Said Aramiah B. Abba, on this point Rab and Samuel differ, according to one it is prohibited at any rate, and according to the other, if for an ornament it is prohibited, but as a safeguard it is permitted. Said R. Joseph, it seems that Samuel was the one who permitted it as a safeguard, as Arhuna said in his name the halakha prevails according to Hananya. Said Abayi to R. Joseph, on the contrary, it may be that Samuel is the one who forbids it at any rate, as R. Yehuda said above in his name. Rabbi was asked, how is it when the reverse is the case, etc. Does this not mean to exclude a nose ring from a camel? But why should you prefer this latter saying to the former one? Because it was taught, Arhiab. Ashi said in the name of Rab that it is forbidden at any rate, and Arhiab. Abin in the name of Samuel said, It is permitted as a safeguard. An objection was raised from the following: if the owner tied the red heifer with a halter, she may nevertheless be used. Should you assume that this halter is a burden, how could she be used? Do not, the scriptures say, Numbers 19:2, upon which there was no yoke? Answered Abai, it is to be understood, when the owner leads her from one town to another, the halter is a necessary safeguard, hence no burden. Rab said, there is quite a difference in the case of the red heifer, as she is very valuable, and must be guarded. Rabbina said, she must have a halter on account of her stubbornness. The horse with a collar. What is meant by go about or led? Arhuna said, it makes no difference whether the strap hangs loose on the animal's neck or is used as a rein, but Samuel said they may go about if led by the strap, but not with the strap hanging loose. p. 93. Abortha teaches, they may go about with the halter tied round their necks in order that they may be led whenever necessary. Said R. Joseph, I have seen the calves of Arhuna going out on a Sabbath with their halters round their necks. R. Samuel B. Jehuda, when coming from Palestine, said in the name of Arhanina that rabbis' mules also went out on a Sabbath with their halters tied around their necks and are sprinkled, etc. Is this to say that they are subject to defilement? Does not a Mishnah state, Kelim 12:8, that only rings worn by human beings are subject to defilement, but harness and all other rings are not? Said Aritzak of Napha 1, the collar ring having at one time been used by men for personal purposes and become defiled, still retains its defiled character. R. Joseph, however, maintains it is not necessary to claim this. The fact that the collar ring is used by man for the purpose of guiding the animal lays it open to becoming defiled, as we have learned in the Boritha, which taught us, a metal whip is subject to defilement, for the reason that man uses it to manage the animal with, and submerged without removing it from its place. Would this not constitute a case of chatsatsa, intervention? 2. Said Arami, intervention of the bridle between the neck and the water, is avoided by loosening the bridle. Abortha teaches, intervention is avoided by the size of the bridle. Mishnah 2, the ass may go out with a rug fastened around him, rams may go out with leather bandages tied around their privates, sheep may go out with their tails tied up or down and wrapped, to preserve the fine wool, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up. R. Jossi forbids all this except sheep wrapped up. R. Jehuda says, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up to stop the lactation, but not to save the milk. Gemara, said Samuel, the Mishnah means, only when the rug is fastened on Sabbath eve. Said R. Naaman, it seems to be so from the following Mishnah, an ass may not. p. 94. Go out with a rug unless fastened. How should this be understood? Shall we say that the rug is not fastened at all? Then it would be self-evident, lest it fall off and will have to be carried by a man. We must, therefore, assume that the Mishnah's meaning of not fastened signifies not fastened before the Sabbath. Hence Samuel's opinion has a good reason. And it is also supported in the following Boritha, the ass may go out with a rug fastened before the Sabbath, but not with a saddle, even though fastened before. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, even with a saddle, if fastened before the Sabbath, provided, however, no stirrups are attached to the saddle and a crupper under the tail. RCB. Nathan questioned R. Rashi, is it permitted to put a rug on all ass on the Sabbath? It is, was the answer. And to the question, what is the difference, in the law, between these two? He was silent. Misinterpreting the silence, RC objected, Abortha teaches, it is not allowed to remove the saddle from the ass directly, but one may move it to and fro until it falls off. If you say it is forbidden to handle the saddle, is there any question as to putting it oil? Said Arzara to him, leave him alone. He is of the opinion of his teacher, Rab, in whose name Arhiab. Arashi related that he, Rab, permitted putting a feed bag on all animal on Sabbath. A feed bag, which is nothing but an accommodation, is permitted, so much the more a rug, which is a relief. Samuel, however, permitted a rug, but prohibited a feed bag. Arhiab. Joseph reported the opinion of Rab to Samuel, whereupon the latter said, if so said Abba, he knows nothing of the laws of Sabbath. When Arzara came to Palestine, he heard Benjamin b. Japheth stating in the name of Johanan that it is permitted to put on a rug. He thanked him for it and, continuing, remarked, thus has the Arioch, king of laws, in Babylon decided. Who was meant by the title, Arioch? Samuel. From the foregoing it is evident that all agree that it is permitted to cover an ass with a rug on Sabbath. But what is the point in which a saddle differs from the rug? It differs therein that a saddle may drop off, and involve the necessity of handling. Our Papa gave another reason, to cover an ass with a rug is an act of relief, for it is said that an ass feels cold even in summer, but to remove a saddle from an ass's back in order to cool off the ass is not necessarily an act of relief. p. 95. An objection was raised. We have learned, the horse shall not go out with a fox tail, for a pompon, and calves with the feed bags on public ground. Shall we not assume that, in the case of the calves, they may not go out on public ground, but they may on private ground, and it refers even to large calves, whose necks are long enough to reach the ground with their mouths easily, thus feed bags are merely an accommodation? Nay, the permission to carry feed bags applies only to small calves, whose necks are short and legs long, and to which reaching down to the ground with their mouths would entail a hardship, and must be considered as a necessary relief. The master said, she-goats must not go out with a bag attached to their udders. Is there not a Boretha which teaches that they may? Said Jehuda, this presents no difficulty. In the former case the bag is not tied fast, in the latter it is, and there is no reason for apprehension lest it drop off and will have to be carried. Said Joseph, why, you have entirely done away with the teachers of our Mishnah. There is a difference of opinion between the teachers in this very Mishnah. She-goats may go out with a bag tied to their udders. Jossi forbids all except sheep with covers on to protect the wool. Jehuda says, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up for the purpose of preventing lactation, but not for the purpose of saving the milk. We have learned in Aboretha, Jehuda related the case of she-goats which he saw in Antioch. Their udders were so large that bags had to be made for them in order to prevent their dragging on the ground and becoming mutilated. These bags were worn also on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, it happened with one man whose wife died and left him a nursing child. He was so poor that he could not pay a wet nurse. A miracle happened to him, his breasts opened and he nursed his child. Said Joseph, come and see how great the man must have been that such a miracle was wrought for him. Said Abaye to him, on the contrary, behold how bad the man must have been that the nature of mankind changed in him and nothing occurred to enable him to earn enough money to pay a nurse. Says Jehuda, come and see how hard it is for heaven to change the fate of a man concerning his livelihood, that the nature of the world was changed, but not his fate. Said Naaman, it is proven by this fact that p. 96. A miracle occurred, but he was not provided with means for paying a wet nurse. The rabbis taught it happened once that a man wedded a woman with a mutilated hand, and did not discover it until she died. Said Rab, Behold how chaste this woman must have been, for even her husband did not discover it. Arhiah retorted, this is nothing. It is natural with women to hide their defects, but note the modesty of the man, who did not discover it in his wife. Rams may go out with leather bands around their privates. What kind of bands? Said Arhuna, hobbles. Allah said they were leather bands tied around their breasts to prevent them from the attack of wolves. Do wolves attack only the males and never the females? It is because the males always go ahead of the flocks. Do wolves attack only the advance of a flock and never the rear? It is because the males are usually fat. Are there no fat sheep among the females? Moreover, how can the wolves know which is which? It is because the males generally lift their heads and look around cautiously. R. Naaman B. Itzhak said they wore leather bands tied around their privates to prevent them from having coition with the females. Whence this inference? From the last clause of the Mishnah, the sheep may go out with their tails tied up, in order that the males may have coition with them, hence we infer that the first clause is for the purpose of preventing them. She-goats may go out with a bag tied around their udders. It was taught, Rab said that the halakha prevails in accordance with Yehuda, and Samuel held it to be in accordance with Jassi. Others taught, Rab and Samuel did not directly cite the opinions of the Tanaim just mentioned, but they themselves decreed as follows. Rab held that she-goats may go out with their udders tied up for the purpose of preventing lactation, but not to save the milk. Samuel, however, prohibited this in both cases. Others again say, Yehuda b. Bathir long ago decided the same as Rab, but added that on account of the impossibility of determining what purpose the tying up of the udders would serve, it is entirely prohibited. Thereupon Samuel decided that the halakha prevails with him. Rabban upon his arrival in Babylon said that Johanan said that the halakha prevails in accordance with the first Anna. p. 97. Mishnah 3, and what must animals not go about in? The camel with a crupper, nor with hobbles on both legs, nor with the front leg hobbled with the hind. This law is applied to all other animals. It is not allowed to tie camels together with a rope and then lead them, but one is permitted to hold in his hand the several ropes on the camels and lead them, provided the ropes are not twisted into one. Gemara, Aboritha. In addition to this, Mishnah states, if the crupper is fastened to the hump as well as to the tail of the camel, it may go about. Rabbi B. Arhuna says, a camel may go about with a pad under its tail, to prevent friction. One is not to tie camels. What is the reason? Said Arashi, because it looks like leading them to market. But one is permitted to hold in his hand, etc. Said Arashi, this law was stated only concerning Kailaim, and hence the teacher means to say, provided he does not tie or twist them. Samuel said, and provided the cords do not protrude from his hand as much as the length of a span. Was it not taught at the school of Samuel, 2 spans? Said Abayi, from the difference between Samuel himself and his school we infer that Samuel came to teach us how to practice. But did not Aboritha state, provided he lifts the cords from the ground 1 span, but there is no restriction as to the quantity protruding from his hands? The non-restriction of the quantity of cord applies only to the amount of cord used for the distance between the animal and the man's hand. In that case the quantity is unlimited. The quantity of cord, however, protruding from the man's hand must not exceed 1 span, so also the distance from the ground to the cords must be at least 1 span. Mishnah 4, the ass is not to go out with a rug, unless fastened, neither with a bell that has been muffled, nor with a collar on his neck, nor with ankle boots. The hens are not to go out with cords tied to them, nor with straps on their feet. Rams are not to go out with carts tied to their tails, nor sheep with sneezing wood, the calf with the reed yoke, nor the cow with the skin of a hedgehog, tied to the udder, nor with a strap between her horns. The cow of Elazar B. Azariah went out with a strap between the horns against the approval of the rabbis. Gemara, neither with a bell that has been muffed. For it looks like bringing it to market. P. 98. Nor with a collar on his neck. Said Arhuna, with a collar underneath his jowls. What was the collar intended for? To prevent irritation of any wounds that may have been on the neck. Nor with ankle boots. To prevent injury from kicking one foot against the other. The hens with cords. As a distinguishing mark. Nor with straps on their feet. To prevent damage arising from jumping. The rams with carts. To prevent the ends of their tails from damage through trailing on the ground. Nor sheep with sneezing wood. What is it? Said Arhuna, in seaports there is to be found a kind of tree called Hanan, which produces sneezing wood, which when held under a sheep's nose produces sneezing, and while sneezing such vermin as may have lodged in the sheep's head are expelled. If such be the case, may rams not go out with it either? For rams sneezing wood is not used at all. They butt with their heads, therefore vermin drops out of its own accord. Nor the cow with the skin of the hedgehog, etc. to prevent leeches from sticking to the udder. Nor with the strap between the horns. Why not? Either in accordance with Rab, who forbids it at any rate, or in accordance with Samuel, who forbids it as an ornament. The cow of Elazar B. Azariah, etc. had he only one cow? Did not Rab, or Jehudah in the name of Rab, say that Elazar B. Azariah gave yearly as tithes from his herds as many as 12,000 calves? We have learned, in Aboratha, the cow in question was not his, but a neighboring woman's. It is only ascribed to him because he did not protest against it. Rab, Hanina, Jonathan, and Habibah, in the whole section of festivals, where the four names stand together, Jonathan must be read instead of Johanan, all said, he who has the power to protest against wrong in his house and does not do so, is responsible for the transgressions of everyone in his house. In the city, where his protest would be recognized, he is responsible for the transgressions of every one of the inhabitants of the city, and if he is such a great man that his word would be respected in the whole world, he is punished for transgressions of all mankind. Said our Papa, and the exarchs are punished for the sins of all Israel. As Hanina. P. 99. Said, it is written, the Eternal will enter into judgment with the elders of his people and with the princes thereof, Isaiah 3. 14. If the princes sinned, what have the elders to do with it? The intent is to say, because the elders did not protest against the princes. Jehudah sat before Samuel, when a woman came in complaining, and Samuel paid no attention to her. Said Jehudah to him, is master unaware of the passage, whosoever stops his ears at cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself and not be heard? Prov. 21. 13. Samuel retorted, ingenious scholar. Your headmaster, meaning himself, is on safe ground, but our chief is responsible. Marakba, being at that time chief of the judges, it was his affair, for it is written, Jerem. 21. 12. O house of David. Thus hath said the Lord, exercise justice on every morning, and deliver him that is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my fury go forth like fire, and burn so that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. Said Zerah to Simon, let master reprove the exarch's retainers. He answered, they care not for me. Rejoined Zerah, even if they do not care, reprove them anyhow, for Arahabi. Hanina said, "The Holy One, blessed be he, never issued a benevolent decree, which he subsequently reversed into malevolence, except in this sole instance, which is written, Ezekiel 9:41, and the Lord said unto him, Pass through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and inscribe a mark upon the foreheads, etc. Thus said the Holy One, blessed be he, to Gabriel, Go and set the mark, the Hebrew letter Tab, in ink upon the foreheads of the righteous, that the angels of destruction have no power over them, and the same mark in blood upon the foreheads of the wicked, that the angels of destruction may have power over them." The party of prosecution pleaded before him in these terms, "Lord of the universe, what is the difference between the two?" He answered, "Those are perfectly righteous and these completely wicked." Again the party of prosecution pleaded, "Lord of the universe." It was in their power to protest against wickedness, and they did not. And the Lord answered, "It is known to me that, had they protested, their protest would have been of no avail. But they pleaded once more, Lord of the universe. It is known to thee, but was it known to them? And thus it is written, Slay utterly. p. 100. Old and young, both maids, little children, and women, and at my sanctuary shall ye begin. Then they began with the old men who were before the house. Izk 9:6. And R. Joseph taught, "Do not read my sanctuary, but my sanctified," which means the men who have performed all the laws prescribed in the Torah, which begins with all the letters of the alphabet. And it is also written, Ibid, Ibid. 2, and behold, 6 men came from the direction of the upper gate. Beside the copper altar. Was, then, the copper altar at that time? Was it not hidden already in the time of Solomon? It means that the Holy One, blessed be he, told them they shall begin from that place where they used to sing hymns before him. And who are the 6 men, messengers? Said Arhisda, anger, wrath, rage, destruction, devastation, and ruin. Why just the letter Tab? Said R. Simeon B. Lakish, the Tab is the last letter on the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he, for Arhanina said, the inscription on the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he, is Emeth, truth, and the last letter of the Hebrew word Emeth is a Tab. It being evident from the verse, Izk 9:2, that Zetchethaboth 1 no longer existed. At what time shall we assume that it ceased? Said Rab. From the time of the prophet Hosea b. Beri, as it is written, Hosea 2:12, and no man will deliver her out of my hand, meaning that even the righteousness of the ancestors will be of no avail. Samuel said, from the time of the king Chazael of Syria, as it is written, 2 Kings 13:23, and the Lord became gracious unto them, and had mercy on them, and turned his regard unto them, because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and would not destroy them, and he cast them not off from his presence until now. Thus, he will remember his covenant only until now, but not after that. R. Jehoshua b. Levi said, from the time of Elijah the prophet, as it is written, I Kings 18:36, Elijah the prophet came near and said, O Lord, God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, this day let it be known that thou art God in Israel. p. 101. Etc., and means to infer that only this day the Lord will remember Zetchethaboth, and not after this day. R. Johanan says, from the time of Hezekiah the king, as it is written, Isaiah 9:6, to establish it and to support it through justice and righteousness, from henceforth and unto eternity, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this, implying that after that the favors of the Lord will not be bestowed by virtue of Zetchethaboth, but through his zeal. Arami said, death is the result of sin, and affliction the result of transgression, death the result of sin, for it is written, Ezekiel 18:20, the soul that sins, it shall die, etc., affliction the result of transgression, for it is written, Psalms 33, and I will visit their transgressions with a lash and their iniquity with stripes. An objection was raised. One of the teachers said, the angels, once, said to the Holy One, Blessed be He, Lord of the universe. Why didst thou punish Adam with death? The Lord answered, Because I gave him a light commandment, and he failed to observe it. The angels again said unto him, Why did Moses and Aaron die? Did they not observe all the laws of the Torah? And he answered, Echl. 9:2, the same fate befalls the righteous as the wicked. Hence death is not the result of sin. He, Arami, is in accordance with the Tana of the following Boratha, R. Simeon B. Elazar said, Even the death of Moses and Aaron was the result of their sins, for it is written, Num. 20:12, Because you had no faith in me, and the inference thereof is, if they had had faith, they would not have died. Another objection was raised. There is a tradition, only 4 men died in consequence of original sin. They are Benjamin ben Jacob, Amram, the father of Moses, Jesse, the father of David, and Kilab ben David. Whose opinion does this Boratha agree with? The Tana who related the legend of the angels holds that Moses and Aaron also died in consequence of original sin. So must be then in accordance with R. Simeon B. Elazar, as said above. Thus we see that although Moses and Aaron died on account of their own sins, still death without sin and affliction without transgression are possible, hence Arami's theory is objected to. R. Samuel B. Nominee in the name of R. Jonathan said, Whoever says that Reuben, the patriarch Jacob's son, sinned with his father's wife is in error, because it is written, General 35:22. p. 102. Paragraph continues, Now the sons of Jacob were 12. This proves to us that they were all equal, in righteousness, but what does the verse, Ibid, which states that he did lie with Bilhah, etc., signify? That Reuben deranged his father's bed, and the scripture considers this equal to his having sinned with her. There is another Boratha, Simeon B. Elazar said, that righteous man, Reuben, is innocent of the crime. The act with his father's wife was never consummated, as, is it possible that a man whose descendants will stand on the Mount and proclaim, Cursed be he who lies with his father's wife, 27:20, would commit such a crime? But what does the above-cited verse mean? He, Reuben, resented the injustice done his mother and said, When my mother's sister lived and proved a vexation to my mother, it was bearable, but to have my mother's servant prove a vexation to her, this is unbearable. Therefore he removed the bed of Bilhah from his father's bedroom, which the verse holds tantamount to lying with her. R. Samuel B. Nominee in the name of R. Jonathan said, He who maintains that the sons of Eli have sinned is nothing but in error, as it is written, I Samuel, 3:2 sons. Priests of the Lord. And if they would have sinned, the verse would not elevate them with such an honor. He holds with Rab's theory farther on, however, he differs from him concerning Hapni, for the reason that he is mentioned together with Pinhas in the verse cited. Rab said, Pinhas did not sin, as it is written, and Ahiah, the son of Ahitub, Kabad's brother, the son of Pinhas, son of Eli, was priest of the Lord at Shiloh, I Samuel, 14:3. Is it possible that the scriptures would describe minutely the pedigree of a sinner? Is it not written, The Lord will cut off, unto the man that doeth this, son and grandson, etc. Maul 2:12. That was explained to mean, If he be simply an Israelite he shall have here no master among the teachers and no scholar among disciples, and if he is a descendant of priests, he shall have no son who may bring the offering. From this we must conclude that Pinchas is innocent of guilt. Is it not written, however, sons of Belial, and thus Pinchas is included? It was because he should have protested against it, and did not. The scripture considers it as if he had also sinned. The same said again, he who thinks the sons of Samuel sinned, is also in error. It is written, and they did not walk in his ways, Sam 8:3. True, they did not walk in his p. 103 ways, but they sinned not. How, then, is the passage to be upheld? And they but turned aside after lucre and took bribes? Ibid. They did not act as their father, for Samuel the righteous traveled through all Israel and dispensed justice in every city, as it is written, and he went from year to year in circuit to Bethel and Gilgal and Mizpah, and judged Israel. Ibid. 7:6. But they did not act in this way. They dwelt in their respective places in order to increase the fees of their messengers and scribes. On this point the following Tanaim differ. Armir says, they, who were Levites themselves, claimed their priestly allowance personally, and thereby deprived the poor priests and Levites of their shares, for being also judges they were never refused. Jehuda says, they had commercial relations with private people, and were sometimes compelled to pervert justice. Akidah says, they took tithes, to a greater extent than they were allowed to do, by force. Jassi says, they took by force the priests' portions, shoulder blades, jowls, and stomachs of a slaughtered animal. He said again, the same error is made concerning David. Said Rabbi, who is a descendant of the house of David, endeavored to interpret favorably the passage, wherefore hast thou despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his eyes? 2 Samuel 12:9. He said, this evil deed is different, in words and language from other evil deeds whereof mention is made in the scriptures. In all other instances it says, and he has done, but here it says, to do. This implies that he wanted to do, but did not do. Uriah the Hittite thou hast slain with the sword, Ibid. As a rebel, he should have had him tried by the Sanhedrin, which he did not. And his wife thou hast taken to thee for a wife. He had a right to her, for Samuel b. nominee in the name of Jonathan said, whoever went to war with David divorced his wife previously. Him thou hast slain with the sword, used, for the children of Ammon. As he will not be punished on account of the children of Ammon, so will he also not be punished for the death of Uriah. What is the reason? He, Uriah, was a rebel. Said note well the life of David, and you find nothing blamable save the affair of Uriah, as it is written, Kings 15:5, save only in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. Abai the elder has contradicted the above statement of p. 104. Paragraph continues, from his own statement elsewhere that David accepted slander. This difficulty remains. What was it? That which is written, 2 Samuel 9:4, and the king said unto him, where is he? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, in Lo-Debar. Farther on it is written, Ibid. 5, and David the king sent, and had him taken out of the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, from Lo-Debar. 1 Thus, when David found him doing something good, whereas Ziba informed the king that he was doing nothing good, hence David was convinced that Ziba was a liar. Why, then, did David give heed to his slander afterwards? For it is written, Ibid. 16:3, and the king said, and where is thy master's son? And Ziba said unto the king, Behold, he remaineth at Jerusalem, for he said, Today will the house of Israel restore unto me the kingdom of my father. But whence the adduction that David accepted slander? From what is written further, Ibid. 4, Then said the king to Ziba, Behold, thine shall be all that pertaineth to Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, etc. Samuel said, David did not accept slander. He, himself, saw in Mephibosheth's conduct that which corroborated Ziba's calumny, as it is written, Ibid. 19. 25, And Mephibosheth the grandson of Saul came down to meet the king, and he had not dressed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes. This was considered disrespect. Further, it is written, Ibid. 28, And he slandered thy servant unto my lord the king, etc. And further, Ibid. 31, And Mephibosheth said unto the king, Yea, let him take the whole, since that my lord the king is come back in peace unto his own house. Now, this last verse, read between the lines, really means, I have anticipated your safe arrival home with anxiety, and since you act toward me in such a manner, I have nothing to complain of to you but to him who brought you safely back. Jehudah in the name of Rab said, Had David not given heed to slander, the kingdom of the house of David would never have been divided, neither would Israel have worshipped idols, nor would we have been exiled from our land. The same rabbi said, He who believes Solomon guilty of p. 105. Idolatry is in error. This theory agrees with R. Nathan, who points to a contradiction between the two following passages in the very same verse, I Kings 11. 4, And it came to pass, at the time when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart, etc., and farther on, Ibid, it says, like the heart of David his father. While his heart was not as perfect as that of his father David, still he did not sin. Therefore it must be said that it means, his wives turned away his heart toward idolatry, but still he did not practice it. This is supported by the following Boretha, R. Jossi said, It is written, 2 Kings 3. 13, And the high places that were before Jerusalem, which were to the right of the Mount of Destruction, which Solomon the king of Israel had built for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians, etc. Is it possible that neither Asa nor Jehoshaphat had cleared them out before Josiah? Did not Asa and Jehoshaphat abolish idolatry in Judea? It follows, then, that as Josiah is given credit by the verse in the scripture for having abolished the worship of Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians, although at his time it had been out of existence for a long time, this was done merely because he, Josiah, had abolished other later forms of idolatry. The same rule is followed in the case of Solomon. While he himself did not build the Ashtoreth of the Zidonians, the fact that he did not prevent his wives from doing so makes him responsible in the same measure as if he had committed the deed himself. But is it not written, I Kings 11. 6, And Solomon did what is evil in the eyes of the Lord? This is also written merely because it was in his power to prevent the actions of his wives, and he did not do so. Hence the scripture ascribes the deed to him, as if he himself had committed it. Said R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel, it would have been better for him, Solomon, to have been an actual hireling to idolatry than to be accused of doing what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. Again R. Jehudah said in Samuel's name, At the time Solomon took in wedlock the daughter of Pharaoh, she brought to him about 1,000 different musical instruments. Each of these was used for separate idols, which she named to him, and still he did not protest against it. The same said again in the name of the same authority, At the time Solomon took in wedlock Pharaoh's daughter, the angel, Gabriel came down and planted a cane in the sea, on the p. 106. Sand that accumulated around the king a great city was afterward built, but in Abortha we were taught that the miracle occurred on the day that Jeroboam introduced the 2 golden calves, one each in Bethel and Dan, and that great city was Italia of Greece. 1. R. Samuel said, "Whoever says Josiah sinned is also in error. It is written, 2 Kings, 22. 2. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and walked in the ways of David his father and turned not aside to the right or to the left." Is this not contradictory to the verse, 2 Kings, 23. 25, that returned to the Lord with all his heart? How is the return to be understood? He must have sinned in order to return? Nay, from this it must be inferred that after Josiah attained the age of 18, he refunded from his private purse all amounts paid by such as he had declared guilty, bound to pay, from the time he was 8 years old, when he became king. This is the interpretation of return to the Lord. However, this differs from Rab's following statement, "None is greater among penitents than Josiah in his time and one in our own time." And who is he? Abba, the father of Jeremiah b. Abba. Others say Aha, the brother of Abba, father of Jeremiah b. Abba, for the aforesaid teachers said Abba and Aha were brothers. Said R. Joseph, "There is yet another in our own time, and he is Uchban b. Nehemiah, the exarch." To once while studying, said R. Joseph, I dozed off and saw in a dream an angel stretching out his hands and accepting his, Uchban's, repentance.
Chapter 6. Regulations concerning what garments, serving as ornaments, women may go out with on the Sabbath. Mishnah, in what ornamental apparel may a woman go out, and in what may she not go out? A woman is not allowed to go out, even in private ground, either with woolen or linen bands or with straps on her head to keep her hair in tresses, as a precaution lest she enter public ground and take off the bands to show to her friends, thereby becoming guilty of carrying movable property for a distance of 4 ells or more. Nor is she to bathe herself with the bands on unless loosened. Nor is she to go out with either todafath or sarbanon, unless they are fastened, nor with a hood in public ground, nor with gold ornaments, nor with nose rings, nor with finger rings that have no seal, nor with pins. But if she did go out with these things, she is not bound to bring a sin offering, as they are ornaments and not burdens. Gemara, bathing. Where is bathing referred to, and what has it to do with the Sabbath? Said R. Naaman b. Itzhak in the name of Rabbi b. Abu, the Mishnah means to say, what is the reason that a woman is not allowed to go out with either woolen or linen bands? Because the sages have decided that she is not to bathe herself with them on, even on weekdays, unless loosened, therefore she shall not go out with them on the Sabbath at all, lest it happen that she become in duty bound to bathe herself, and, while untying her hair, be forced to carry the bands in public ground for a distance of 4 ells or more. p. 108. Our Kahana questioned Rab, what about a hairnet? Answered Rab, you mean to say a woven one? Everything woven has not been restricted. This was also taught in the name of Arhuna b. R. Joshua. According to others the same said, I have seen that my sisters were not particular to take it off while bathing. And the difference between the two versions is when it was dirty, according to the first version, it does not matter, as everything woven was not restricted, and the second version, where particularity is the case, if they were dirty, they would certainly be particular to take them off. An objection was raised from Mishnah, Mikvoth, 9. 8. When a person bathes, the following objects cause intervention: chatzitza, woolen and linen bands and head straps, used by maidens. R. Jehuda says woolen and hair bands did not cause intervention, because water soaks through them. Now we see that although woolen and linen bands are woven, Yet they are an intervention, said Arjuna, all this concerns only maidens. And they are an intervention only because they are particular about it. R. Joseph in the name of R. Jehuda said it. Samuel said that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda in the case of hairbands only. Said Abayi, from the expression the halakha prevails we must infer that there is a controversy between R. Jehuda and the Tana of the above Boratha. The Tana said nothing about hairbands. Shall we assume that because R. Jehuda declares hairbands not to be objects of intervention, he must have heard the previous Tana mention them?